con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento, lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay. All right, fam. Excuse me. Check this out. So just to let you know, I'm in California. I was planning on doing this kind of like a short marathon today. It's a lot of information tonight, and it's because I want to set it up for Saturday. I got a class tomorrow that's going to be off topic. It's important to talk about, I think. It's not going to be, what this topic is. So I want to make sure that I feed you guys enough of this, take a short break tomorrow on the main topic of the class, and we're coming right back out on this on Saturday. Because, look, I'm going to say this to whoever, listens and shit. Because, like, I sometimes wonder about you brothers, bro. I like to keep this kind of private, you know what I mean? When I talk to you guys in the background, whatever, this and that. But when you go and want to promote your supposed, I don't know, defense against me and shit, and then try to call me out like as if I'm just trying to create confusion, like I'm disrupting or some sort of shit. Look, man, I'm going to be a little blunt now. I'm probably the only channel that has brought out more information than any other fucking channel that has been teaching our people regarding our people. It's not the narrative, not the same old bullshit, not the same repetitive, fucking stuff. You know what I mean? Not just Bible. I'm going into English and Spanish. I've shared you guys the diet, the clothing, the folklore, the language similarities, going deep into who Canaan was, not just saying, they're Canaan because they're from Africa. No, I gave you guys details who brought smallpox, debunked a lot of their topics. So don't go there and try to make it seem as if I'm just new to the shop here. Like, don't go there, man. And don't compare me to whoever you guys debated with. I'm not nowhere near those brothers. No disrespect to you. But I'm just letting you know I'm a different type of man when it comes to this shit. So you better know exactly what you're talking about, okay? And this goes for you, Christmas Christian pushers, whether you call them Jesus or Messiah, pushing the six-pointed star, calling yourself Ephraim, and when you're from Puerto Rico, supposedly, which is complete confusion. You still believe in the 12-tribe chart. You still believe in Roman Catholicism. And then you're pushing Khazar shit. That is more confusing than anything else I've seen. So listen to me, family. We're going to go long here, okay? Long here. Several hours today. I got to make a fucking point. Let's go. Here we go. What up, family? Okay, man. Okay. What up, brother? I had to do this late one. It's just I had to do it, man. I've been pondering this topic for a while. And you know me, family, I don't have a narrative. I do the research. So this time around, I was looking at things, I could say logically, without influence. Because, you have to examine yourself, right? And you kind of want to know where you're at in this walk. And I started asking myself, man, well, how Christian am I? Because in reality, every religion, almost every religion practically, has branched out of the Catholic Christian doctrine. Every single one of them. And that includes BHI, that includes Islam, all of that shit. More BHI. Because think about that. We're going to look at this in a different, from a different perspective. The opposite perspective. I know some of you guys ain't going to like it, man. Some of you are going to get offended with what I'm going to share with you. But I'm just going to throw these things out there as questions because we got to really look at them now. We have to really look at them now. So before we go any further, let me get going. What up, bro? Because I don't know, man. It's like too much information out there. Well, we're going to be ignorant now? No. Especially now is when we have to question it the most. Especially in these times. So without further ado, let me begin. I got this for you guys. This is interesting. I'm gonna show you guys some material, videos, and then maybe a video. All right, let's go.
Video. Good evening, godless sodomites. I'm bringing the truth, John. We're in Hollywood, the belly of the beast.
Reality television celebrates the human condition.
Listen. It warps the minds of our children and weakens the resolve of our allies.
The results are often dramatic and always unexpected. We're here to honor achievement in that category.
By giving you a golden idol to worship. Kneel before your God, Babylon!
Do you get it? You understand?
I'm very honored to be able to receive this amazing award from the depths of my soul. From the depths of my soul.
Why is your hand over your eye?
Because I'm a devil worshiper. What are you talking about?
We've all
All right,
seen
well, I have
that.
tickets to see the devil worshiper.
I'd like to thank the devil and all the dark lords.
Murder was the case. I want my shit to be about cutting a deal with the devil, then getting sentenced to the pen. Then the shit happened.
Bring your lifestyle to me, you make it better.
And how long will life be?
Eternal life and forever.
Also parts in the album where you speak to Lucy.
Yeah.
Lucifer.
Yep.
The devil. So you.
Yeah, man.
That one, you don't know that Lucy got you all your life. I watched you, and now you all grown up to sign this contract. If that's possible,
If you don't get this right now, I swear to Lucifer, I'm gonna. Did you sell your soul yet?
I'ma bring the cold. I sold my soul to the devil, and the price was cheap.
If I could go back, I never would have rapped. I sold my soul to the devil, I'll never get it back.
I'm in trouble, get a deal with the devil now. Pleaded with him, like, give me my soul.
To have my first record ever and selling my soul to Hollywood Records.
I sold my soul a good price, out of sight.
Biggest rumor though now that I sold my soul to Satan.
That I gotta sell my soul.
But that was a thing for a minute. Juice WRLD soul to soul, right?
Yeah. Man, he trying to sell his soul, man. Look, Juice selling his soul. They ain't take too long. Illuminati, man.
Did I sell my soul? I sold my soul for you.
Sold my soul to the devil. Well, needless to say, sold my soul.
Thank you to Satan for giving me inspiration on how to play this role.
Have we sold our soul to the devil? How else can you explain us being here?
Pay close attention to this video.
So we see what they say, right? Let me show you this. This is from my, Bible Dictionary, 1972, right? So this gets interesting because I had done a class on this name Odin it's Wooden, right? But let's continue in that vein. Sunday. Where does that come from? The name Sunday is derived from pagan sources, dividing the calendar into 7 weeks, 7-day weeks with the works of the Babylonian astrologers. From then, the plan went into Egypt, where the days were named for planets, one for the sun. By 250 AD, this method of reckoning time had become well established throughout the civilized world. You can reference that book. After Christianity had been planted in Northern Europe, the Teutonic people substituted the names of their gods for Egyptian titles. So we have Twice Day as Tuesday, Woodon's Day as Wednesday. Woodon's Day.
Who are you?
I've done some classes on that not too long ago. And then Thor Day as Thursday. But first it continued to be called Sun's Day. Sun's Day. Sun apostrophe S. Largely because Emperor Constantine, by royal decree in 321, made it Solstice Day. Day of the sun. Don't forget that. Day of the sun. Sun Day. Check this out. Who's this Wooden? Who's this Wooden character? See, this is Odin or Wooden. Mythology, so-called mythology from the north. Here's what I find interesting. It says that the German name for the day, Mittwoch, literally midweek, replaced the former name Wodenstag or Woden's Day in the 10th century. Similarly, the Yiddish, pay attention to this, word for Wednesday is Midvak, which is basically Midvak, I guess. That's how you say it, Midvak. Midvak. That's German. So see, Yiddish is German, basically, meaning and sounding a lot like the German word it came from. It's kind of clear in this. Anyways, the reason I showed you this was this is where, we get this name changing. And then Sunday, Constantine, you're going to see that often today. And something to do with Solus. Look, man, these are just questions that I want to put out there now. Because, I don't know. Man. It's kind of weird. I think when you guys see what I see, you may agree. You may just see what I see. Okay. This is from a book that I've showed you guys before. It's page 165. The Druidism. Okay. I showed you guys this before. The Ancient Faith of Britain. Now, on page 165, let me invite you to what it says. And we need to pay attention to this closely. Real closely, because this has to do with your, I think I could say maybe faith and what you believe in. We have to analyze everything that we're reading and believing. This is a serious question. Check this out. On page 165, yeah, I'll take you here. Let's just read it here. Valentine says that among the Irish, Hollow Mass Day is known as Samhain, That November was a month of mourning, being the season appointed by the Druids for the solemn intercession for the quick. Of the quick souls for the. Intercession of the quick for the souls of the dead, or those that had departed this life within the space of a year. The first day of November was dedicated to the angel presiding over the fruits, seeds, basically October 31st or November 1st or 2nd. Was therefore named Lamas Usal, the day of the apple fruit, and being pronounced Lamasul had been corrupted into Lamsbul, a name given to the composition made on this eve of roasted apple sugars and ale. The festival lasted until the beginning of December, which month was named Nalog, or the month of the newborn, from the Hebrew word Nola, to bring forth young. Hence the French word Noel, and the Irish Nolag, or Christmas Day. Now, in case you guys don't remember, there's a song called Noel. Noel, Noel, that shit. Noel. It's very, very popular name. Now, if we skip, you'll see on the bottom it says, so great was the hold of these ceremonies upon the people that the Christian priests were unable to abolish them. Let me read this to you. This is where it gets interesting. So great was the hold of these ceremonies upon the people that the Christian priests were unable to abolish them and therefore transfer them to Christian observance. Thus, St. John the Baptist day came, hold on, page 66, to be observed by the building up of the large fires of which bones form part of the constituents, I guess. Let me skip to, I'll skip here. The observance of the Judaical New Year on the 10th of March, I'll start here. The festival of the 25th of December also was celebrated by the Druids, both in Great Britain and Ireland, with great fires lighted on the tops of the hills, which were red lighted 12 days afterwards on what is known as the Feast of Epiphany. Mistletoes were involved. So we see that this Christian celebration of Christmas was a solemn practice among the Druids. Okay? Now, this is from, let me see if I have the window up. No, I don't. Hold on. Let me close this. Let me show you this book. This is a book called the New Scab Herzog Encyclopedia of Religious Knowledge, embracing the biblical, doctrinal, and practical theology, or biblical and theological and ecclesiastical biography from the earliest times to the present day. 1908. We're going to get into the word Christmas. I'm making some points here. Christmas, the supposed anniversary of the birth of Jesus Christ, occurring on December 25th. No sufficient data, however, exists for the determination of the month or the day of the event. You see this here? Efforts to reach a fixed date for Zechariah's administration and to combine this with the 6-month mentioned in connection with the Annunciation of Mary, has given no assured results. So he's kind of saying some people given hypotheses based on certain dates, supposedly. It says Hippolytus seems to have been the first to fix upon December 25th. He's the first one, supposedly. If you look through here, it literally tells you, like, what exactly is going on at this time regarding Christmas, so-called. Let me show you something real quick. This is from a link I have here. Bible Tools regarding truth about Christmas. So he's kind of going through this whole what encyclopedia says about Christmas. Okay? Let me just read this to you real quick. It says here, Christmas was not among the earliest festivals of the church. The first evidence of the feast is from Egypt. Pagan customs centering around the January calends gravitated to Christmas. We're going to see why. We're going to see why exactly. Jesus not born on December 25th. Jesus was not even born in the winter season. You see? But I want you to focus on the fact that this wasn't common. And we're going to run into this too, probably. And the actual encyclopedia we were reading out of, okay? The Scav Herzog, right? It says here, let's see, explains clearly in its article on Christmas how much the date of the festival depended upon the pagan Brumalia, December 25th, following the Saturnalia, December 17th through the 24th, and celebrating the shortest day in the year and the new sun. So you can see that this Christian practice has an obvious pagan root. Okay? Now we've talked about this before. This is nothing new. But I'm going to take you further. I'm going to take you further now into this. Because we see them. We see Christians celebrate this shit and do this shit, right? And they stand they stand on the New Testament ground. Well, we're going to get into that too. Because I got questions for that as well. I mean, man, it gets to the point, bro, where you want nothing to do with Christianity whatsoever. You guys are wicked ass people. Seriously. Especially you evangelicals. Cannot be accurately determined. The pagan Saturnalia and Brumalia were too deeply entrenched in the popular custom to be set aside by the Christian influence. The pagan festival, with its riot and merry-making, was so popular that the Christians were glad of an excuse to continue its celebration with little change in spirit and in manner. Christian preachers of the West and Near East protested against the unseemly frivolity with which Christ's birth was celebrated, while the Christians of Mesopotamia accused their Western brethren of idolatry and sun worship for adopting as Christians this pagan festival. And we're gonna see a video that talks about this whole division at this point, but where they must come to a unity at one point. And that's where you get Christianity. You know, after Constantine. It's clear here that this birth date, however you want to look at it, had everything to do with the sun worshiping concept, the sun god. That's really what it was always about. It's always been about that. Sol Victus, we're going to look at some pictures, is a prime example of what I'm fucking saying. But remember, these people had grown up in pagan customs, chief of which was this idolatrous festival of December 25th. It was a festival of merrymaking with its special spirit. They enjoyed it. They didn't want to give it up. Now, this same article in the same book that we're talking about explains how the recognition by Constantine of Sunday, which had been the day of pagan sun worship, Sunday, and how the influence of pagan Manichaeism, which identified the Son of God with the physical sun. See what I'm saying?
Who are you?
Gave these pagans of our 4th century, now turning over a wholesale to Christianity, their excuse for calling their pagan festival day of December 25th. Now, a lot of us will probably be like, man, yeah, man, I already know that, that's old news. No. But see, you're not being patient. You need to really sit back and figure out what I'm going to show you. Because this is probably going to offend your ass so much that you may unsubscribe. And that is how Christmas became fasting on our Western world. You see, if you're able to create these sorts of things around this particular belief, then you have to start questioning the source that they're using to use these things. And what other source are they questioning? Are they using the New Testament? So today, right now, I guess in a sense, I'm kind of questioning the New Testament. Because I'm going to show you how there's a lot of, look, I'm just going to show you. You know what I mean? I'm just going to show you. That's all I ever do. The real origin of Christmas. Let me see if I can read a little bit from this. If not, I'll go through. Let's read from here to here. Okay, it says here, from many ancient writings, considerable is learned of this man who started the great organized worldly apostasy from God that has dominated the world until now. Nimrod was so evil, it is said he married his own mother, whose name was Semiramis. After Nimrod's untimely death, his so-called mother wife, Semiramis, propagated the evil doctrine of the survival of Nimrod as a spirit being. She claimed a full-grown evergreen tree sprang overnight from a dead tree stump, which symbolized the spinning forth onto the new life of the dead Nimrod. On each anniversary of his birth, she claims Nimrod would visit the evergreen tree and leave gifts upon it. December 25th was the birthday of Nimrod. This is the real origin of the Christmas tree. Through her scheming and designing, Semiramis became the Babylonian queen of heaven, and Nimrod, under various names, became the divine son of heaven. Through the generations in this idolatrous worship, Nimrod became the false Messiah, son of Baal, the sun god. And this false Babylonian system, the mother and child, Semiramis and Nimrod, reborn, became chief objects of worship, the mother and child. Once again, Padre Hijo. And God is forgotten. We're seeing it again. This worship of mother and child spread over the world. The names varied in different countries and languages. In Egypt, it was Isis and Osiris. In Asia, Cybele and Dionysus. In pagan Rome, Fortuna and Jupiter. Even in Greece, China, Japan, Tibet, it is to be found the counterpart of the Madonna long before the birth of Christ. Right? Whew. Let me see if I can show you something real quick. Give me a second. Let me read this to you. I want to show this to you. I think this is important. This is from the newadvent.org, Catholic encyclopedia, basically. Okay. So this is what I did. I went here, and then I clicked on G. Then I clicked on, where are you? Hold on. I clicked on Gospel and Gospels. So now this is interesting. Okay? Look at this explanation. This is crazy. It says here. So that's why I say we have to really pay attention to what we are reading and believing in. And this goes for me too. The word gospel usually designates as a written records of Christ's words and deeds. It is very likely derived from the Anglo-Saxon god good and spell, to tell. Good spell. Gospel. A good spell, you're under a spell. And is generally treated as an abstract equivalent to the Greek evangelium. I want you to pay attention to what it's going to say here. It says the first 4 historical books of the New Testament are supplied with titles. Evangelium Kata Matthaian, like, it's talking about Matthew, Luke, Mark, and John, right? Which, however ancient, do not go back to their respective authors of those sacred writings. Like what?
Who are you?
And forgive me, maybe I'm just, illiterate like that. It hasn't been that long. But I guess I had to read this myself. So the first 4 books of the New Testament, they're however old, they don't come from the authors themselves. Basically saying that Matthew didn't write Matthew, Luke didn't write Luke, Mark didn't write Mark, John didn't write John. Or should I say it as a statement? As we go further into this, session here, you're going to see what I'm talking about. And it's not me questioning you, brothers, or anything, man. It's just look, first of all, I forgot to show you this video. But I've been saying this for a while. And again, I kind of look at it like this. If you can create a lot of doctrines of these books, then we need to look at the book. You know what I mean? We need to look at the book. A lot of crazy shit's coming out of this, like the New Testament. A lot of crazy, wicked-ass religions are using the New Testament. So I'm like, okay, well, let me look at the New Testament then. Not just look at the Bible, like actually look into history. Not just look at what they present to you, giving us the history of what's in the Bible, but outside of the book, of the New Testament, where it came from, blah, 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 all these things. And then, me, man, I start researching and I'm like, what the fuck? That's exactly what I'm going to show you. What the fuck? I'm not in this in this, I don't know, man. I'm not in this just to fucking be cool, bro. Like I really do care about doing the right thing. So you see this. Okay, so hold up. Like what the fuck? What? The origin? They don't go back to them. Okay, so let me continue with this, okay? I don't want to lose you on that. I just want to give you a glimpse of where this is going to go. Because we're approaching these so-called holidays again. And a lot of us, I think, me, myself, I sat here and criticized, so-called Christians, but yet I still, in a way, believe what Christians believe. So I have to reflect on that. Like, wait, hold on a second. Am I still a fucking Christian? Am I just a branch out of Christianity? You get what I'm saying? Have I been just a branch out of Christianity? Because I had to reflect on it. What am I really? Am I believing like a Christian? I just don't agree with everything they say. Well, I don't do everything they do. I mean, shit, man. Jehovah's Witnesses don't celebrate holidays. You know what I'm saying? But they're still a branch of Christianity.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
But see, I think I've shared this enough already. The whole point of Christmas. The whole point of Christmas. For me, these two things stood out. Good spell and the first 4 historical books, however ancient, do not go back to the respective authors of the sacred writings, meaning that Matthew, Luke, Mark, and John are not the authors of Matthew, Luke, Mark, and John. Now, I need you to understand what I'm saying, fam, because I've been a defender of this book. But at the same time, giving life to Christianity at the same way, because I don't know, man. Look, let me just continue showing you, because this is weird, bro. It's like when you start really looking at this stuff, like, what the fuck? Check this out. The page 97, I believe. Let me go back up here. The 197 or 97? No, 97. Hold on. Nah, it's not 97 here, dude. It's somewhere else. Hold on a second, family. If I can't find it, it's no big deal. It's like I start wondering, how is it that wicked people can hold on to something that should, you know what I mean? Like they should burn them in a way, you know, not necessarily physically, but like, how the fuck does wickedness surround certain things that you would think they should not be around or surrounded by those things? You would think not. You would think, how the fuck do they work in your favor in one way or another? Right, so what are we looking at? What exactly are we reading? Hold on, fam. Sorry, my bad. Maybe I passed it a long time ago. It's all good. Let me show you this, though. Because this is, I think, where we start getting really serious about sincere topics. And it's not just Christmas, because, you know, when you look at Christmas, yeah, that's something they created. Yeah. But you know what? It's more than just Christmas. It's more than just Christmas. It's more than the things that are being done outside of this book or these books that somehow, some way don't originate back to the authors. At least I'm dealing with the first 4 books right now. It says here on the, oh, my bad. The book is called Scotland, page 2007. Just found this to be very interesting. On page 22, it says this regarding Constantine, brand of Christianity, right? It says here, contrary to traditional belief, Emperor Constantine the Great, between 274 through 337 AD, did not embrace Christianity as a religion of Rome. Rather, he adapted Christianity into a new form that was actually related to the Syrian Sol Invictus. Yes, that's true. Cult of sun worship. Constantine redefined Jesus' birthday to comply with the sun festival of December 25th. This is why it's important that I went here first, because there's a reason for that. And substituted the sacred Sabbath Saturday with the Sunday. The high points of Judaic Christianity were conveniently merged with pagan tradition, which when you really, because see, I've read it. I've read the New Testament several times. So when I'm looking at some of these pagan traditions, that not people don't just practice, that is actually being said in this book or these books, you're like, what the fuck? The Persian cult of the Mithra, which stressed the concept of final judgment. And then that's not all, folks. Sol Invictus. Let me show you something real quick. I'll just have to come back to it. This is from a book that I have. I think I'm going to show you. I'm pretty sure I have it here. I think it's called Two Kingdoms. Page 50 something. Evolution of the picture of Christ. A pagan feature of the sun. That's not Christ, so-called Jesus. That's the Roman tradition of their idol. The face of the coin of Constantine. And then to the right, that's number 4. It says, number 3. He's talking about the coin. The reverse of the same coin showing a standing figure of the sun with rays from the head, right here, holding a globe in the left hand, pointing to the meridian with the right, with the inscription, Soli Invicto Comiti, the sun my invincible ally. And the 4 means a pretended picture of Christ, which is clearly but a combination of 1 and 3, showing the head and shoulders of the sun. Figure 1, see, basically he's talking about these two. That's it. Give me a second. Let me go back to the 26 before I forget. Hold on, fam. I just want to leave it there in case I forget. Okay, here we go. Okay. So we see this Sol Invictus, right? Check this out. I think this is 508. Yeah, there it goes right here. Check this out. So this is from the book, The Two Kingdoms, right? On page 508, the ruins of the Roman Empire. Son of Righteousness, S-U-N. Sorry, I don't want to get off. Oh, hold on. Let me see something. Matalis evictus solis. Same concept. It was a Mithra practice. And I think we're going to see that further down. Oh, don't freeze on me. Come on. We're going to see this further down. On page 508, watch what it says. It says, the images and pictures which had formerly represented the Son were adopted and transformed into representations of Christ. You see, the images and pictures which had formerly represented the Son were adopted, and transformed into representations of Christ. How easily this was accomplished can be discerned by an examination of the accompanying illustration. And such was the origin of the pictures of Christ, and especially of the nimbus and halo around the heads of them. Talk about this right here, which is the picture I showed you earlier. And by the way, this is all, a lot of Catholic practices is Mithra, which is basically what you guys are. And again, you know what? I want to rephrase that, because if I'm still a branch out of Christianity, that means I'm still dealing with your book. And I need to really sincerely ask myself that question. And I'm going to show you guys why I'm asking myself that question. Because I don't run from like, I don't know, man. Other people probably wouldn't even continue. You know what I'm saying? Like, sun worship of Augustus and Elagabalus. Okay, so we see that here. A lot of sun worshiping involved. It's a Mithra practice tradition. Okay. Give me a second. Oh, that's right. I passed it. Come on, bro. Come on, dude. All right. So we got, now I passed it. Okay. We're going to go to 213. Okay, that's enough. Okay, here we go. 213. Slow-po. 213. Let's read this. What? Oh, come on, man. Apparently there's a problem with this. I may have to close one of these. Hold on a second, fam. I may have to close one of these. Give me a moment. Come on, man. Let's go, bro. Okay, here we go. I think it's going to let us... What? Okay, here we go. You're going to let us read it now? Going to let us read it. Okay. 213. Others with great regard to good matters, it must be confessed, suppose that the Son is the God of the Christians, because it is a well-known fact that we pray towards the east, and because we make Sunday a day of festivity. What then? Do you do less than this? Do not many among you, within affectations of sometimes worshiping the heavenly bodies, likewise move your lips in the directions of the sunrise? It is you, at all events, who have admitted the sun into the calendar of the week, and you have selected its day, its preference to the preceding day, as the most suitable of the week for either an entire abstinence from the bath, or for its postponement until the evening, or for taking rest and banqueting. So you can see why. Look, I think a lot of us have seen this stuff. But I think a lot of us weren't willing to like say, like, what the fuck? What are you saying, bro? Like, what are you saying, bro? So check this out. I have this book here. Is it up? What's going on, bro? What's going on, bro? No, hold on, I have it. Let me close this other one. I don't think I need that one anymore. Watch this. This one's in Spanish, and it's an old one. Imagen de la Virgen María. This is, they're justifying the Virgin Mary image. It's written in 1648. So check this out. And it blew my mind because I happened to have a picture of this in my phone, and I was searching for the word soul on my phone, and I found it. And I remember this book. So it says here, you're going to see the word soul used in a lot of different ways. It's basically talking about the image of the Virgin Mary, right? Fundamento de la historia. Dice, siempre que contemplaba la santa imagen de la Virgen María, Madre de Dios de Guadalupe, mi señora, no solamente en las continuas asistencias de su santuario, sino en los efectuos aclamaciones de mi corazón, se me representaba la imagen, blah, blah, blah. You know, you see what I'm saying? So it's talking about this. It's basically, you know, imposing the concept of the Virgin Mary. Here's where it gets interesting here. It says here on page 6, estaba la mujer vestida de sol. See? And then, as I'm reading, check this out. Que había de gozar en rayos de otro sol verdadero y lucido con eficaces calores. Oh, I think so. Let me see this. Y lucido con eficaces calores, pues Cristo Sol divino misericordiosamente había de alumbrarla. Cristo Sol? Christ Son? Is that what we're doing now? This is in 1648. So even they called him Cristo Sol. Cristo puso en el sol su aliento o su asiento, something to that effect. And again, I just find it so awkward that it's like, I remember growing up, my mom would tell me who you socialize with, and I'll tell you who you are. Yeah, okay. And I'm like, bro, you guys are, okay. It says, en el sol estaba significado Cristo. You see that? En el sol estaba significado Cristo, basically. And you know, I translated some of these words from Italian to English, or Latin, I'm sorry, to English. And it's basically the same concept. En el sol estaba significado Cristo. Basically, you could see Christ in the Son itself. What are we talking about? And not just Christ, not supposedly Christ. It was also the Virgin Mary. If I can see it. Let me show you this video. Here it goes.
La Virgen de Guadalupe no bajó del cielo. Fue el invento más divino del imperio para someter con fe a los mexicas, aztecas, otomis, chichimecas, etc.
New Pope's prayer at the Vatican, his translator claimed Mary to be God.
And let us ask for this special grace from Mary, our God.
After all, who can blame the translator, since many Catholics, if not all, literally worship Mary?
The worship of any other than the true and living God is to worship a demon. You don't get to God by making an idol and doing the best you can.
The Roman Catholic Church teachings and doctrines will not lead you to believe otherwise, because they elevate Mary at the level of deity.
If her eyes are upon you, your salvation is assured. Now, think what that means. It means if she turns her gaze from you, you're toast.
Lucifer is a Latin name given to Satan by the Vatican. The Vatican's Douay-Rheims Bible commentary calls Lucifer the prince of devils. The Hebrew Bible simply calls Satan a false angel of light, a shining one. Lucifer in Latin means light bearer, not morning star. Satan Lucifer operates right under St. Peter's Basilica in Mausoleum U of the Vatican necropolis. The Vatican depicts Lucifer as a white rider on a white horse, as described in Revelation 6:2, the Roman Antichrist beast, conquering the world with false peace. Every Easter, their Pope invokes Satan right above Satan's office under St. Peter's Basilica.
Flammas eius, Lucifer matutinus inveniat. Ille inquam Lucifer qui nescit occasum, Christus filius tuus, qui regressus ab inferis, humano generis serenus illuxit. Et tecum vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum.
Now you know, the Vatican Christ is the son of Lucifer. The Vatican Trinity is the first person, their father Lucifer, the father of lies, the second person, the son of Lucifer, their false Christ, their vicar of Christ, the third person, their Holy Ghost, that is, their holy demon.
Many holidays, including Christmas, Easter, Halloween, and Valentine's Day, have pagan origins tied to ancient fertility rituals and sacrifices. These festivals were linked to seasonal changes, marking equinoxes and solstices. Halloween, Samhain, Sudfu Hamri, sign on October 31st, was a time of honoring the dead and making offerings. Valentine's Day, Lupercalia, on February 14th, involved sacrifices and raffling women for intimacy, leading to conception. Easter, rooted in fertility worship, followed in March or April, marking a time when pregnancies from earlier rituals would be evident. Christmas, originally Saturnalia Yule, falls on December 25th, aligning with the birth of children conceived during previous pagan festivals. This would link the cycles were designed so that children born from ritualistic unions would later be sacrificed in latter festivals. Because of their unholy origins and ties to false gods,
man, That's not even all, bro. That's not even all. Let me close this up. I've showed this to you guys before. Okay. These are certain, well, they find parts of the Gospels or found parts, right? So in this book, it's showing us only the four Gospels. A translation of the four Gospels from the Syriac of the Sinaiticus Palimpsest. This is from 1894. I've shared this book with you guys before. I looked through it all. Well, for the most part. And just going to show you I'm just going to let it speak for itself. I was astonished, I guess you could say. That's for lack of better words. I think it was worse. I couldn't really believe it. And then you find out later on that, like we read earlier, these came way later. They came way later, and they're not complete. So what I did is I went through the, let's say you could say I didn't read every single word for word. I skimmed through, you could say, of summarizing. But then when I would notice something awkward, then I would stop. Now we do see here, and appreciate the brothers that suggested this. I'm sure you're probably looking at it different than me. Maybe you're looking at it the same way, man. I don't know. I haven't talked to them after this. But here we see that, unlike the other translations, it says here that Jacob begot Joseph. Joseph, to whom was betrothed Mary, the virgin, begot Jesus. The other translations don't say that. Don't say that Joseph begot Jesus. They say Mary, but not Jesus. And I understand now why. Because they want the virgin birth. But that's not the purpose of me showing this. Just one thing. Here is why I really. This is when things started kind of pausing for a moment for me. When you go through this book, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, okay? There are some parts that are that are missing. Like, for example, on Matthew chapter 8, I believe. Chapter 9, chapter 7. It says that from Matthew chapter 6, verse 10, through Matthew chapter 8, verse 3, is on pages which have been lost from the original before John the Recluse used it in 778 AD. So in 778 AD is when they, I guess, made the adjustments to add chapter 6, 10 through chapter 8, 3. Basically, chapter 7 is missing. So it just skips. It goes from 5, skips 6 practically, doesn't have 7, missing 8, a little bit of it. I have a problem with that. I don't know about you, but I do. And then, not too far further, In many parts of this page, the writings have been completely scraped out with a knife. Matthew again. Now, Matthew 9 is missing verse 1, 2, 3, 4, basically, and some of the words in 5. No explanation. Same chapter, 10, 11, and maybe 1/3 of 12 is missing. Verse 34 is missing. Chapter 9. It's not just a few, it's like a lot. Let's see what else. Chapter 11, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, basically verses, about 6 verses they're missing. Look at all this. The end of chapter 11, choppy. The beginning of chapter 12, choppy as hell as well. From verse 1 through 12, maybe 11, sorry. Like, you know. And I'm trying to go through these quickly so I don't kind of, because I was going to say more things based on certain stuff that I had seen, but I just want to get to the point. Chapter 15, it says here that chapter 16 through verse 15 through chapter 17, verse 11 is lost. What the fuck?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Verse 21, gone. That's just Matthew. That's just Matthew. Chapter 20, 25, chapter 21 through 20, lost. What do you mean? Choppy. I know a lot of you guys are wondering, what am I saying? What's my point? Well, look what I'm fucking showing. Chapter 26, 1 through 17 verses, basically gone. Who made it look all pretty and nice for us? Where nothing's missing. Who decided to put those words? Lost, verse 8, I guess. Mark. This is even more interesting. Verse 1 through 11 are lost in Mark, in the first chapter. Verse 44 and on through chapter 2, verse 20, lost in Mark. Verse 17 through 41, lost in Mark. Verse 25 through chapter 6, verse 5, lost. Sorry, verse 27, my bad. I just wanted to, I want to show this to you, man, because this should matter to you. We say we ain't Christians, but when you see the stuff that I found, like, you're gonna be like, what the fuck? And that's just stuff that's missing from books that officially, historically, did come 100 years later or so, that were not written by these 4 individuals. If that offends you, then then don't hate the messenger, hate the message. Who are we to judge if we have flaws in this fucking so-called belief? Verse 29 through verse 11, between chapter 5 and 6, are gone. Who am I to judge, bro? Look at this. Messy, choppy. Wheel of Fortune. Might as well play Wheel of Fortune on this shit. Missing. Where are we at? We're in Luke now. Choppy. Luke is a little bit less missing in pages, I guess you could say. I saw that. What is this? And then when you realize how a lot of similar words like dove, baptism, what is it? Baptism, water. I said dove already. Yeah, I did. Like when you start looking at like some of the stuff that other pagans were doing, then you're like, what? It's in there. It's actually literally saying the same shit they're saying. Look, I mean, come on. This is in the book of John. Matter of fact, I think the book of John, the first part of John is missing. Hold on. Yeah, look, check it out. This is it. This is what I'm telling you. The first book of John, verse 1 through 24. It's fucking lost.
Where are you?
Once again, I bring your attention to the word gospel. It's an Anglo-Saxon word called good spell. Why? Because the first historical books of the New Testament are supplied with titles, blah, 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 which, however ancient, do not go back to the respective authors of the sacred writings. You see this? They do not go back to the authors of the sacred writings, meaning that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John did not write. But I do find in that book, or not, yeah, just in that book, or in, I guess you could say, in the traditions, but it's also in there, is Mithra practices and words and concepts. So I have to really wonder what are we doing here? Let me see if I can show you this. This is from Iranian Religions and Beliefs, Mithraism. Okay. Because this is basically what Romans would practice. Mithra is a prototype to Roman Mithras, to whom there are several hymns in Hindu and Zoroastrian holy texts. Right? So you see that. It has like Greco-Roman magical ideas and infusions of Hinduism. Okay. Watch this real quick. Roman Mithras was perhaps the greatest rival to early Christianity for many reasons. As well as being a popular pagan religion practiced by Roman army, Mithraism had many similarities. I want you to pay attention. Because it's not just the customs that people applied, that read the book, the New Testament, and said, oh, I'm just going to make this stuff up. No, there's other things that are in there. So it's missing information, and then it's got particular practices as well. Mithraism has many similarities to Christianity. Mithra, watch this. Mithra was born of a virgin, remained celibate. His worship involving baptism. The partaking of bread marked with the cross and a wine as sacrificial blood. What the fuck? Give me a second. I want you to let that sink in. Listen to what it says. Bread and wine. Baptism, bread, and wine. I'm going to show you something, family. Because I don't bring lies to you guys. In the New Testament, or all over the Bible, okay? Type in baptism. Watch this. You only find baptism in the New Testament. You don't find it anywhere else. So this is where I was like, what? We understand this whole concept here, born a virgin. Yeah, okay, cool. But then it says worship involving baptism. And this is what really struck me. Partaking of bread with wine. As a sacrificial blood. Held Sunday sacred. And Mithras was born December 25th. Now, you can say, yeah, that's an add-on, this and this right here. Yeah, but this isn't in there. This is not an add-on. That's in there. That's in the so-called New Testament. Take this bread, doesn't he say that? Eat this, my body. And as they were eating, Jesus took bread and blessed it and broke it and gave it to the disciples and said, take and eat, this is my blood. Look, I'm looking at things for what I read them with my eyes, and I'm like, what are you saying, bro? You see, before, when I did not know that had any connection with any paganistic concept, then I'm like, I took it for what it was worth. But now that I understand that, hold on a second, breaking your bread and eating wine, it was not, that shit is paganistic, Mithra concept. I'm telling you right now. Let me see if I can find a better one. There's a lot of breads here. We're going to go to the new right here. I could probably find it quicker. But the point being is that this is not new. Like, it wasn't like the Messiah said it for the first time. This is a pagan practice of breaking the bread, eating the wine, eating the bread, drinking the wine as a metaphor of drinking blood. For John Luke 7:37 for John the Baptist came neither eating bread nor drinking wine. I mean, that's not what I'm looking for, but do you guys get the point? And you have to ask yourself that stuff. First of all, baptism is not in the Old Testament; it's only in the New one. And then we read here that it says that wine and breaking bread and it's like a sacrificial concept of blood was like a Mithra practice. Fine. Exclude the December 25th, BS, and then the whole born of a virgin. But that shit right there. What do you mean, bro? Okay, fine. The Sunday concept, yeah, but you want to know something that's pretty weird. Called themselves brothers and were led by a priest called Father, Pater, Peter. The symbol of the father were a staff, a hook, sword, or a ring, and a hat. These similarities frightened the early Christian leaders that almost 500 years before the arrival of Christ, all of the Christian mysteries were already known. To combat this, Christian writers said that the devil knew that the coming of Christ in advance and had imitated them before they existed in order to denigrate them. As Christianity gained strength and became the formal religion of the Roman Empire, the cult of Mithra was one of the first pagan cults to come under attack in the 5th century. Temples of Mithra, like other pagan temples, were destroyed in the church that built them up. I mean, come on, man. It says it here once again, the newadvent.org. It says that the first 4 historical books of the New Testament are supplied with titles which, however ancient, do not go back to the respective authors of the sacred writings. So how can we trust these people when we see that within these testaments that these people put together have concept of Mithra? The description that Mithra involves partaking of bread marked with a cross and wine as sacrificial blood is not entirely accurate, blah, blah, blah. We just read it right fucking now.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Who are you?
You can't just ignore stuff like that. And of course they're going to say that because, people don't read. They don't want to read. They don't want to go further into this. So then I'm like, wait a minute, breaking bread. And I remember I did do it. I'm like, now I'm a little worried for myself. This is from a book of The Old Truth in New Light and an earnest endeavor to reconcile material science with spiritual science and with scripture. 1876. We're going to start reading from page... Here, let me show you this real quick. A cross, the emblem of regeneration. Now, that's another thing. The cross, this is nuts. The cross is pagan. Matter of fact, let me just take you through the first major point that I'm trying to make here, and then you can go back. Here, let's start off at page 378. We know that the allegories of baptism in its various forms is a very ancient rite and has been practiced in several Oriental countries. It was administered in a great variety of forms and with the use of different elements. Water was always the most common, but fire and air, wind, spirit, and ghost were also used. And both the living and the dead were made subject of the solemn and imposing ceremonies. Baptism by water is a very old rite being practiced by the followers of Zoroaster. We see that when John, right? When John baptized, so-called John baptized, I guess, Jesus, right? He comes in and he dips him in water, right? But check this out. This is where it gets interesting. By the Romans too, the Egyptians and other nations. It was also in vogue amongst the ancient Hindus at still earlier dates. Their mode of administering it was to dip the candidate for immersion 3 times in the watery element, in the same manner that is now administered by some of the Christian sects. During the performance, which the ceremony of Hierophants would ejaculate the following prayer. Ejaculate, that's crazy. O Lord, this man is pure, like the mud of the stream. But do thou cleanse and deliver his soul from sin as waters cleanse his body. They believe that water possessed the virtue of purifying both the body and the soul, and the latter for impurity and former from sins. But they were not aware that the water itself is but an emblem, right? So-called concept. Here's where it gets even more interesting. What is a master key is furnished by these Oriental religions for solving the mystery of this Christian ceremony. Among all nations from the very earliest period, water has been used as a species of religious sacrament, right? Because as it dipped from the clouds, it was observed to have the power of reviving the drooping nature and creating a new or regenerating, right? The whole vegetable kingdom in spring, it was here chosen as an emblem of spiritual regeneration and medium of baptism. I tell you, water was the element of by means of which everything was born, again through the agency of Eros, dove, or divine. This is where it gets even more interesting. Several of the ancient religious orders had the legend of a dove or white pigeon descending at baptism, a counterpart of the Spirit of God descending in bodily shape like a dove and alighting on the head of Christ while being baptized by John in Jordan. This is what I was saying. Matthew 3:15 says, and Jesus answering said unto him, suffer it to be so, for thus it becometh us to fulfill all righteousness. And he suffered him. And Jesus, when he was baptized, went and straightway out of the water, and lo, the heavens were open and unto him, and he saw the Spirit of God descending like a dove and lightning upon him. That's right out of that whole concept. So we have the dove concept, baptism concept, descending concept, dipping in water concept, not just people making it up, like you're reading it in these texts, and at the same time I'm showing you that some of these texts are missing information. When I had to really come to the conclusion that this is what we're looking at. And we need to stop ignoring that this is what we're looking at. Because if we're ignoring that this is what we're looking at, then we're just a branch out of Christianity. We're no different than them. We just don't agree with everything they say, but hey, we agree with it. No. You got to rip all that shit apart. Let's see. Hence, it is reported of Polycarp, Semiramis, Caesar, and others that at death their souls or spirits were seen to leave the body in bodily shape like a dove to ascend to heaven. The divine love or eros. Says Higgins was supposed to be by the Oriental heathen to descend often in the form of a dove to bless the candidate for baptism. You see this? And the dove stood for and represented amongst the Orientalists the second person of the Trinity, as it is said to do in the gospel of the story of Christ. Gospel or God, good spell. Here's another concept. You know how we're over here talking about, those old pagan religions. Those pagan religions, they believe God and the mother and the son. Well, Christianity is telling you the same shit. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Will you guys ever think about that, when they talk about the Holy Spirit, or say wisdom is like a female? So the Holy Spirit is kind of like a female concept behind it, because it's wisdom. Holy Spirit is wisdom, right? and other things too, but predominantly that's what it means, wisdom. So it's like the Father, the woman, and the Son. It's the same concept. What I got tired of is literally looking at the same thing that I'm criticizing and I'm saying I'm not part of, but yet I'm part of it. We got the symbol of water, right? Some streams were supposed to have more efficacy than others with symbolic rites. Hence, nearly all religious nations had their holy rivers, holy water, sacred pools. The Hindus resorted to the holy Ganges, the Egyptians to the holy Nile, the Chaldeans, the Persians to the holy Euphrates, the Greeks to the holy luster waters, and the Jews, Christians to the holy river Jordan. If Jordan was not called holy, it was undoubtedly considered so, else why did Elisha order Naaman to wash 7 times in that stream instead of Damascus, which was much nearer and more accessible? See? The Christians had the sacred pool of Bethesda and the Hindus had the Sahar. And then we get into the Trinity concept. And then the Trinity concept. I mean, unless we just want to be like everybody else, it says here the adoration, the 3 gods, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, becoming manifest to him, replied, "Learn, O devotee, that there is no real distinction between us." It's kind of like they took the concept of Jesus from the Druids and Vishnu or Krishna from the Hindus. That's where they got the whole concept of Jesus Christ. I'm not attacking anybody's belief, man. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. The concept, the triangle, hence the triangle was adopted by all ancient nations as a symbol of deity, embracing in terms the 3 stages of time, past, present, future. They were considered among all pagan nations as a chief of the mystical numbers because Aristotle remarks it contains within itself a beginning, a middle, and an end. Freemasonry concept, they believed in the Trinity as well. The number 3 is a big deal for them. So did the Talmud, all of this stuff. They all do. The Talmud believes in the Trinity. Of course they do. Got to consider what we're looking at. Let me see if I'm leaving anything out. Let me see if I'm leaving anything out. Nah, I don't believe so. I have this video to show you, family. It's a few minutes long. Just bear with me. Let's see if we can begin. Hopefully they don't tag me for it.
The Forbidden History of Christianity. How a pagan emperor rewrote the Bible. What if everything you've been told of the origins of Christianity is a carefully constructed lie? What if the religion that has shaped Western civilization for nearly 2 millennia wasn't born from divine revelation, but from the political ambition of a Roman emperor who needed to save his crumbling empire? Today, we're diving into one of history's most explosive secrets, a story so controversial that it's been buried for over 1,700 years. This isn't your typical Sunday school lesson. We're talking about forbidden manuscripts, political conspiracies, and religious cover-ups that reach all the way to the highest levels of the Vatican. By the end of this investigation, you'll never look at Christianity the same way again. But before we go any further, let me be crystal clear about something. This isn't an attack on faith itself. Millions of people find genuine meaning, purpose, and moral guidance in Christian teachings. What we're examining today is the historical reality behind how those teachings came to be. Because when you follow the evidence, when you dig beneath centuries of carefully crafted narratives, what you discover is absolutely mind-blowing. So grab a coffee, settle in, and prepare to have your worldview challenged. Because what I'm about to reveal will shake you to your core. Picture this. It's the year 312 AD, and the Roman Empire is literally falling apart at the seams. Not from barbarian invasions or economic collapse, but from something far more dangerous. Religious chaos. Across the empire, hundreds of different religious groups are at each other's throats. Presbyterial factions are fighting over which gods to worship. Mystery cults are spreading like wildfire. The empire that once conquered the known world through military might is now being torn apart by competing beliefs. Enter Constantine I. He's just become emperor, and he's facing the biggest challenge any Roman leader has ever confronted. His empire isn't just politically divided, it's spiritually shattered. And Constantine realizes something that will change the course of human history. If he can't unite his people under one religious banner, his empire will crumble into dust. But here's where the story gets really interesting. Constantine wasn't some deeply spiritual leader who experienced a divine vision. He was a calculating politician who understood that religion could be the ultimate tool of control. What he did next was nothing short of genius, and it involved the most audacious act of historical manipulation ever attempted. Now, I need you to understand something crucial. The Christianity you know today didn't exist in Constantine's time, not even close. What existed was a chaotic mess of competing religious groups, each with their own sacred texts, their own deities, and their own version of the truth. Some worshipped Mithra, a Persian god who was supposedly born of a virgin and died for humanity's sins. Others followed Krishna, an Eastern savior figure whose name literally translates to Christ in Sanskrit. Still others adhered to Druidic traditions from the British Isles, worshipping a deity called Jesus. Sound familiar? It should, because Constantine was about to combine all of these into something completely new.
The year is 325 AD, and we find ourselves in the imperial palace in the city of Nicaea. Christians from all across the Roman Empire and beyond are gathering, the largest assembly of believers ever. Thousands of elders and ordinary Christians, and over 200 overseers, leaders of their communities, are coming together.
Some of them have scars, missing eyes, lame legs. These are visible reminders of recent persecutions. These people are called the confessors, those who have endured tortures and time as slaves in the Roman mines because of their faith. Some have come from the deserts, having spent their lives praying in the caves of Egypt. Others are coming from across the Mediterranean, North Africa, Anatolia, the Middle East, Spain, Gaul, and even from Persia and Scythia. That's today's Crimea and wider Ukraine.
They're all here to resolve particular theological disagreements. There have been other disputes in the past resolved by these kinds of gatherings, but this time it's different. The vast assembly all suddenly rise. The Roman Emperor Constantine enters in purple robes and gold and precious stones. This is the Council of Nicaea.
100 years ago, Christianity was just another religion among many throughout the Roman Empire. How on earth did we get here?
This gathering in the city of Bithynia would become the most consequential religious meeting in human history. But it wasn't a spiritual awakening. It was a political power play of staggering proportions. Picture the scene. Nearly 300 religious leaders from across the empire converging on this ancient city, each carrying scrolls and texts representing their particular beliefs. They brought with them over 2,000 different religious documents, 2,000, each representing different gods, different saviors, different versions of divine truth. The diversity was staggering. The conflict was inevitable. These weren't refined theologians debating subtle points of doctrine. These were rough, often uneducated religious leaders representing the masses, teaching a wild mixture of legends, paradoxes, and competing beliefs. They'd been at war with each other for decades, sometimes literally. And now Constantine expected them to somehow agree on a single, unified religion. The debates were fierce. Personal agendas clashed with cultural traditions. Eastern mysticism battled Western pragmatism. At one point, 53 different deities were actually put forward as candidates for the new unified religion. 53. Zeus was on the table, so was Mithra, to Horus from Egypt, Krishna from India, even local tribal gods that most of the empire had never heard of. But Constantine held the ultimate authority, and his decision would echo through history in ways that still shape our world today. After intense deliberation, he made a choice that was pure political genius. He decided to combine elements from multiple traditions. The British Druidic deity Jesus would be merged with the Eastern savior god Krishna. The result, Jesus Christ, a hybrid deity designed to appeal to both Western and Eastern factions of his empire. The vote was incredibly close. 161 presbyters approved the decision. 157 opposed it. That's right. The foundation of Christianity, as we know it, was decided by a margin of just 4 votes. 4 votes that would reshape human civilization. But Constantine wasn't finished. Creating a new deity was just the beginning. He needed a scripture to go with it. So he turned to his advisor, Eusebius, with an instruction that would have profound consequences. Search through all these religious texts and take whatever is good from each one. Combine the best elements into a single book that will serve as the foundation for our new religion. This wasn't divine inspiration. This was religious engineering on a massive scale. Eusebius and his team of scribes began the monumental task of weaving together myths, legends, and teachings from dozens of different traditions. They borrowed the virgin birth narrative from Mithraism. They adapted resurrection stories from Egyptian mythology. They incorporated moral teachings from Greek philosophy. They even lifted entire passages from Hindu epics and Persian apocalyptic literature. The result was the first compilation of what would eventually become the New Testament. 50 beautifully crafted copies were produced and distributed throughout the empire. But here's the crucial point that most people don't understand. These weren't historical accounts of actual events. They were carefully constructed narratives designed to serve Constantine's political purposes. And it worked. Brilliantly. The new religion provided the unity Constantine desperately needed. Different factions could see elements of their own beliefs reflected in the new scripture. Eastern followers recognized Krishna-like qualities in the new Christ figure. Western adherents found familiar druidic elements. The empire finally had a unifying force. But the story doesn't end there, because what Constantine created was just the beginning. Over the following centuries, the church would continue to modify, edit, and expand these texts to serve its evolving needs. The New Testament you might have on your shelf today bears little resemblance to those original 50 copies that Eusebius created. How do we know all this? Because the evidence has been hiding in plain sight for over a century. In 1859, a German scholar named Constantine Tischendorf made a discovery that shook the foundations of Christianity. Deep in a monastery on the Sinai Peninsula, he found something extraordinary. The oldest complete Bible known to exist, the Codex Sinaiticus, dating back to the 4th century, just decades after Constantine's council. What Tischendorf discovered was earth-shattering. This ancient Bible was dramatically different from modern versions. Key stories that form the backbone of Christian belief were simply missing. The resurrection of Jesus, not there in the original version of Mark's Gospel. The ascension into heaven, absent from the earliest manuscripts.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Okay, it seems to be working. It almost seemed like my sound was off. Okay, so let me get going here, fam. I told you guys that we're doing a mini marathon. I want to get you guys ready for Saturday. It's gonna be a fire class. That will definitely be an interesting. Wow, should be an interesting live, man. You know what I'm saying? So we got another. I wanted to share that, but you know what? Let me just skip it because I think this is more where I wanted to be at. All right, let's go.
History.
When you pay close attention to what it's actually saying, you would not be so offended. Because it's historically proven that's kind of the way it went. A lot of us, including myself, just, I don't know, man. I wasn't, I didn't want to, I don't know. Not that I didn't want to look. I don't know, man. Like for some reason, I'm like, what the fuck? Let me consider this shit. Give me a moment. Where are you at? I'm looking for the word Jesus. Is this it? Let's see, hold on. That's one of them. Okay, this is what I wanted to look for. In the Freemason book encyclopedia I've showed you guys before, it also says something very interesting that is also in the books. But let's see if you see it. The Druids seek studiously for an oak tree, large and handsome, growing up with two principal arms in the form of a cross beside the main upright stem. If the two horizontal arms are not sufficiently adapted to the figure, they fasten a crossbeam to it. This tree they consecrate in this manner. Upon the right branch, they cut in the bark, in fair characters, the word Jesus, like the video was saying. Upon the middle of the upright stem, the word tamarisk. Upon the left branch, belanus. Over this above the going off the arms, they cut the name of Tao under all the same repeated Tao. This tree so inscribed, they make their Kabbalah in the grove, cathedral, or summer church towards which they direct their faces with the offices of religion. But you see how they worship a cross? This happened before Christianity went through the cross concept. And this is what I mean. This occurred, and they always worshiped somebody like on a cross, and they named him Jesus, and then all of a sudden in the New Testament it's saying the same thing. It's like it's too many things, man. Maybe I'm wrong. The concept of a cross. The Druids seek, we see that there. Cross of Constantine. We see that too. Passion cross, the cross on which Jesus suffered crucifixion. It is the most common form of the cross. You see the sun rays in the back. They expected a cross. They have a cross. They believe in their cross. They carry their cross in their neck. They celebrate December 25th. They can't explain to you why. Now you understand why? Let's see if I have this. Yeah, this is from Judaism, I believe. This is from the book Judaism, page 181. The close affinity between the doctrines of the newly established Christian faith, as taught by the early missionaries, and the beliefs of Judaism will warrant the assertion of several writers that the followers of the doctrine of the old religion were without difficulty persuaded to embrace Christianity, meaning a lot of similarities. What were some of the things that they liked? Sorry about this. Me making that sounds, family. My throat's hurting me. The cross as a symbol was known to and revered by the Druids, and their mode of consecrating in an oak was first to fasten a cross beam upon it if the two main horizontal arms were not sufficiently prominent. Upon his right branch, they cut in the bark a fair character, the word Jesus. Come on. You got to start really thinking about what are we looking at here? Because we do see that here, right? Check it out. See? Take up his cross. Take up his cross. It's only in the New Testament too, by the way. John 19:19. And Pilate wrote a title and put it on his cross. Put it on the cross. And writing was Jesus of Nazareth, Jesus of Nazareth, King of Jews. See, And this is what I mean by certain words are just not all over the book. Baptism, and you would think they would be, right? Like baptism is only in the New Testament, not in the New or the Old. Just like cross, it's only in the New Testament. So you start kind of you don't start kind of like you start wondering like, okay, what does this mean? If this was already before, pagans were embracing the concept of a cross, embracing the concept of baptism, embracing the concept of dipping in water, embracing the concept of breaking bread and drinking wine, embracing the concept of all of those things. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we ignoring then? We're trying to say we ain't Christians and shit, but we sure as hell we sound like it, believing the lie.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Who are you?
Look, maybe I was wrong. Because then all of a sudden I kind of was like, okay, let me read this again. Wisdom of Solomon 16 and 5 says, "But when the horrible fierceness of the beast came upon thee, and they were perished with stings of crooked serpents, thy wrath endured not forever, but they were troubled for a small season, that they might be admonished, having a sign of salvation, to put them in remembrance of the commandments of thy law." It's talking about the serpent concept, right? When they get stung in Exodus, right? "For he that turneth himself towards it was not saved by the thing that he saw, but by thee, that thou art the Savior." So they weren't cured because they looked at the bronze fucking serpent in Exodus, that Moses was told to put. They were saved because of who put it there, right? They were saved because of who put it there. Now, I remember, was it Numbers 21, I think? And this is where I started kind of wondering about, okay, well, if there's missing information, now I got to question certain things. Like questions that I've had before, right? Like in Numbers 21, it's talking about the bronze serpent, right? So people speak against God, yada, yada, yada. Let's start up in, let's say, verse 7. "Therefore the people came to Moses and said, We have sinned, and for we have spoken against the Lord and against thee. Pray unto the Lord that he take away the serpents from us." And Moses prayed for the people. So here we see, now they're like, oh shoot, we got serpents on us. Sorry, please, tell God, sorry. Okay. So then, and he's told to put a brass serpent. Verse 9. "And Moses made a serpent of brass and put it upon a pole, and it came to pass that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived." But remember, keep in mind the verse before in Wisdom of Solomon, it was not because of the brass or the serpent itself. It's because of, who made it, right? So, since Israelites tend to fall into idolatry often, and this is when it hit me. Okay. I go to 2 Kings chapter 18, verse 1. If you look at what it is, Hezekiah reigned in Judah. So he starts doing things that, the Lord appreciates, right? So 2 Kings 18:3, "And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, according to all that David his father did. He removed the high places." Pay attention to this. "He removed the high places and break the images and cut down the groves and break in pieces the brazen serpent that Moses had made." Now, why? Why? God said to make it. Remember in Wisdom of Solomon 16, it said that, it wasn't cured because they looked at the damn pole, bro. It was because of me, darn it. Well, if you read, it says, for unto those days the children of Israel did burn incense to it. And he called it Nehushtan. So then people were worshiping this serpent, this brazen serpent, this image, this pole, right? This pole, so to speak, this tree. Now they weren't even worried about God himself. Now they were just like, adoring this fucking thing, this pole. You know what I'm saying? But if you recall, Wisdom of Solomon 16, that's why he does emphasize this in verse 5 and 7. In verse 7, he says, it says, verse 7, it says, Wisdom of Solomon 16:7, for he that turneth himself towards it was not saved by the thing that he saw, but by thee that art the savior of all. Okay. So here we're seeing that the people forgot about that shit. And they're just like, man, I'm worshiping this damn brazen serpent. Or I'm sorry. What is it called? Where are you at? Yeah, brazen serpent. Let me just say that. Brazen serpent. Okay, so now he has to destroy this thing because obviously now they're forgetting what the hell they're worshiping. Okay, so this is where things get interesting to me. So I'm like, okay, hold on a second. So Numbers 21 says, put it up. Kings 18 says, nah, bro, put that shit down. And the Lord is happy with that. Because y'all were calling him God Nehushtan, okay? So then I'm thinking, okay, we have missing information, questioning, like, what the fuck are we really reading, okay? And then I'm reading this Old Testament now, and I'm like comparing certain things that I remember reading in the past, and then I'm looking at the New Testament, and I go, wait, hold on a second, slow your roll, suckers. Hold on. If God was happy with the fact that this brazen serpent was destroyed because people were, worshiping the image of it now, right? Obviously, he wouldn't want that to come back again, correct? Like that would, that's common sense.
Who are you?
He wouldn't want that shit to come back. It makes sense. Okay, so then that's why this is where I got a little bit on the baffled side. John 3:14, it says, and as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up. This is where I was like, wait, hold on. Because in reality, now people are worshiping this image. Whether you believe what I say or not, they worship the cross. They put it around their neck. They put it in the image in front of their door, in front of their rooms. They go to buildings and bend their knees and worship it. That's literally what is occurring today. The same thing that in 2 Kings 18 was like, yo, destroy that shit, because they're going to start worshiping the image. They don't even know what the hell the point is anymore. Yet here we see that he would want to be that image again. This is where I started kind of wondering, like, hold on a second, man. If these people are not giving us the whole entire source, or like, I need to start wondering, like, what am I exactly reading then? I'm being honest with you guys, man. I'm not joking around, because I have to ask myself, if the Messiah is all wisdom, again, I'm not like, completely doubting or anything. I'm just putting things to perspective here. If he's all wisdom, all understanding, why would he want to be the image that was destroyed in 2 Kings 18? That's what I'm saying. In 2 Kings, that image was destroyed. And God was happy with that shit. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, right here, like, yo, boom, done. You're done, bro. You're done. Never will you be called Nehushtan again. But then all of a sudden, all of a sudden, John 3:14, He's like, yo, I gotta be like that fucking same thing. No, why? As Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so the Son of Man must be lifted up. Why would you do that if it was destroyed in Second Kings? It wasn't good for us to have that. Obviously, we ended up the Israelites ended up worshiping that damn thing. I'm just, you know what I mean? I mean, come on, bro. When the video was going around saying that there's missing pieces in certain texts that are older, yes, like it's missing, man. It's missing a lot of shit. Like, look, the Gospel of John, verse 1 through 24. Okay, so basically, what it's saying is this part that every Christian loves to read, right? All of this right here, okay? Like all of this right here, okay? All of that is gone. Baptize thou then, if thou art not the Christ. Something to that effect. See this? What? What are we doing? Man, I'm not here to create a narrative, bro. At the beginning of, matter of fact, this brother once asked me this question, man, and I didn't answer you right. And you want to know something? I am so thankful that you asked me that question. I really am thankful, man. Because, at the end of the day, bro, this is what I'm about in this channel right here. In this channel, now I'll just skip this here. I'll say this part. Investigating biblical doctrines and destroying strongholds that are against the truth. Behold, I have made Ezekiel 3:8. Behold, I have made thy face strong against their face and thy forehead strong against their foreheads. That's what I do. And I do this walk in sincerity. I'm not trying to just create, havoc and shit. I'm literally just pointing out certain things that are just not they don't sit right with me as I'm exploring this book as well. So all of that is missing right there. That part right there bothered me a lot. That the whole verse 1 through 24 in the Gospel of John is missing. And then you keep going further, wherever you see the purple, I marked, like all of that shit is just missing stuff. And everybody, not everybody knows, obviously not, but it is very clear that the people that are in power have formulated a good spell that they prefer. You see, here in the book of John, chapter 28, verse 32 through chapter 29, verse 39 are lost. Wow, man. This is where it gets really interesting. Let me show you something quick. It's this one here. Oh, my bad. Hold up. Hold on a second. I think it's here. I passed it. Okay, here goes. So I think I did. I get it. Hold on. Slow down, bro. Slow down. My bad, family. I'm trying to get this fast and then. It just doesn't do it when I'm telling it to do it. I think it's see, you can see there's just stuff missing. And there's one where I think I was supposed to point it out. I might have forgotten about it, to be honest with you. Yeah. I'll bring it up another time. No big deal. As you can see, if the text didn't come from them, and then the texts that are there have missing information, I'm just, being sincere. Have we forgotten something? Have we forgotten something? Anyways, I am going to be, hold on, let me see if I got this here. I'm going to be showing you guys. Yeah, I mean, I brought up the Trinity concept a lot. I don't think that needs to be like constant reminder. What is clear is that a lot of within Christianity, like rosarios and the beads, prayers, all that stuff, that's not Christian. That's old school. That's like pagan stuff. Everything basically is of that flavor, of that connection, of that spirit, of that walk, of that thinking, that process, that type of mentality, that type of doctrine, pagan Addis and Christian Jesus, a super spurious connection. Yeah, you can say that. You can honestly say that. Let me see this. Well, I can't hear that. That is an interesting thing.
The pagan Addis and Christian Jesus.
Hold on.
A spurious connection? Recently, it has been popular to suggest in some circles that Christianity was influenced or even derived from.
I never listened to that, so I'm not going to put you guys through that misery in case it sucks. It could be good, but I didn't listen to it. Mysterious religions and Christianity. Many mystery religions arose during the Hellenistic period and continued into the Roman period until about the 5th century, when most pagan traditions in the Roman Empire were replaced by Christianity. They were replaced by Christianity, but the practices didn't necessarily disappear. And that's what we're talking about. Where, I do believe that, yeah, they prepped us for that shit. This is Addis of Phrygia, who I just mentioned earlier, right? The connection between the two, pagan Addis and Christians, and Jesus. Addis was born December 25th, the Virgin Nana. He was considered the savior who was slain for the salvation of mankind. His body as bread was eaten by his worshippers, just like how I showed you in the other link regarding Mithraism. In Mithraism, that was the practice. You break bread and drink wine, and that was the consecration of blood, like real shit. His priests were eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven. He was both the divine Son and the Father, total Christianity. On Black Friday, he was crucified on a tree. That's Judaism again, which his body blood ran down to redeem the earth. He descended into the underworld. After 3 days, Addis was resurrected on March 25th, as the tradition held that Jesus as the Most High God. Addis was represented as a man tied to a tree, at the foot of which was a lamb, and without a doubt also a man nailed to a tree. On March 22nd, the pine tree fell, and the effigy of God was affixed to it, thus being slain and hung on a tree. Shepherd boy does. So you guys see what I mean. So many similarities have, and again, look, again, this is from the Gospels of Gospels. This is from Catholic Encyclopedia. They tell you themselves that the Gospels basically come from good spell. And they remind us that the first four historical books of the New Testament are supplied with titles, which, however ancient, do not go back to the respective authors of the sacred writings. So basically, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were not written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I guess you could call them, do it nowadays, ghostwriters. Was that what we're looking at? I mean, why would they? Let's say that they did give us a fake book. The fake New Testament. Let's say they did that. What would be the purpose? I believe, if that was really the case, it's because they still want to be the in between. You know what I mean? That was always the fight. Being the in between. That's what I think. But hey, what do I know? All right, fam. Again, I just wanted to see what you guys have to say about that. Put your comments out there. Let me know what you think. All right. Okay, let's move on. We're gonna finish in a few hours. All right, we're just getting through some of the videos. I'm going back through some history as well. On this because trust and belief, family. We're gonna deep dive on Saturday as well. I got more documentation. I'm gonna go over the parables, where they came from, exactly where they came from, so then we can understand how they were able to put together this gospel. Okay, again, it's nothing about. I grew up in this. Do you understand? I grew up reading this book. I didn't, and I never intended to, be here. But I guess this is what's led me to be here. Let's continue. Just wish it would automatically work, and I wish I didn't have to do this crap, man. Apparently, I have to. So, my gente, appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate you guys here. Presente Juan Moa, Julio Cervantes, and Shalom family. All right, let me check you in real quick. All will be revealed is stopping by. Keep an ear out for the audio. Yes, please. Let me know. Let him know. Let him know, Ak! For the algorithm. Yeah, man, hit them likes because that's kind of technically how it works. All right, so again, as I was saying, some of you brothers are new to this channel, and I want you to be very mindful. I'm going to show you some stuff. You may be offended. If you guys are still believing in, because I know the Virgin Mary thing, man, that's heavy. We're going to talk about that right now. There's going to definitely have to be like a 2-class deal, because we're going to touch on several books, and it's really regarding the topic, rebellious wicked roots. So in case you guys, the scriptures are always reminding us of something to do with roots, planting, trees, teaching, wisdom, all of that. Generations, a seed comes from the man, all of that stuff, right? In the first chapter, we are told, stay away from a particular tree. Now, I know that we get into these classes about Canaan and, Edom and all these Khazars and whatever. But behind all of this, behind all of them, I should say, we have the principalities and powers. We have the wicked tree. That's the first thing that the Most High said, stay away from that tree. Now, I'm going to show you a variety of pictures, and I'm going to show you some books about trees. We're going to talk about trees. We're going to see a lot of trees today. I think it's important to touch it, family. I think it's so important to touch it. Let's start off with this, man. Let's begin. All right, let's begin. Genesis chapter 3, verse 3 says, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God had said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. Lest ye die. Let me see if I can also use this example here, because I know I may have to do that too. Give me a second, family. Probably right here. Go here. King James. All right. Let's see if we can make it work like this. Take advantage of this cameras. All right. So the camera's a little off. Wait, I don't want to move it. Maybe I could. Give me a second. Let me see something. I don't want to mess it up, man, because I already got to this point. Okay. All right. Here we go. So now we have here. Let's go to it real quick. We're going to ignore the verse of the day. I know that we were going to touch on that, but let's begin here. It says here, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God had said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. Now, you guys have probably read this chapter. I'll tell you this right now, Genesis is a very heavy book. If you really want to learn, stay away from Genesis and Revelations. If you're new to this whole thing, learn the basics. So if you read this chapter, you're gonna find out exactly, and then don't be confused with all these things. These are very parabolic. Okay. Now, in the same chapter, it also says this. It says, verse 15, Genesis 3:15, and I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed, and it shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. There's a lot in here. There's a reason why I'm bringing this up too. So now we see a tree in the midst. Then it says there's going to be a division between thee and the woman, and then the seed and her seed. Now, keep in mind that this is Adam's time, not Noah's yet. So we know that since Adam, this was known, that of the woman would come a seed. Okay? This is well known in ancient times as well. If you guys really pay attention, I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and thy seed, and between thy seed and her seed. And it shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. So now, I'm bringing up woman, seed, and the tree. Woman, seed, and the tree. Woman, seed, in the tree. Now, let me show you some of these verses over here real quick. Because we're talking about trees, right? Every year, Christians, I think everybody all over the world now preps for a Christmas tree. Every year. From January all the way through December. Christmas holidays, Christmas bonus, Christmas vacations. Matter of fact, as your year goes, you increment vacation time. So by the time you get to Christmas, you have so hours of vacation time. So the entire world is driven off a tree. What you want me to tell you? Especially in America. Now, I'm saying Psalms 115. What am I doing? Psalms 115. I'll show you this real quick. And I know that we walk over these things because we know we have a life, man. We live and, we got bills to pay, and a lot of us have kids, and we don't really put thought too much into it, man. But your idols are silver and gold. You prep for this holiday all year. Family, doesn't our gente prep for this holiday all year? That's what they do. Psalms 115 verse 4 says, their idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. Now, I'm going to tell you something. When I was in that world, it was a routine eventually. I had to set up the Christmas lights, whatever, all that shit. We called the kids happy. Then I had to, because I wasn't making money then. I had to put layaway, man, since August, dude. If I could, I'll do it in May. And, you try real hard to fit in, and those days where you have the Christmas parties and you want to dress up nice and smell good, and you want to show your family, look at my family. We're doing well. We're prospering. Their idols are silver and gold, work of men's hands. These same things, they have mouths, but they speak not. No, Christmas trees don't speak, but people adore them and adorn them. El niño Dios, remember, in Mexico, they put the little baby in a nativity. He doesn't talk. Eyes have they, but they see not. Very true. They're painted. They have ears, but they hear not. Noses have they, but they smell not. Same thing with the Virgen María, the Queen of Heaven, la Reina de los Cielos. She has a mouth. She has eyes. They say she bleeds. And she's painted with silver and gold in some cases. In most cases, green and yellow. My favorite colors, as you can see. They have ears, but they hear not. Noses they have, but they smell not. They have hands, but they handle not. Feet have they, but they walk not. Neither speak they through their throat. They that make them are like unto them. So is everyone that trusted in them. You're vain. You're full of vanity. You're a mockery. Those things can't hear. They can't speak. They can't see. They can't think. Neither can they do anything for you. But yet there you are, carrying and crawling your ass all the way through. December 12th is a big day for Raza. It's a day where they go and worship this Queen of Heaven. Every year, we prepare for the same holidays constantly. And for some reason, you guys don't understand why you're doing it. Have any of you guys ever thought why you celebrate Christmas? You guys that are new, that are still kind of wondering, have you ever thought why you celebrate Christmas? Do you guys really know the history? Oh, I seen it on YouTube. Have you studied it? We're going to find out today. And for you guys that claim that you love the Most High and say you love the Most High, and I do it for family. No. I'm going to show you something so embarrassing right now. Because we know for a fact that Jeremiah says it very clearly. And for you guys that don't know, I understand. We're going to touch on a couple things regarding Christmas and La Virgen Maria and all that. I think it's a 2-day session, family. Jeremiah 10 says, verse 2, thus say the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heavens are dismayed at them. It's not our job to be focusing on the suns and the moons and the stars. And I'm going to show you something that you guys keep ignoring. You Queen of Heaven lovers, you Virgen Marias, you guys that have the tattoos on your chest and shit. I'm sorry to tell you. Just like me, I have Coleco in my back. I was stupid like that. And it relates. Coleco. It relates to Virgen Maria. You see, so I was dumb like that too, So it says here, don't be dismayed at them. Now, why do I mention Virgen Maria and the moon and stars? Because as you see pictures, she's there. And also this too. For the customs of the people are vain. Why is that? For one cutteth the tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workman, with an axe. So he cuts the tree out of the forest with an axe. Then, because it's a vain custom, it can't just have a green tree there. It's going to look ridiculous. They deck it with silver and with gold. How funny are we that we are trees and we deck ourselves with silver and with gold, but never deck ourselves within ourselves to get rid of all of that wickedness within ourselves. No, we deck ourselves with silver and gold to cover up our bullshit. Then they fasten it with nails and with hammers. They move not. They are upright as palm trees. Why they call them palm trees? You're going to find out why. But speak not. They must needs be born because they cannot go. Be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil. Neither also is it in them to do good. So why do it? Why? Because vanity is a sin. Don't forget that. So if you say, oh, well, it says not to be good, it's not bad. Well, it says the customs of the people are vain. Vanity is a sin. Watch this. Watch how ridiculous this is. And it tells us in our face, right? For as much as there is none like unto thee, O Lord, thou art great, and thy name is great in might. Even then, we still don't care. We want to do other things. Who would not fear thee, O kings of nations? For to thee doth it appertain. For as much as among all the wise men of the nations and all their kingdoms, there is none like unto thee. No matter how smart you people are, you just never get it. That's why I sometimes tell you, some of the brothers that I get to talk to, that I've spoken to, I have visors in my. I feel like I got visors, man. Like I hear y'all. I know what you're saying, but I'm not. No. It's easy to waver if you're not rooted, which is why it said, out of those trees, don't mess with that one, because that means there's a potentiality that you will want to go to it. You guys forget that too. That's why it's been told, hey, listen, don't touch that fire because it looks attractive and it's going to burn your hand if you do. So don't mess with that tree because it looks very pleasing to the mind. I'll show you why. Then it says here, but they are together brutish and foolish. Why is that? The stock is a doctrine of vanities. Remember, silver and gold. And then you have your stockings, your little Christmas socks, your doctrines of vanity. All it is vanity. Sorry to tell you. Now, again, I know I'm going to hurt some feelings, but I'm not here to sugarcoat your shit. If you're here to watch this, it's because you want to learn. And if not, man, go be a Christian. Go love that Jesus. I'm going to show you that name too. It's scary as hell. Jesus. With an H. Damn.
Who are you?
That's what I'm telling you, bro. Now I got you guys really confused. You're like, wait a minute, don't you teach it? Family, you got to pay attention. That's why it's good. It's important not to just listen to me. You have to read the book. You have to study the words, because the translation, you cannot count on them only. You're going to find out why. I'm going to probably confuse a lot of people today, and it's meant to be that way. How rooted are you? How rooted are you to handle this? Because a lot of you guys don't care if the Bible says, our scrolls say literally, do not follow the heathens. No. You got, I don't know about you, Infinite, if you're still here, but you got Infinite, who I think, if I'm not mistaken, he says he celebrates Christmas. I'm not pointing you out, but you did admit it. If it was anyone else, I would have said it too. Right? So that is what we need to sever. How much do you really understand of what you're supposed to do and not do? Because within our scrolls, it tells us, don't do this, don't do that, because you'll end up doing this. I'll give you an example of what you'll end up doing. One thing that I did when I was a broke dummy. Check this out. It even says it here in the scriptures, man. I couldn't believe it when I read it. I couldn't believe it, man. I couldn't believe it. I was like, bro, this is crazy. Can't believe it. Is it Isaiah 40? Am I looking for Isaiah 40? Yep. Isaiah 40, verse 19. Watch what it says here, okay? It says, the workman melted a graven image, and the goldsmith spread it over with gold, and cast it silver chains. So if you really understand, it's like gold plated. Fake shit, right? All right. He that is so impoverished, so I'll say it like this. He is so impoverished that he had no oblation, meaning no offerings, chooseth a tree that will not rot. Man, you know what that means?
Who are you?
These cheap Christmas trees. These right here. These plastic ones that you guys are still buying because you can't afford a real one. For real. So you go, your ass is so broke, you are so broke that you'll buy yourself an artificial tree because you're so broke. And the scriptures even say it here that you're going to do that. It says here, he is so impoverished because he has nothing to offer. He chooses a tree that is not going to rot. Why? Because he can't afford a real one. So he goes and buys a plastic one. Seek it unto him, a cunning workman to prepare a graven image that will not move. Again, come on, family. Come on. Literally, it tells you right here. A gold-plated chain, because you broke. Oh, I got to give my wife something. It ain't real gold, but hey, I got me a Christmas tree, babe. Look, it's made out of plastic. He is so impoverished. He got nothing to offer because that's oblations. That's what it means. Watch oblations. Watch oblation. Meaning, what is this? It means oblation, like a term particular ancestral use for solemn offering, sacrifice, right? So your ass got nothing. You can't afford nothing because you got no money, right? You broke. You trying to fit with the Joneses. You want to match up to everybody else. You want to get ready for all of these damn stupid holidays. You're so impoverished and you got nothing to offer that you go and buy yourself a fake ass tree that won't rot. Why? So you could use it every stupid year. Because you know why? Because I did it. Hey, look, babe, why don't we buy this tree and we could use it every year and we don't got to spend money every year on a new Christmas tree? Because I'm sure now they're expensive, right? A nice one, like you guys go all out 8 feet tall, right? Listen, man, our scrolls don't lie, family. He that is so impoverished that he had no oblation chooseth a tree that will not rot. Pagan holidays are for heathens only, family. Straight up to that. And here we clearly see that if you are not really, if you say you're a man of the Most High and you don't do as the Most High says to do or not do, then guess what? You're a freaking witch. Oh, you don't think so? Yeah, because rebellion is as witchcraft. For rebellion is as sin, is as the sin of witchcraft. Oh, shoot. And stubbornness, listen, like I told my mom, por favor, ya no haces eso, no hagas eso, no sé, da. No, es costumbre, es costumbre. I'm for my family. Listen, family, you know what's so sad? I'm going to tell you something, man. This is a sad part. Right? This whole week, right? Because my wife, I'm going to share something personal. It's not too personal, but, my wife loves her family. Man. They're real close to all of them. And this whole week, right? She hasn't seen them nor talked to them. You know why? Because they're too busy for Christmas. That's why. They're too busy for Christmas. My wife wanted to go visit and said, yeah, I know you guys are doing your things. My son wanted to go see you. I mean, it was crazy, family. But you see, this is why it's important to understand that what is these trees that we're following? Scripture clearly said there's a tree that you guys need to stay away from. Like, clearly stay away from that tree. Right? It's not an apple, fam. It's like, it's not a real apple. Stop it. Stop Christianity out of your head. Get out of your head. It's not Christianity. Okay? because of the fact that these spirits fly around, my son started noticing how these kids were getting all about, oh, it's my toys now. Oh, it's my rules. This is my house. And they're like, what? See, we don't raise our children to be that way. Their spirit started changing. And they don't even want to, they haven't even talked to my wife. All because why? Because of a freaking tree? These are the same people that say they're not religious. They don't believe in God, but then they go and celebrate Christmas. And we're like, well, Christmas technically is like Christianity. You're not a Christian. Oh, well, it's about family. Again, for rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft. And stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. Why? Because it's me. Me. You can't tell me what to do. I don't care what the Bible says. I want to do it. I want to feel good. It's my holiday. Because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord, of the Most High, the Ancient of Days. He has also rejected thee from being king. Oh, damn. Yeah, I want a plastic tree forever? Go ahead. Go ahead. You guys think that these spirits don't affect you. They do, fam. Who brought this to us? I mean, come on. I'm gonna embarrass you guys. And you guys that believe that the Virgen Maria se apareció en Juan Diego and it was, oh my God, no, it was painted. It was painted. As we go forward, I'm gonna show you this book right here. As we go forward. Okay. And here it's talking about one famous, it's funny how this whole thing connects. The same Fray Sumarraga, who taught all of natives only the Christian compendium, the Ave Maria, Credo, Padre Nuestro, all that stupidity, Rosario, right? All of that was the same one that said he saw the vision of the Virgin Mary in 1531. Hey, for real. It's a family gathering. Yet for the other 360 days, not probably, bro. No. Oh, listen. It's freaking true, man. They don't even call each other, bro. Es bola de pen, güey. En serio pedo, homie. You know damn well raza is like that? I say, güey. You know the only reason he's doing is because he's probably cheating or lying or stealing. That's how we are. Let's be real. You don't even get along with your fucking brother. Excuse my language. You don't get along with each other. Ay, pero Navidad, ¿cómo extraño a Carlitos? Ah, quiero ver a Javier. Ay, pero posiblemente este año José vaya a cambiar, bro. And then what ends up happening? Christmas, drinking, fighting. Tell me I'm wrong.
Who are you?
The same ones that go out of their way to buy plastic trees because they're broke as hell, have nothing to offer their children. All year, you guys go drunk, hang out with your friends. Hey, vamos con los compadres, güey. And then you want to make it up in Christmas. Scripture said, rebellion is as witchcraft and stubbornness is as idolatry. If you're stubborn, that means you are your God. I don't know what to tell you, family. And you're going to find out some things. The Virgen Maria was painted because our gente, the Tarascanos, were excellent painters. And they used to paint with flowers. La Virgen Maria was a pintura, güeyes. It wasn't no image. And that image was created a long time ago. And that guy, Capori, whatever, was in 1300. He had seen the same picture. It was recreated. We are going through the same thing over and over and over again. And we keep telling you, every now and then, some of us like me, show up and tell you, listen, change your ways. Shut up. You're not dark enough. Deuteronomy 18:10 says, there shall not be found among you any one that maketh his son or his daughter pass through the fire, or that useth divination. You know, the Rosario is something like that. Or an observer of time, those horoscopes. Or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer. Rosarios are charms, family. Or a consulter with familiar spirits, because that's what you do. You're doing the passage, right? You're doing the Rosario for their passage. I said, you're praying to the Virgen Maria, the Queen of Heaven, to help this dead person get to heaven. You're praying. You're praying for your dead to go and be watched over, and you're enchanting. You're an enchanter. You're using divinations. You're using charms. You're consulting a spirit, because the Queen of Heaven's Bible says don't follow, and the Messiah never honored his mom like that. Matter of fact, when she showed up, hey, where's he at? Where's my son? I'm like, yo, man, they're looking for you. She twice asked for him, and then he says, this is my mom and my brothers, the people sitting here with me. He totally ignored her. So that means two things. One, that she's not significant like you Christians like to put her, or Catholics specifically, or Raza specifically. And number two, family, she didn't believe him. Gotcha, bitch. She didn't believe him, because if she would have believed him, she would have been there studying, and he would. My mother, with me. No, she was out there knocking while he was in the synagogue. So tell me, does she believe? No. Oh yeah, it's repetitious prayers. Scriptures clearly say, don't do that. What was that? Hey, shalom, Kwam. Shalom, brother. Yep, I told my family when I die, I don't want. Hey, no joke, bro, because that's what they're doing. They're praying for your passage, and I don't know, man. Don't pray for me like that. They brought that filthy paganism over here. Let's shove it back in their throats for real. I'm gonna show you how. Man. I'm gonna show you how. This is not hate, family. This is actually love, because listen, we all work hard. We all want the best for our families. But damn, bro, this shit's got to stop. Do you know how you actually stop this? Not with guns, not with money. By not doing their ways. You see, the moment you stop celebrating their Christmas, their holidays, you eat at their money. When you start celebrating the scripts, the holidays of the scrolls that are commanded, they don't make money off of that. You see, they're contrary to every way of the Lord. Contrary to every way of the Lord. So, the first thing y'all got to do, I know it sounds weird. I know it sounds like that's not true. Yeah. Let's put it this way. If you want to stop being an alcoholic, just for example, the first thing is you stop drinking. I mean, it's not complicated. You know what I mean? Like, you stop drinking. Now, I know the complication behind it. I can, because, addiction, whatever. I get it. But just bottom line is stop drinking. Like, for example, you want to be successful, right? You want to make money? All right. Very simple. Show up to work. All right. You don't want to deal with the laws anymore? You don't want to go to jail? Okay. Stop breaking the law. Seriously. It's that simple. But we complicate shit. Excuse my language. So, when I say stop doing the things that they do, Christmas, it's not just a money thing. It's a spiritual demon that loves that spiritual capital. You are capitalist spiritually. By you consuming their ways into their things, celebrating into their holidays, accepting the way they live, you keep feeding the beast. It's that simple. So when you stop celebrating Christmas, that means you don't buy gifts and feed the beast. When you stop celebrating these things that they do, or stop voting because it doesn't even benefit you anyways, that's when you stop separating yourself. You become not of the world. Because guess what? And a lot of you are not going to like that life. You're going to, well, what am I going to do? What am I going to celebrate? What are my kids going to say? Yeah, then you're weak. That's it. Then you're not a man. Or you're not a woman. Or you're not of God. Or you're not his child. It's that simple. It's not complicated, family. When the moment, look, so for some of us, it's easier to do certain things. Some of us, it's harder, right? Like for me, the moment I was told it's not lawful to eat pork, I was like, well, that makes sense because I always kind of thought. Because I mean, I read about animals. I liked animals. Like, I like to study them at least. And I was like, well, pork, that's all they do. They're here to eat our shit. Then the Bible says, don't eat pork. I was like, oh, that makes sense. Don't eat shrimp. Well, because they're the cockroaches of the sea. And I know that because as you can see, I'm really into freshwater, saltwater specifically, but this is freshwater, so I don't stress over it. I know that shrimp eat the shit of the floors. So it's like, yeah, you're right. I don't need that. But for some of you guys, you're stuck in these Christmas ways and in this Virgen Maria ways. You still have your chains. You still have your crosses. You still have your tattoos. You better cover them or get rid of them. Because you are still a divination. You're using observer. You're an observer of times. You're an enchanter. You technically are a witch because you're being rebellious. Charmer, consultant for familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. Every year when somebody dies, they do the rosario. Isn't that a necromancer? What is a necromancer? Let's look it up. Show you. Necromancer is a person who uses witchcraft or sorcery, especially to reanimate dead people or to foretell the future by communicating with them. Listen, if you're doing the rosario on a yearly basis for your dead families or dead homies, you're enchanting familiar spirits. You want me to tell you? Scripture's on life, man. Show you something real quick. Give me this one real quick. I'm gonna show you this. Leviticus 20. Yeah, man, this gotta be brought out, bro, because this is actually what's keeping us where we're at. I know you guys think it's the economy. You got no. It's your damn sins, bro. It's our damn contribution to this spiritual society. Leviticus 20:26 says, "And ye shall be holy unto me." Means separate. It means that all we're about is this. If you're not about this, then you're not about nothing. It's either this or go back to the world, do the routine, pay your bills, get a job, go to vacation, travel, do that. If it's either that or this. It's not complicated. And as you can see, I'm not surprised, but I am somewhat surprised. Because when you talk about these topics, especially with raza, it hurts your feelings. Because you love that Virgen too much. Oh, mi Virgencita María, no hables de ella, cabrón. Get out of here. Unsubscribe. You're in the wrong place. Because if you're Argente and you're worshiping that demon, then you're causing issues. Because whatever you eat, I eat. I know it sounds weird, but collectively we fell. So in a sense, collectively we gotta grow together. And ye shall be holy unto me, for I, the Lord, am holy, and have served you. Have severed you from other people, that ye should be mine. So you see that? He severed us from other people. Why are you guys doing what other people are doing? No, and the only reason you're doing it still is because you don't believe that you're of the Lord. And I'll tell you what, you know what it is too? You're saying to yourselves, what if he's lying? What if I'm not? What's worse? I mean, if at the end of the day it's like, oh, it's only faith, you don't have to keep the laws. I mean, I'm not sacrificing animals. I'm just trying not to sin. Would God be that mad at me? I don't know. I don't think so. But if you got nothing to show for it, you never try not to sin. You're still in lusting, getting laid left and right, getting drunk, whatever, thinking he'll forgive me at the end because, God loves everybody. He loves sinners. What if I'm not wrong? Now, that's the scary part because it says here, don't be afraid. The scriptures say, don't be afraid of the one that destroys your flesh. Be afraid of the one that destroys your flesh and your spirit. Why do you think those spirits told the Messiah, throw us in the swine? They didn't want to be destroyed, the spirit to be destroyed, because they'll never come back again. Throw us in the swine and kill the flesh. That means they could come back. So let me start dabbling into this a little bit here. This is from a book called The Secret Teachings. Okay, I'm going to magnify this here. I suggest for you that are very new to this channel, I wouldn't ask you to dabble into this book. I've been very cautious all my life about what I read, and because I have, in a sense, always protected my spirit, man. I thank God for giving me that in me, Now I'm gonna show you this real quick. It's gonna cover two things. It says this is from The Secret Teachings of All Ages, okay, by Manly Hall. We're gonna touch on something real quick here. Two things. All over the place, it talks about trees, right? Now, this is for you confused West Africans or so-called Africans with the American experience. You wobbles, that say that you're like actually from here. Okay, so in 1599, from the Breaches Bible, okay, first thing, as you can see, it says Europa, Africa, and Asia. Okay, now I find this interesting. First of all, one thing. Let me touch on the whole concept of the tree. The tree of Noah. Now it says in most Bibles published during the Middle Ages contain a section devoted to genealogical tables showing the descent of humanity from the father Abram to the advent of Jesus Christ. The tree growing from the roof of the ark represents the body of Noah and its three branches, his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The nations by the descendants of Noah, three sons, approximately in the circle upon the branch, the tree, blah, 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 right? That's one point. But what are you guys noticing here? It says that this ark was somewhere landing in Armenia, right? Okay. Now watch this. Noah, Europa, Asia, Africa. Africa, right? Asia. Now, Africa, you see it says Cam, Ham, Cush, Phoenicians, Ethiopians, Sabins, Mizraim, Canaan, Canaanites, Sidonians, Sidon, right? See all of that? Right? You see all of that, right? I don't know I can't really read that. Nimrod, you see all of that, right? Sabah, Sabians, that type of deals. Okay. But now look at this. It says Asia. Then it says Shem. Huh. Okay, Mr. Africanus. Okay, Nate the Snake, GMS, Sakari. What does this mean? Shem comes out of Asia, which I've been saying. Yeah, it's the microphone. It kind of goes back and forth. So as you can see, Shem, right? It's starting to show. Okay, so you can see Shem. It shows up right here, right? But it's in Asia. So Shem is coming out of Asia. Then it's, you keep going up, right? Arphasad, Chaldee, something to that effect, Chaldea, Salih or something, Eber. But check this out. India or Indians. Because here it says Indos. Now, my point being is, why are you Africans keep saying that Shem? Why y'all ignore Asia? Y'all want to make it about Africa. What does Africa have to do with Noah? Ham. You just need to accept who you are. Anyways, again, family, we're going to be dealing with trees here. Now, one of the things that kind of really threw me off is I looked up the word trees in this book, and there was a constant finding of trees. And then one step kind of was very interesting. Sephardic tree, the mystery of the Ath. The Kabbalist keys to the creation of man. So there's a Kabbalist tree. Kabbalist tree, huh? Watch this here. See this? The tree of classical mythology. Before a proper appreciation of deeper scientific aspects of Greek mythology is possible, it is necessary to organize the Greek pantheon and arrange its gods. Let me skip that all here. It says here, the trunk and large branch of the tree symbolizes superior gods. The twigs and leaves, an innumerable existence depending on the first and unchanging power. I just keep seeing and wondering, initially we were always told, stay away from a particular tree. I remember before these books were open to me, I was always wondering about these whole, self-help books, because they never talked about God. They would always say that you can do it. You have the intellect. As long as you think about it, you can manifest it. They said a lot of that. So I wanted to show you that tree. I don't want to get off topic here. So now let me go to this right here. And I'm going to show you another page, because these books we're going to touch on later on. I'm just trying to get to the point. So this is from Judaism, the ancient faith of Britain. Okay, by Dudley Wright. You guys can see the year. Now, I want to show you this. On page 22, the Creed of Judaism, the ancient seat of learning, the ancient trees, the tree of knowledge. Now, check this out, okay? The reason I'm showing is the tree of knowledge, the reference to Caesar accounts of Judaism. That's another point. So all of this, this is why I'm telling you, family, do not miss the following, because I don't know, I may go another hour or two, because this is a very heavy point right now. I told y'all all this month I'm going to go heavy on this damn heathen holiday. So it says here, the tree of knowledge, reference to Caesar's account of Judaism, affinity claim between Judaism and free Masonry. Holy moly, what the hell? Now we know that we deal with Freemasonry here. And we know that Freemasonry has everything to do with BHI shit, right? We know that now. Oh, but that's not it yet. Check this out. You see, it's been talked about, but none of us have really seen it or actually read it. I'm gonna show you this real quick. Where is the page? See if I can get to it. All right, let's see. As you can see, the tree has a very deep origin. Okay. Look at this. This is on page 30. The tree of knowledge of good and evil has been thought by many scholars to be the symbol of science and wisdom. The Egyptians adopted the cadmis and mulberry tree as a symbol of wisdom, of science, and of numerals. Now, family, what do you see in the dollar bill? 13, symbols, numbers, science, the pyramid, and the vine as a symbol of literary characters. We see vines too. Paul now, in his treatise of the study of antiquities, said that the tree of knowledge of good and evil, mentioned in Genesis, was a mystic tree, a tree representing in the luxuries of branches. Blah. He's talking about his mind, right? Check this out. I don't want to read that because it's stupid. Rabbi Nuham, a Chaldean, speaks of the great tree of the Garden of Eden, whose leaves were letters and whose branches were words. But here is the key factor. You see, we've been told that tree, don't eat the apple. Hey, don't eat the fruit. You guys looking at apples like, I don't know if I should eat that, man. Maybe God's going to get mad at me. Shut up, man. Don't be stupid. Don't be a Christian. The tree of knowledge of good and evil has been thought by many scholars to be the symbol of science and wisdom. And are we not in a very scientific and so-called wisdom-like world? Everything that you guys are doing is based off this tree. You guys don't understand how deep this tree is. This is not a joke. Not a joke. Absolutely not a joke. I'm touching on these books because I'm gonna touch on them later. I'm going somewhere with this. Hold on, family. Let me see. Are you serious? I know how to get it. Hold on a second. Mystery Babylon. This book here is called Babylon Mystery Religion. Okay. Now, this is a heavy point, fam, because as you can see, what does that look like right there? Sitting on top of a moon. Right? With 12 stars. 2, 4, 6. And she's holding the world in her hands. Now, in this book here, it's written in 1966, Ralph Woodrow. Watch this. We're going to try to read fast. Babylon, source of false religions, mother and child worship, Mary worship. Okay. So here, as you see the Pope celebrating Mass at the high altar of St. Peter's Church in Rome. Look at these altars, man. Anyhow, let's get to it. We got some reading to do. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna try to. Should I read this? We know about the whole mystery Babylon. I don't think that's important just now. Okay. I do want to bring up this point here. Okay. I believe page 9. It says the name of Nimrod comes from Marad and means the rebelled. Oh, he rebelled. Remember? Rebellion is as witchcraft. Okay. So with his rebellion came witchcraft. Right? Now we know that he had particular interest in certain things. Now let's go to here. Basing has conclusions on information that has come down to us in history, legend, and mythology. Alexander Hislop has written in detail of how how Babylonian religion developed around traditions concerning Nimrod, his wife Semiramis, and her child Tammuz. When Nimrod died, according to the old stories, his body was cut in pieces, burnt, and sent to various areas. Similar practices are mentioned even in the Bible. It's true. And this one here, it has to do with, I believe, a gentleman cut up his concubine because she was raped. Just chopped her up in pieces. Following his death, which was greatly mourned by the people of Babylon, his wife Semiramis claimed he was now the sun god, like Sunday. Later, when she gave birth to a son, she claimed that her son, Tammuz, by name, was their hero, Nimrod, reborn. That's why when you tell me, Christians, that the Most High became a sperm, impregnated Mary, was born Jesus, then became God again, is exactly why it makes no sense. Because it's exactly this right here. The same Edomites responsible for the U.S. Constitution were pagan Freemasons. Canaan and Edom, America is a pagan society. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Both black and white. Both black and white. In this channel, they ain't getting away with it, bro. I know you guys like to say, like, oh, Edom, white people. Hey, man, dude, negatives are in disguise, man. Especially the ones here in this country. I don't know about the rest of them in the other land, because I don't want to say that they're not our people. I'd see a good portion are, but especially the tribe here in this country. Y'all are fishy bastards. You always want to publicize these movies and shows about how you need reparations. You were enslaved by the white man. Are you going to get reparations for the entire so-called black people of America? What about Brazilians? What about people in Mexico or Central? Well, what about natives? Are they going to get reparations too? Well, what about us? I mean, we got enslaved? Oh, I see. It don't work that way. That's not the point, fam. Let me stay to the point. So now, as we see, Nimrod is a significant Okay, now here goes right here, okay? So it says here, later on presented, the mother of Tammuz had probably heard the prophecy of, here it goes. So let's check this out. So following his death, which was greatly mourned by the people of Babylon, his wife Semiramis claimed he was now the sun god. Later, when she gave birth to a son, she claimed that her son, Tammuz, by name, was the hero Nimrod reborn. The accompanying cut shows the way Tammuz came to be represented in classical art. You see that? The woman with the branch. Now, the mother of Tammuz had probably heard, just what he says, the prophecy of the coming Messiah to be born of a woman. For his birth, for this was true. For this truth was known from the earliest times. Genesis 3:15, which is what I read to you. She claimed her son was maturely conceived, and that she was promised, and that she was the promised seed, or that he was the promised seed, the Savior. In the religion that developed, however, not only was a child worshipped, but the mother was worshipped also. What's that gonna say? That's why we got the Fulos sundialers everywhere. At Vatican City, the one in DC measures at 555 feet tall. Wow. That's crazy, bro. I never knew that. I need to look into that. The Phyllis, the sundial. Yeah. Yes, sir. We're connecting the dots, bro. Connecting the dots. Now, check this out, family. Okay? In the religion that developed, however, not only was the child worshipped, but the mother was worshipped also. Much of the Babylonian worship was carried on through mysterious symbols. It was a mystery religion. And what do we keep hearing here? Mystery religion. The golden calf. Watch this. Watch this. See? There, bro. Big golden. Look. The golden calf. It's a New York family. That's in New York. The golden calf. Look, every Christmas, paraded. Every Christmas. Every Christmas. Mystery religion? The golden calf, for example, was a symbol of Tammuz, the son of the sun god. Since Nimrod was believed to be the sun god, or Baal, fire was considered as his earthly representation. Thus, as we shall see, candles and ritual fires were lighted in honor. Now, we know that if you think about Tammuz, what does that mean when it talks about the Statue of Liberty? Check this out. Centuries later, here, I'm going to magnify this so I don't have to lose you guys. Centuries later, Paul gave a description which perfectly fits the course that the people of Babylon followed. When they knew God, they glorified him not as God, but became vain in their imaginations, and their foolish hearts were darkened. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools and changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into the image made like unto uncorruptible man, and to birds, and to four-footed beasts, and creeping things. They changed the truth of God into a lie, and worshipped and served the creature more than the Creator. For this cause, God gave them up to vile affection. Another thing, too, which is very interesting, family, I think we may read it later, but when I read this, I didn't know, right? Let's see. Hold on. Is it this one? There it goes. It says 1 Corinthians 5:1. It is reported commonly that there is fornication among you, and such fornication as is not so much as named among the Gentiles, that one should have his father's wife. You know why, family? Because Diana of Ephesus was exactly this representation right here. You're going to find out that Tammuz, Semiramis, Nimrod, it's an incest. It's an incest concept. Incest concept, okay? Now, how do I know this? What? I'm going to show you. Where you at? Where you at? I lost you. Hold on. Here. Oh, here it goes right there. It says here, it is reported, right, that one should have his father's wife. Now, why? Why am I saying that? Like, how do you know, bro? Here's how I know. 1 Corinthians 1:1, Paul, called to be an apostle of Jesus, or I should say the Messiah. I don't want to say that no more. Through the will of God, and Sosthenes, our brother, unto the church of God, which is in Corinth. He said that because they were worshiping Diana of Ephesians, of Ephesus, I believe. That's why you see Acts 19:24 talk about it. For a certain man named Demetrius, a silversmith, which made silver shrines for Diana, brought no small gain unto the craftsmen. I think it's in this one. There it goes. Verse 28, and when they heard these sayings, they were full of wrath and cried out, saying, great is Diana of Ephesians. In this same town, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they even had camps outside where they could have prostitutes because, again, they were worshiping a sexual god, feeling the pleasures of lust. Okay, so now let's skip this real quick. This is a heavy point. This is why you have to be mindful what you follow and study, and how you pray and who you pray to. Go to it real quick. Here, let me read this real quick. Before too many years had passed, however, men began to set up themselves as lords of God's people in place of the Holy Spirit, instead of conquering by spiritual means and by truth, as in the early days, men began to substitute their ideas and their methods. Attempts to merge paganism into Christianity were being made even in the days when our New Testament was being written. For Paul mentioned that the mystery of iniquity was already at work, warned that there would come a falling away, and some will depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, the counterfeit doctrine of the pagan.
What's up, y'all?
Then it says here, by the time that Jude wrote the book that bears his name, it was necessary for him to exhort the people to earnestly contend for the faith that was once delivered unto the saints. For certain men had crept in who were attempting to substitute things that were no part of the original faith. So just when you open this book and think, I'm good, I'm just going to read it, and it should be okay. No, it's not okay. Read that. Experto! Vanity. Excessive pride in one's appearance, qualities, abilities, achievements, character, or quality of being vain or conceit. Perfect. I'm glad you brought that up, bro. It's beautiful, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. This is why it says, Jeremiah 10:3. For the custom of the people are excessively proudful. For the custom of the people is all about appearance. For the custom of the people, it's all about ability or achievement. Look at the house I got. Look how many lights I got. Look at the reindeer on top. Look at my 8-foot tree. Character or quality of being vain or conceit. For the costumbre of the people is vanidad. Nothing but vanity. How is that? They go and cut a tree that has nothing to do with the Most High and deck it with silver and with gold. No different than they themselves, because we are technically trees. You fake asses go around decking yourselves with silver and gold, and never do you work on you or trim your ways or trim your leaves and your branches, all them evil things that we got. Like Peter said, we all have this, and if you guys don't admit it, then you got a problem. 1 Peter 2:1. Wherefore, laying aside all malice, all guile, and all hypocrisies and envies, and all evil speaking, as newborn babes, desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby. Meaning that you all have this. Every one of us have it. Malice, guile, hypocrisy, envy, and evil speaking. We all talk shit about each other. We're all hypocritical at times. We all have guile and malice. And that's why, if you want to be born again, you got to tackle you first. So stop dicking yourself with silver. I don't know why I keep doing that, family. Okay, I'm going to try to leave it there. Hopefully it doesn't leave. Yeah, bro. Para llamar la atención makes them feel important. Yep. That's all it is. It's self-worship, self-idolatry, rebelliousness. No, I'm going to do it my way. It's like, listen, the Bible says don't do that. I don't care. I don't care. It's about family. But the Bible says don't do that. Like God said, don't do that. It doesn't matter to me. What am I going to tell the kids? Am I going to give any gifts? You mean I can't have any birthdays. Yeah, the Messiah never celebrated his birthday. And for you guys that are celebrating birthdays, I need to stop. Whether you know the scriptures or not, stop celebrating birthdays. Only the heathens did that. Pharaoh did that, celebrating birthdays. If you know the Bible, or if you know the scriptures, what are you doing even talking about it? The story of the mother and child was widely known in ancient Babylon and developed in established worship. Numerous monuments of Babylon show the goddess mother Semiramis with her child Tammuz in her arms. When the people of Babylon were scattered to various parts of the earth, they carried the worship of the divine mother and her child with them. This explains why many nations worship a mother and a child in one form or another. Right? See that? Adrani, the child. But remember, family, do not be confused and say, you see, the New Testament, everybody. No. Genesis 3:1, 3:15 said it clearly that of the woman will come a seed. It made it significant. Japheth, Ham, and Shem all knew the scriptures. All of them. All of them knew the scriptures. They had to teach their children that. So they knew about Genesis 3:15. So we see a similar concept. Krishna, Isis, right? Then we see how Satan knows the scriptures, that he will be an angel of light. Even so much so that his teachers would even teach righteousness. Just like me. But you'll know them by the fruits, I hope. It says, this false worship, having spread from Babylon to the various nations in different names and forms, finally became established at Rome and throughout the Roman Empire. Says a noted writer concerning the period, the worship of Great Mother was very popular under the Roman Empire. Inscriptions prove that the two, mother and child, received divine honors not only in Italy and especially at Rome, but also in Providence, particularly in Africa, Spain, Portugal, France, Germany, and Bulgaria. Día de las Madres, Día del Papá, Día de San Valentín, cumpleaños de Navidad, etc. All are vanity, brother. Every single damn thing is not of the book. Valentine's is not in the book. Birthdays are not. Christmas is not. Father's Day is not. Mother's Day is not. Show me where. Always the other nations celebrated. Pharaoh, Herod. That's what they did. You didn't. And every time there's that so-called holiday, there's got to be gifts. Or spend money. So now this is gonna get crazy. So I'm gonna twist it around and I'm gonna show you a video because we got about an hour and a half in. Let's see if I'm missing anything because we're gonna touch on this. We got about 2-3 days of this, family. Matter of fact, I will kind of pause on this right now because I'm gonna show you this. I'm gonna show you this real quick. I'll come back to it eventually. Remember, it talks about Egypt and all these things, right? And how Rome had something to do with, with this. Okay. Now, we also read about Druidism, right? Druidism. When we also see that, well, in case you guys didn't know, but Druidism comes from Phoenicians, Canaans, okay? They were the first ones. So now, when you keep talking about the mother and the son, the mother and the son, right? There's something going on here too, family. See, the mother and the son isn't just the mother and the son. You see this right here? Diana of Ephesus. You see this right here? That's it. Diana of Ephesus. That's what they worshipped. In Acts 19, 1 Corinthians 5. That's what they were worshiping. All those are breasts. Those are chichis right there. She's breastfeeding the whole nation. What happens in America? Who do they got? Statue of Liberty? Remember that through peace, liberty sounds like peace. Through peace, they will conquer many. Let me read this. It says here, who denounced certain for worshiping Mary was a goddess and offering cakes to her shrine. Oh, let me go back. Here it goes right here. It was not until the time of Constantine the early part of the 4th century, that anyone began to look to Mary as a goddess. Even at this period, such worship was frowned upon by the church, as is evident by the words of Epiphanes, in, I guess, 403 AD, who denounced certain ones in Thrace, Arabia, and elsewhere for worshiping Mary as a goddess and offering cakes at her shrine. You see that? Mary as a goddess and offering cakes at her shrine. What do they do in Mexico? December 12th. Les hacen sopes, pasteles, atole. We're going to see right now. Yet within just a few more years, Mary worship was not only condoned, but it was known today as a Catholic church. As the Catholic Church. It became an official doctrine at the Council of Ephesus in 431 AD. 400 years after the Messiah? At Ephesus? It was in this city that Diana had been worshipped as a goddess of virginity and motherhood from primitive times. She was said to represent the generative powers of the nature, and so was pictured with so many breasts, a tower-shaped crown, a symbol of Tower Babel, adorned with her head. You see? You see? Look at the necklace. The rosary. Oh, you guys didn't know, did you? You didn't know. Look, for you Europeans, white and black, or Europeans, white and African blacks, this is you guys here. This is not us. You brought this with you. And you're going to go back with it to where you belong, in the depths of hell. This is what you brought. Right here. And this is even more disgusting, family. This is real talk. Y'all don't like it. Move on. This channel, we don't joke around. We're being facts. Facts tell, stories sell, family. Roman Canaanite Church. Oh, damn.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
That's what I'm saying. Who are you? Who are you? Emperor Jesus Constantine, the first Christian emperor, was married to the mother Helena Augustus. Emperor Constantine the Canaanite and his Druidess mother Helena founded the Latin papacy in the city of Constantinople. No wonder Pope Leo X conferred on King Henry VIII the pompous title Fidei Defensor, defender of the Latin faith. St. Paul, a Roman citizen by birth, predicted that the mother and son incest would give birth to the wicked one or papacy. We read that. 1 Corinthians 5. It's not give birth to it. We already know what it is, fam. It's them. Now, here it actually shows you the incest situation. Emperor Jesus Constantine was the grandson of a Roman emperor Caracalla by his mother Julia Dama. Constantine's mother, Helena Augustus, was a British Druidess. The marriage of Constantine and Helena founded the Latin papacy in the city of Constantinople. Helena was also discovered as true cross in Jerusalem. Crazy, huh? The founding of Constantinople led directly to the ruin and abandonment of the imperial capital in Italy. The British and Canaanite strategy of divide and conquer led to the decline and fall of Roman Empire. Now, why am I saying this? Watch this. I guess, I don't know. Here, I'm going to read this because this is what they say. Apparently, Noah began as a farmer, and he planted a vineyard. Then he drank of the wine and was drunk and became uncovered in his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brothers. But Shem and Japheth took a garment and laid on both shoulders and went backwards and covered the nakedness of his father. Their faces were torn away, and they did not see their father's nakedness. Genesis 9, 20 and 23, right? Watch this. The Hebrew idiom to look upon nakedness or uncover nakedness means to make love to or have sex with a person. When Noah woke from his wine, he cursed his younger son for his reprehensible behavior. So Noah woke from his wine and knew what his younger son had done to him. Then he said, "Cursed be Canaan. The servant shall be to his brethren." Damn. I don't know. I'll leave it at that. Supposedly Shem and Ham were actually twins, right? Ham was the evil twin, supposedly. But now it gets really interesting because here we see it was inhabited by wild men called Brigantes, who were ruled by women, tattooed their bodies, stripped for battle, and married their mothers. Caesar's family consisted of his wife Julia and their 2 sons through incest. Severus was known as the African emperor as he was the Carthaginian Canaanite. Ooh, wait. Now, BHIs love to say that he was a Israelite because he came out of Africa and supposedly they scattered there. No, he was clearly a Canaanite. Empress Julia Dama. The Carthaginians were the deadly enemies of rival of Roma for centuries. Emperor Severus was 63 at the time, and his wife was 34. Wow. As you can see, this goes very deep. St. Paul predicted the very situation 150 years before it happened. In the congregation of Corinth, there was a wicked man sleeping with his mother, and St. Paul rebuked the Christians sharply for allowing such a wicked practice to continue. They were practicing her ways, family. I'm showing you this because Rome is where this whole Catholic crap is from, right? But yet we see Canaan, Africans, and white folks, both of y'all. Emperor Nero was also suspected of having sex with his mother Agrippina, but there's no record that he actually married her. Africans. Europeans. Y'all is something else. Let me show you this real quick. Let's explore this a little bit. Hopefully they don't block me here. They did it the other day. Let's listen in, and then I'm going to play. Yeah, this is short. So let me play this, and then I'm going to play the Queen of Heaven video that I got. All right? So let's continue so we can finish it off. Let's go.
Where do we get Christmas from? From the Bible or paganism? Here are some astonishing facts which may shock you. Do you know the origins of the Christmas tree? Of Santa Claus? Does Christmas really celebrate the birthday of Jesus? Was he really born on December 25th? Did Paul, the apostles, and the early Christian church of the New Testament celebrate Christmas? Do you know what the Bible says about the Christmas tree? Very few know why we do the things that we do, or where our customs come from.
We're giving away free Donald Trump gold bars. Folks, we're doing a special Black Friday.
We were born into a world full of customs. Look at what Jeremiah the prophet says. It warns you not to follow the way of the heathens, for the heathens go into the forest, and they cut down a tree, and they fasten it down, and they deck it with silver and gold. Ain't that what you do? Santa Claus knocked Jesus out of the top spot, and the merchants who don't even believe in Jesus are busy selling you foolishness, making themselves rich and you poor for another year on the basis of a lie.
And like I mentioned before, family, the scriptures that said Isaiah 40, 19 and 20, Isaiah 40 and 20. Is that y'all are so broke, but you want to keep this damn thing. You got none in the office. You're going and buy yourself a fake ass tree just to fit in. Stupid.
And that's why they call it Xmas, because you don't know who it is that you are worshiping.
Nimrod is who you're really celebrating on the 25th day of December.
Ah, stop it. You are a part of the whole gamut. Shut up. Let's go.
The name Nimrod is Hebrew and derives from Marad, meaning he rebelled. December 25th was the birthday of Nimrod. They celebrated this famous birthday over most of the known world for centuries before the birth of Jesus. December 25th was highly honored and recognized by Nimrod's supporters. Many centuries later, it was Christianized as being the birthday of Jesus Christ. Nimrod was the founder of a religious system that began in ancient Babylon and has always opposed God. The Bible states that Nimrod was a mighty hunter before the Lord and began to be mighty in the earth. Biblical traditions associating Nimrod with the Tower of Babel led to his reputation as a king who was rebellious against God. This heaven-defying group of people wanted one government to rule the world and one religion to sway the hearts of mankind. This was their attempt to defy God and his authority, and the ringleader of this scheme was Nimrod. Nimrod had a plan to weld together and strengthen this evil religious system, and so he married his own mother, who was Semiramis. She was the
Remember, we just read that. We read that in the Roman times, there were these guys called Brigantes that they would do the same thing. They would serve the women. The women's the god. Who does that now? Canaan. West Africans do that. Women's god. Then they even say that women can impregnate themselves somehow. I don't know why. And, I mean, you see who rules them. Listen, family, I didn't want to show this, but I have to now. Because, you know, this is going for both of them. You guys really are a tainted nation. And even your own people are disgusted by what you do. Check this out. The sad part here. I didn't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. I'll say it right now. Yeah, they love saying that women are gods. They all love saying that shit. Check this out. That's why they are like this. That's why this is their problem. So go ahead. That's you.
You guys' daughters are twerking at 5. 5.
This should concern every person in America, but especially parents.
It is horrifying. Your 5-year-old daughters are asking to listen to Pound Town and Ski Yee. I'm playing them Princess Tiana ballet music, and they are asking me, can we hear Pound? I don't know what to do. And I'm so scared for these little girls today because this is the most insane agenda push I have ever seen. Y'all are not helping your kids. You're hurting them. I'm trying to get them interested in proper things for their age, and you guys are exposing your kids to this raunchy secular music. Why is you guys' 5-year-old daughters singing Pound Town?
Fight back.
Because it's engraved in your spirit. It's engraved in your spirit. I forgot to show you this. And I'm going to show you around before I forget. Let's go.
The first deified queen of Babylon, and Nimrod was the first deified king. Semiramis was known to be as wicked as her son, Nimrod. Incest was used here as a basis to unite this newly false religious system. This false system had a sacrificial plan just as God had a plan of sacrifice, but pagan worship required the offering of human beings, which was often the sons and daughters of the worshippers. A counterfeit holy day was instituted in honor of the sun god, Sunday. After Nimrod's death, his so-called mother-wife, Semiramis, propagated the doctrine of the survival of Nimrod as a spirit being. She claimed the full-grown evergreen tree sprang overnight from a dead tree stump, which symbolized the springing forth unto new life of the dead Nimrod. On each anniversary of his birth, she claimed Nimrod would visit the evergreen tree and leave gifts
Hey, you know what, brother? I'll tell you this right now. That right there is true, bro. And I don't wish that upon no nationality. I have a daughter, two of them. I have one little, almost 3 year old, 2.5, 2 and 9 now. And I think about that, like when I saw the video, man, I was like, when you get in, when women get involved in promiscuity, I mean, men too, but specifically women, it really destroys them, especially our sisters. And they could end up falling in drugs, alcohol, multiple men, multiple children, not productive, confused, tattooed up, all just fucked up in the head. And it starts at that age. And I talk to my little girl like an adult. I really do. She's smart also, but because I don't want that for her. I really care for my kids. I don't. At the end of the day, it's gonna hurt me, but it will hurt them more. I already went through hell. I know what it's like. I don't want y'all to even consider it, man. Let alone my kids. Let alone little girls. But to be honest with you, our concern right now is to get our shit right. To get our shit right. They're gonna have to handle themselves. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. Remember that. As a portion, not as. So if you wicked, then you're gonna be wicked. Then your women are wicked. So that's why I tell you, man, you so-called Hispanic Latino, we need to get our shit together. Because our women love us, they admire us, and then they stop admiring us because we become piece of shits. And they go with other people. We don't have the problem they do. We create the problem. That's the problem. And by falling for these holidays, and for y'all saying, "Oh no, it's okay, baby, I'll do it for you." No. I'm not letting spirits deal in my home. We're getting rid of that crap. We're gonna do this way, and that's that.
Upon it. Traditionally, a Yule log was burned in the fireplace on Christmas Eve, and during the night, as the log's embers died, there appeared in the room, as if by magic, a Christmas tree surrounded by gifts. The Yule log represented the sun god Nimrod, and the Christmas tree represented himself, resurrected as his own son Tammuz.
I have come home. And I have stood at the base of the steps just dreading the
So our Christmas tree and our Yule log have tremendous meaning. The Yule log is the dead Nimrod, human ruler of ancient Babylon, who was eventually deified as the sun incarnate and hence a god.
So as you can see, there's a lot involved in this here thing, the meaning of Christmas. Look, Nimrod, ancient Nineveh artifact. You see the evergreen, right? You see that evergreen, right? December 25th, long beard. You see the reindeer. You see this guy. You see this guy. And I think it even, man, I think I saw the scripture. Let me see if I can remember it. Let me see something, family. Let's see. I think something about, I don't know if I wrote it down. Maybe I took a picture of it. Give me a second. No, I think I took a picture of it. I took a picture of a bunch of different things. I'm going to have to piece it out for y'all, man, because I was like, dude, where do I start? I don't even know where to start. Let me see. The beast. Something about the beast. It's going to be a long time. Let me play it, all right? Let me continue playing it.
Sun Tammuz. Nimrod, the sun god reborn. December 25th was the birthday of Nimrod, and here we have the real origin of the Christmas tree. He who controls the past controls the future. So much of
Pay attention to these things. This is what you're bringing to your children. This is what you're showing them. Now, I know it may look nice and all pretty, you know, the way that they make them, but behind them, it's like a Ouija board. Give your children Ouija boards, for God's sakes, man. Just get to it. I mean, if you guys are already doing the whole Christmas and thing, just give them Ouija boards, bro. You're getting them there. Because they may not blatantly say, oh, I'm Satan worshiper and all, but they're going to be promiscuous. They're going to start twerking. They're going to get laid at 12 years old, get pregnant at 14, be a problem to your whole life.
So much of this world is backwards and inverted. Who is responsible for all of this? And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole earth. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. It seems like this story has been told throughout our history, with many different players and many different associated religions.
We just went over that book, a similar one. You guys saw the logo that I posted on the actual, thumbnail. And then we see an egg. There's a reason why this kid is bringing that up too. He's not just doing it out of nonsense. Check this out.
Who was the son of Ham and grandson of Noah, helped to plan with his son Nimrod, a blueprint by which to rule the world of humanity through a wicked counterfeit religion. Nimrod was the originator of sun worship and founder of Babylon. A Bible translation says, Nimrod became a mighty man of sin, a murderer of innocent men, and a rebel before the Lord. The beginning of Nimrod's plan had its origin at Babel, which was later known as Babylon. This city of Babylon, with the tower, whose top may reach unto heaven, was built by Nimrod. They called the Tower of Babel the Gate to Heaven.
Gates of Heaven, family. This is crazy stuff right here. I'll show you this real quick. Let's see if you guys get it. If you get it, you get it. You don't, you don't. Now, we know about, check this out. Santa Claus and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer had a very funky nose. And have you ever saw it? Even in your face, it'll glow. I'm just kidding. This is interesting, right? See Santa Claus? Right? Sorry, my bad. All right. So you see all this stuff, right? Let's check this out. When I was reading this, I was really putting thought in this class, family. I thank the Father for allowing me, because I know for a fact He guides us throughout the way. The idols of Babylon and the one true God. It says, Isaiah 46:1, Baal bowed down, Nebo stooped. Their idols were upon the beast and upon the cattle. Your carriages were heavy loaden. They are a burden to the weary beast. They stoop, they bow down together. Carriage, they bow down. See this too? Their idols were upon the beast. Their idols meaning their gifts, decked with silver and gold, and upon the cattle. What? Your carriages were heavy loaden. They are a burden to the weary beast. Where was I talking to? What was I saying earlier? That you broke ass. You're so broke, you started putting layaway in August. Those idols that are in those carriages, they're a burden to you as beast, because the scriptures say that He wants to show us how men also can be beast at times. Oh, you don't believe me? I'll show you. Ecclesiastes 3:18. It says here, I said in my heart concerning the state of the sons of men, that God might manifest them, and that they might see that they themselves are beast. So you go around. Scriptures don't lie, fam. Look, Bel bowed down, Nebo stupid, just like them two little reindeers. The idols were upon the beast and upon the cattle. Your carriages were heavy loaded. They are a burden to the weary beast. Idols, carriages, gifts, Babylon. Y'all are in captivity, family. You just don't even know it. So check this out. I'm gonna show you this real quick. Give me a second. We're not just necessarily done just yet. You can see these pictures here. Look, this is from the secret ages, the secret teachings of all ages. Mujer vestida de sol y luna y 12 estrellas. I can't really arrastrando to whatever, this and that. And you see, who is that? Supposedly the Queen of Heaven. Check this out. This is interesting. In the same book, right? Imagen de la Virgen María. This is from a book that I found, family. It's very hard to read, but he's talking about something very sad. When I read it, I was disappointed. And for every year that you guys celebrate this damn heathen Virgen Maria, you're reminding the heathens that they conquered your asses. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. You're reminding them that they conquered you. The whole time. Look at these two eagles. The two-headed eagle. See the so-called moon? Why is she sitting on the moon? Why is she on top of the Messiah? All right, fam. Okay, so now we're going to switch the video real quick. Appreciate you guys sticking around. We're just getting right through it. Again, this is a whole setup, man. On Saturday, we're going to go deep on this little rabbit hole. I got some real powerful information that's going to blow your mind because, again, I'm not trying to destroy somebody's spirit. Not at all. If that was my intent, I wouldn't provide sources. I would just be talking shit. You know what I mean? Because I don't like it. That's not the case. I'm walking this with you. I'm exploring this with you the same fucking way. You understand this shit? Let's go. Let me see if I can get this out the way. So let me get over this here. Okay. Before we continue with this video, I want to share this with you guys first. I've shared this before. This is actually a good point because now we can touch on it a little bit. I want to speed it up. We can segue into the video because it's really talking about a lot of different practices. Okay. Again, practices. Remember what the concept is. Kabbalah. This is what they do. This is what they believe in. These were converts. Y'all know exactly why we're showing these things. Somebody has a heritage, somebody's lying. And somebody has a heritage that they don't even know about. And what we're trying to figure out is, who are those people? Let's go.
Established and thousands of new laws formulated. There, those same Pharisees who killed Jesus Christ remained the undisputed rulers of Judaism.
In Babylon, the Pharisees codified their oral traditions into the Babylonian Talmud, the written form of that oral tradition which Jesus so bitterly rebuked. The Talmud reveals how deep was Israel's apostasy. The Talmud also helps us understand the basis for Christ's unflattering descriptions of the Pharisees.
Jesus described the Pharisees as hypocrites, children of hell, blind guides, whited sepulchres, full of dead men's bones. He even described the Pharisees as children of their father the devil, a murderer from the beginning. The Talmud confirms Christ's words. In the Talmud, in Treatise Sanhedrin, an extensive passage describes the right of the Pharisee to kill anyone, just as long as he did so indirectly. As one of dozens of examples, the Talmud tells us that if one bound his neighbor and he died of starvation, he is not liable to execution. In such an indirect manner, the Pharisees also killed Christ. Manipulating the Romans to actually wield a spear and sword, the Pharisees claimed, as their descendants do today, that since the Romans were the direct cause of the death of Christ, it is the Romans, not the Jews, who are guilty. Christ also called the Pharisees adulterers, an adulterous generation. The Talmud provides generous loopholes for adultery. It says the penalty for adultery does not include sex with a minor, the wife of a minor, or the wife of a heathen. The Talmud also encourages seduction of unwed adolescent girls called designated bondmaids. But it's important how such rapes are performed. With the designated bondmaid, one is guilty only in the case of natural connection, but not in the case of perverse connection. The Pharisees reasoned that rape in a perverted manner is outside the jurisdiction of the law. Normal rape, however, was punishable. In Babylon, sexual perversion of every kind had been a way of life for millenniums. The Pharisees were deeply influenced by such practices.
In 3 of the major treatises of the Talmud are found extensive passages which give legal endorsement to seduce and marry 3-year-old baby girls. In fact, many of the greatest rabbis of the Talmud, including Simeon ben Yochai, upheld this privilege. Today in Israel, thousands of Jews go to Meron every year to venerate the memory of Simeon ben Yochai, one of the most respected rabbis in the history of Judaism.
In one of dozens of endorsements of child sex, Simeon ben Yochai said, "A proselyte under the age of 3 years and a day is permitted to marry a priest." Agreeing with ben Yochai, the great rabbah said, "When a grown-up man has intercourse with a little girl, it is nothing, for when the girl is less than this, 3 years and a day, it is as if one put the finger into the eye." The footnote to this passage says, "As tears come to the eye again and again, so does virginity come back to the little girl under 3 years." The same section confirms that sexual activity with small boys is in the same category. The intercourse of a small boy is not regarded as a sexual act. In addition to adulterers, Christ, in the story of the Good Samaritan, portrayed the Pharisees as racial bigots, too self-righteous to respond to the suffering of one who was not a Jew. It is true, because of the wickedness of the Canaanites, which included sodomy and infant sacrifice, Israel had been commanded by God to be harsh in her treatment of the inhabitants of the land. God made it clear that the Canaanites were not simply to be avoided, but destroyed. By the time of the New Testament, this method of preserving God's kingdom by separation and the sword had become obsolete. God no longer made a racial difference between men.
But the Pharisees were unfazed by God's new agenda. The Talmud was finally...
So now you guys get an idea of what this is about, right? So check this out. I'm going to show you something. Because the point being is this. Witchcraft, Khazars, and serpents, right? A lot of us tend to miss the beat or tend to misunderstand, or, you know, we just kind of want to label certain people and we don't really have a reason to. Well, I'm going to show you and express to you why, you know, this is important and you need to write this stuff down. You're going to start figuring out that this so-called teaching or these people that claim to be certain people, it's pretty wicked stuff what they do. And it's not just a matter of one or two. It takes a whole nation of people and culprits to push an agenda. You know what I'm saying? Like that's common. That's common. In case you guys forget. So check this out. I'm gonna play this with y'all. Okay, watch it.
But what? Y'all are Christians or not? Are you Christians or not? But I'm gonna show you why they talk this way. Remember where they learned this from. Never forget, I showed you guys this book by Bishop Matthews, right? Where's Sakar? Because you are enticed by your lust. Because a lot of you like lusting. They're giving you carnal food, and they're covering it up by saying, repent. I mean, then they say, well, you know, I mean, it's already written, so, you know what I'm saying? Just be you. But what? Y'all are Christians or not? Are you Christians or not? But I'm going to show you why they talk this way. Remember where they learned this from. Never forget, I showed you guys this book by Bishop Matthews, right? Where Sakari, ISUPK, IUIC, and GMS, and all these camps are all from. They can deny all they want. But guess what? When you look at them, you realize what a bunch of hypocrites. What a bunch of hypocrites. Because this is where this BHI doctrine came from. We're going to dissect this one, and we're going to look some other ones too. It's not the only one, but it relates a little bit. I showed you this book, Black Israelite by Crowledge. So there, I'm not going to read thoroughly. I've seen it, but I showed it to you guys before. But I want to point out some of these things. You see, this guy here, Pentecostal churches and its secret knowledge drawn from Freemasonry, Jewish Kabbalah, and African American conjuring. So it's talking about that the BHI's beginnings were of Freemasonry and Jewish Kabbalah and African American conjuring, meaning African stuff that you guys did over there. Now, we know what the star is like. I mean, you guys can ignore it all you want, man. You can ignore it all you want, but I'm going to show you what the stars really mean and the relationship to the star. It's borrowed from popular esoteric sources, would have included Freemasonry, spiritualism, spirits, black nationalism, it's about being black and woolly, and African American versions of Orientalism. Very interesting. So, but that's not my point. We're seeing though that there's a history to this people, to this so-called Matthews that was teaching these people, because all of you who are so-called BHIs, you all come from this, and don't deny it. You do. So now, if you say Christians are devils because they worship whatever, this and that, or they change the laws, okay, sounds good then. Well, guess who changed your stuff? You come from Kabbalist science and the hidden theology of Black Judaism. What does this come from? It comes from here. Now, I've showed you guys other books, which is like the lost myth, the tribe, or the lost tribes of myth, and he actually talks about this. The commandment keepers, that's where they came from. One member of the commandment keepers. ISUPK knows this. IUIC knows this. GMS knows this. All the leaders of them camp leaders, they all came from this. Tell me I'm wrong. You're not. You will never tell me I'm wrong, because you can't. The 6th and 7th book of Moses? Are you serious? Why is that? Because it says here, Moses became identified with Hermes Trismegistus, the emerald tablets. Wait a minute, hold on a second here. So now I'm going to read this to you. Matthew's personal papers and Scumdom Library in New York included 2 amulets, of geometric design and Hebrew words borrowed in part from the 6th and 7th book of Moses. Okay, now. Is that in our book, so-called Bible? Old, New, and Old, Apocrypha, and New? No, it's not. And did they ever share this with y'all? No, they didn't. These amulets offer an unparalleled view into the hidden transcript in the private settings where Rabbi Matthews performed the more secret, transformative rituals at the hidden heart of Black Israelism. Let me read that for you to. Let me read that again, so people can hear it in the back. I like what that guy said that a long time ago. So people can hear it in the back. It says, these amulets offer an unparalleled view into the hidden transcript and the private settings where Rabbi Matthew performed the most secret, transformative rituals at the hidden heart of Black Israelism. So everything that you hear about Black Israelites comes from this. This is their root, okay? The square amulet in Matthew's personal paper was modified from the Second Temple of the Spirit of Fire, found on page 16 of the 16th and 7th book of Moses. What makes the derivation of Matthew's diagram from the de Laurence diagram indisputable is the fact that the de Laurence has produced a calligraphic error in the Hebrew that Matthews has repeated. The word at the bottom, hakalak, meaning the power, has been miswritten. An errant vertical cross closes the gap. Look at that. What is that? Some kind of squared Hebrew diagram? What are you worshiping? the middle letter, making it, I don't really want to get into it. I don't want to take too much time on this. Excuse me. It says here, let's see what else. There it goes. Look, it says here, the diagram consists of several Hebrew sentences printed over Magen David, literally a shield of David, or a 6-pointed star, which is common Kabbalist referent, man. So go watch that channel over there, bro. Go watch them. Enjoy yourselves. Enjoy that beautiful so-called wicked star. Enjoy it, man, because you're being led by spirits. And this is why it hasn't changed. These are the same people, just to tell you, because Christians will tell you, hey, being gay is cool. And, not the Republican ones, but, you go to church and they tell you, being gay is cool. It's okay. You can accept them, right? What's any different with that? Or, for example, you got these people in the streets now walking around with guns at camps. Yes, they have guns at camps, and they're telling them, well, we carry them in case somebody wants to get shot. But, I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe yo soy un lelo, you know what I mean? Maybe I don't know enough, I don't know. Maybe I like to keep things simple. But if I recall correctly, I remember something in Luke saying something like this. Okay, I'm just saying. Luke 9, and it says here, and he said unto them, take nothing for your journey, neither staves, meaning sticks or a stick, nor script, meaning nothing planned to, I'm going to teach them this way. No. Neither bread, neither money, neither have 2 coats apiece. And whatsoever house ye enter into, there abide, and there thence depart. And whosoever will not receive you, when ye go out of the city, shake off the dust from your very feet for a testimony against them. No. But you know what? Sakari now, it's okay to carry guns. I don't know what other camp is doing it, but that's the psychology. That's the spirits. But again, why are they acting that way? Because this is the root of them. This is the root of them. So the understanding that supposedly Nate, the dirty snake, has, or General Yohana has, or whatever you camp owner has, your GMS, or whatever dumbass camp that you guys are listening to, that said that the end of the world within 2000, this is their root. Right here. This is their root. Jehovah? Oh, I'm going to show you what that means, bro. I'm going to show you what that means. Amulets, incantations. Matthew, God is even possible that through the ritual use of these amulets and incantations, Matthew believed himself able to unify the triune parts of the Pentecostal Godhead. God is the Father, he is the Son, and they meet via the medium of the 8th fire, the Holy Spirit. The Kabbalist diagrams that Matthew based his parts on the publications of De Lawrence seems to have provided ritual blueprints for the embodiment of divine power in the manner consistent with reputedly Jewish. Didn't what's his name, the Sakari group, didn't they say that they read the Talmud? You got time to study that, bro? It's very clear. So where are your sources? So your spirituality, where you guys come from, Black Israelism, was lived through secret spiritualists and Kabbalist rituals that taught openly through Masonic affiliates and Sunday schools. On a larger scale, the rise of mystical African American esoteric religions at a height of 1920. So here's one example. That's why it says test the spirit. That's why it says test the spirit. Now I'm going to bring you some attention to some facts here, because I think it's very clear that, like I said before, we know in part, we understand in part. This is from a book that I have. On, hold on, is it 115? The 1963 or 73, I can't remember the year. The Zondervan Pictorial Dictionary Bible. And it's a lot more thorough than the dictionary Bible that you guys buy at the store, the little one. This is a lot more thorough. But let's think about this for a second. Look at this. Okay? This is pretty amazing. And I'm bringing it to your attention because it has a lot to do with spirits. People. Why are they translating the word of the Most High so freely? And then telling you, oh, if you don't understand this, then you don't got the spirit, so you're going to hell? Is that what it is? The word Bible is from Biblia or Biblion, the diminutive of Biblios, book from Biblios papyrus. In ancient times, papyrus was used in making the paper from which books were manufactured. Okay? till we get a little idea here. The word biblion and biblia are used in the Old Testament, or I believe this is Septuagint, and the Apocrypha for the scriptures. Dan 9:2, Maccabees 1:56, 3:48, 12:9. But about the 5th century, listen to this. The Greek church fathers applied the term biblia to the whole Christian scripture. Later, the word phased out in Western church, and although it's really a plural neuter noun, it comes to be used as Latin as a feminine singular. Thus, the books became the common concept, the book. So you see how it's just one word can make a difference of the entire meaning, which is why when you read Sirach, let me go you back real quick. When you read Sirach here, you actually read the interlude, right? The prologue, I'm sorry, of the wisdom of Jesus, the son of Sirach. He says here real quick, wherefore let me entreat you to read it with favor and attention, and to pardon us, wherein we may seem to come short of some words which have labored to interpret. For the same thing uttered in Hebrew, not Paleo Hebrew, not an Aramaic script, definitely not that damn Yiddish. It says it, where we may seem to come short of some words we have labored to interpret. For at the same thing uttered in Hebrew, the original, and translated into another tongue, have not the same force in them, nor understanding. Which is why the scriptures say precept upon precept. Which is why the scriptures say he will lead his people. Some of y'all believe it, some of you don't. Where we seem to come short of some words. For the same things uttered in Hebrew and translated in another tongue have not the same force in them. And not only these things, but the law itself and the prophets and the rest of the books. Damn. For have no small difference when they speak, when they are often spoken in their own language. For in the 8th and 13th year, for in the 8th and 13th year coming into Egypt, I don't want to read that because it's taking too long. It's not the point. But you see how we're coming about? Clearly tells you, listen, man, you got to go deep. Because who are you studying for? Like, for real, man, who are you studying for? Matter of fact, let's get that. Most High, not unto these men. Rightly dividing the word of truth, meaning you got to do the work. You got to put the study. You can't just sit back here and get entertainment from people. Oh, I just want to hear people debate and argue. Yeah, well, guess what? You're going to stay here and there, keep debating and arguing in freaking hell. So as you can see, this translation, man, this translation is pretty heavy. We went through several ones. The Greek, and then we have different books. You have the Septuagint, then the Masoretic, and now we have it in Greek too, Latin, Spanish, English, with their own versions, with their own translations. And you know what's worse? And we start looking at the people that actually were touching this book. It's pretty nuts, man. Seriously, it's very crazy to be quite frank with you. I'm gonna touch on that right now. Don't forget, it's all good. It's all good. We have a person like William Tyndale, the next great figure, around 1492. He made some changes to the book or books. So because what? Do you think because they know more than you, you're cool with that? See, he's printed a lot of different translations. New Testament. He found printer for this New Testament. Blah, 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 blah. Look, this is what we're dealing with. Translations. Old and New Testament appeared very early in translations. The Old Testament was translated into Greek between 2050, 115, which is the Septuagint. And another translation in Greek appeared soon after, beginning the Christian era. Parts at least of the Old Testament were rendered in Syriac as early as the 1st century, which is basically square script Hebrew. Not the original, not even Paleo Hebrew, not actually the actual Hebrew. I'll give you an example, okay? In case you guys don't know, the actual Hebrew is this one. This is the real Hebrew right here. The original. This is not paleo. This is original Hebrew right here. And I'm going to show you the difference as well. Okay, because you need to know these things. Because if you don't, then yeah, that's going to be a problem. Hold on. Where do I left off? Oh, that's right. Yeah. Telegram. Okay, my bad. Okay. So we have Wycliffe, Tyndale, translations, Bible English versions, not one. Michael Corvardale, 1535. Lots of changes. King James, English Revised Version, King James, the Great Bible, Thomas Matthews, the Genevan Bible, the Reams and Dual Version, the Bishop, whatever, Elizabeth. I mean, you name it. Whatever tickles your giggle, go with that. And that's some sad stuff, family. Revised Standard Version, English Version. And people, I'm telling you right now, what I've realized is just that, man. People are afraid. And if you don't understand that there's a psychological attack behind all this, then I don't know what to help you with. Like, watch this real quick. The spirit, ruach, right? Pneuma, the wind. I'm going to show you this real quick. We're going to start getting to another little section. Hold on, let me see. Is it this one? All right, let me show you this real quick. Hold on. Where is it, bro? Come on. So you had it. Oh, you had it. Okay, it's not here. Oh, yeah, that's it. Here it goes. So I wanted to show you this. I looked this word up. It was right next to it. I'm gonna share with you what this is. Sulfureth. It's spelled different, so I guess it's not. My bad. It's not the same page. It's a different page. Sorcery. It says here, magos. Right? One who claimed to have supernatural power or knowledge. He often used magic, potions, and was considered to be in the league with evil forces. The practice of sorcery was widespread in ancient times. Exodus 7:11, and was regarded as evil practice for Israel. The practice of the occult arts was prevalent in the New Testament days. Simon of Samaria used sorcery, but was converted under Philip. Paul and Barnabas found a sorcerer in Paphos. But it's been going on since back in the day, right? Sorcery. Enchantments. Why? Why the need? Well, I mean, if you guys remember, who was dealing with sorcery? Teach some foolish doctrine. Don't be misled, because it's all, why are you doing this? So let's go into this book. It's a pretty heavy book. This is why I'm telling you, man, you're dealing with spirits, family. These people, white and black, you're dealing with spirits. This is a book called The Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, Volume 1, 1954. I'm going to take you to a couple of definitions of this book. Okay, let me go fast real quick. Hold on. Oh, there it goes. Right. Okay, here it goes. The first one. Okay. From this school, we derive Gnosticism and Kabbalah, and above all, the system of symbolisms and allegory which lay at the foundation of Masonic philosophy. Gnosticism and Kabbalah. We're going to touch on Gnosticism pretty soon, too. Because, look, if anybody's ever told you they are a Gnosticist, or if you ever heard them say that they are, then guess what? They are. And y'all need to look up the word agnostic. If somebody ever told you they're an agnostic, guess what? You need to check their spirit to see what they're teaching you. Yeah, they may sound like they know what they're talking about, but are they really in the best interest for you? Or are they in this interest for themselves or how good it feels? To the seaborn wild beast is similarly described, therefore. Let me see, what is this? Oh, this was just horse. That's okay. I'm good with that. Let me go back. I'm good. Let me try to get to the actual certain words. I want to point out certain words. Okay. Ariel, in the demonology of the Kabbalah, the spirit of air, the guardian angel of innocence and purity, hence the Masonic synonym, a name applied to Jerusalem, a water spirit. Supposedly, in the Kabbalah. Watch this. It's going to get even more interesting. See a lot of these esoteric Kabbalistic signs. That's what something similar to what Matthews was doing, that BHI dude. Mystery schools, right? I think those guys are so good at wearing the aprons. You know, the purple church. And they even have one of the leaders even has a Libra. I don't know why. Well, I know he assumes that's what it is, but I know damn well it's not. Let's continue here real quick. All right, here we go. Gnostic, agnostic, has been employed to designate several sects that sprung up in eastern parts of Roman Empire about the time of the advent of Christianity. Although it is supposed that their principal doctrines have been taught centuries before in many of the cities of Asia Minor, the word agnosticism is derived from the Greek word gnosis. There's a lot of Kabbalah going on here. This is what it means to them. That's why when you read, in God we trust, which one? G-O-D, the initials of Gomer, Oz, and Dabar. It is a singular coincidence and worthy of thought that the letter composing the English name of deity should be the initials of the Hebrew words wisdom, strength, and beauty. The three great pillars. The three great pillars, huh? The three great pillars. Oh, man, stop doing that, bro. Just chill out. The three great pillars, or metaphorically supports of masonry. They seem to present almost the only reason that can reconcile a mason to the use of the initial G in its conspicuous suspension in the east of the lodge in the place of the delta. The incident seems to be more than an accident. God. So now you know when you say we trust in God, isn't this the same thing that ISUPK wears? I'm sorry, IUIC? Don't they also wear bracers too? Don't these guys also wear fringes? Why are you guys ignoring that? What spirit are they coming from to you? Now we're going to get deeper into this. Okay? This is Jacob. Have you guys ever heard of Jacob's Ladder, the movie? Hey, there you go, bro. What hell? Perfect, man. Ariel, water spirit, effeminate spirit. That's what it is, an effeminate spirit, which is relating to so-called wisdom, but it's an effeminate spirit. Jacob's Ladder. This is pretty interesting. Matter of fact, I'm slowing down for you if you guys want to take a picture of it. Thus, in the Persian mysteries of Mithra, there was a ladder of 7 rounds, the passage through them being symbols of the souls approaching to perfection. So Jacob's Ladder. Go watch that movie. You're going to find out what it means. Each of these caverns was the representative of a world or state of existence through which the soul was supposed to pass in the progress from the first world to the last, or the world of truth. Remember what he said? I will be a lion spirit. Doctrines of devils. The psychology. The 7 levels. The 7 chakras. Jacob's Ladder. Indian universe. See? Among the Kabbalists, the ladder was represented by the 10 Sephiroth, which commence from the bottom with the kingdom foundation. Oh, I'm going to show you real quick. I'm going to show you what that is. And you're going to be like, holy smoly. Yes. So Jehovah, remember that guy has that name, right? Okay. So it's in Hebrew, it consists of 4 letters. And hence it's called the tetragrammaton, or 4-letter name. And because it was forbidden to a Jew as a Mason as it is to a Mason to pronounce it, it is also called the ineffable. Ineffable, I can't even say that. Or unpronounced, I guess. Anyways, let's continue. I'm just going to skip through all these. I highlighted some things. I'm trying to get to my point. Here we go. Kabbalah. What exactly is it? All right, so let's look at this. It derives its name of Kabbalah from its cubical form. Okay, it being 15 feet long, wide, and high. It has one aperture for light, which is a door in the east end. In the northeast corner, it's a black stone, religiously venerated by the Muslims, called the Black Stone of Kaaba. So Muslims, come on, bro. It says here, defines the Kabbalah to be a secret science. Hence, it demands a place in any general work of masonry. Let's continue. See Kabbalah? Oh, and I'm sorry. The one up. That's right. This one was Kaaba. Now it relates to Kabbalah. Now we're going to Kabbalah, the mystical philosophy of theosophy, or theosophy of the Jews is called Kabbalah.
Bruh.
Real, huh? Which one? Khazars or Sephardics? Well, we're going to separate them now. The word is derived from Hebrew, Kabbal, signifying to receive, because it is the doctrine received from the elders, supposedly. The oral traditions, they say. Supposedly Moses was initiated with this. Remember, the scripture said, this is why I'm telling you, family. This is what I'm telling you. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 36. It says here, the Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou hast set over thee, unto a nation, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. And there thou shalt serve other gods, wood and stone. Verse 64. And we know we've been scattered, so shut up, you silly, uneducated fools. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from one end of the earth even unto another. And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. Now we're going to get deeper into this. The Zohar means splendor. The Kabbalah is divided in 2 kinds, the practical and theoretical. I'm having a hard time reading today, man. The Kabbalah's teaching of emanation is best understood by an examination of the doctrine of the Sephiroth, the supreme being, the Ein Sof, they call it, the infinite one. These 10 emanations are the 10 Sephiroths. The first Sephiroth is called Cathar, the crown, because it occupies the highest position. This first Sephiroth contains within it the other 9, which sprang forth into the following order. The first, a male, or an active potency, proceeded from it, and this, the second Sephiroth. It's called Chokmah, or wisdom. This sent forth the opposite female, or passive potency, named Binah, or intelligence. These 3 Sephiroths constitute the first triad, so that's 1, 2, and 3. And out of them proceed the other 7. From the junction wisdom, intelligence came the 4th Sephiroth, test, or mercy. You see how it's actually naming them. So there's 10s of these things. Zoroaster's theophacy, Kabbalist theophacy from Zan. I mean, this is getting real deep. Or the tree of life. Kabbalah. Let me read this. The division of the 10 Sephiroths in the tree triads was arranged in a form called by the Kabbalists the Kabbalah tree, or the tree of life, as shown in the diagram in opposite page. In this diagram, the vertical arrangement of the Sephiroth is called pillars. Thus, the 4 Sephiroths in the center are called the middle pillars. What is he talking about? This right here. See, I did this right here. The moral world. There's 4 worlds, they also consider it. 4 worlds, 10 heads, or 10 understandings, and each one has 10 crowns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These 10 sephirots constitute in their totality the asletic world, or the world emanation, and from it proceeded 3 other worlds. The 10 sephirots are collectively denominated the archetypal man, the microcosm, as the Greek philosophers called it, and each of them referred to a particular part of the body. Thus, the crown is the head, wisdom the brain, intelligence the heart, which was deemed the seat of understanding. These 3 represent the intellectual, and the first triad is called, therefore, intellectual world. The other one is mercy. These 3 represent the moral qualities, hence the second world, fourth world. Now, where am I going with all this? This is their foundations. This is their secret teachings. Now, they might come to you and tell you that I'm lying, but I don't believe so. As above, so below, right? Chem, meaning chematic, meaning ham. The Egyptian deity Amun, in position metaphorically used in representation of Buddha, and by Hermetic philosophers, one hand towards heaven and the other towards nation. As above, so below. Wow, just some pictures. Which is why they call this the tree. See? As above, so below. Hermes Trismegistus had the same concept, I believe. So does Baphomet. As above, so below. There it goes right here. As above, so below. As above, so below, right? Egyptian deity Amun, in the position metaphorically used in representation of Buddha, and by the Hermetic philosophers, one hand towards heaven and the other towards nature. Heaven, nature. As above, so below. Now, when you talk about these spirits, let me see if I'm missing anything, and then I'm going to show you something real quick, and we're almost done. When we're talking about these spirits here, I think we should be done. Yeah, I still got some more to read, right? I got a while to finish. When we consider these things, okay, you have to wonder why, or what this means, or how come it says it like this. Revelation 13:1, and I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, waters, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his head the name of blasphemy, which is because of what this actual Sephiroth concept. Hopefully I didn't close it. Because you're talking about this right here. 10 heads. Read it again. I saw 7. Let me just kind of read to this part. Having 7 heads and 10 horns. Now, some people can say it's nations. You're probably right. I wrote it down too. These are the heads, right? Okay, so now let me go back to the 7 chakras here. The 7 levels, or remember what we were reading earlier? Jacob's ladder. Remember that? Okay, that's what I'm talking about, family. Jacob's ladder right here. The chakras, the 7 levels of understanding. This is what it's about. The 7 steps were emblematical over the 7 worlds which constituted the Indian universe. The lowest was the earth, the second world of pre-existence, the third heaven, the fourth middle world, the intermediate region between the lower and the upper world, the fifth. All of that chakra concept, you know, goes down. If you're in a lower level, you know, you got to go into the pineal gland. Yeah, you got to do pineal gland. And if you do this and you do that, now you're going into alchemy. And I've heard GMS people talk about that too. No lie. Among the Kabbalists, the ladder was represented by the 10 Sephirots, which commencing from the bottom were the kingdom, foundation, splendor, firmness, beauty, justice, mercy, intelligence, wisdom, and the crown by which we arrive at the Ein Sof, or the infinite, or the tetragrammaton, which in the scriptures it says, once again, going back to it, it says, and I stood upon the sand of the sea, Revelation 13:1, and I saw a beast rise upon the sea, having 7 heads, 7 levels of understanding, 7 chakras. It's all that philosophy. 10 horns, the power behind it. This religion stuff, man, I'm telling you, family, when I started looking at the spiritual aspect of it, I started noticing these things. And upon his horns, 10 crowns. So each so-called level or thought is surrounded by a crown. And upon his head, the name of blasphemy, tetragrammaton, that's what they call it. They call this thing tetragrammaton right here. Kabbalah? Okay. Let's see if I can just get it for you. I wasn't even planning on it, but maybe just do it now. Excuse me. Okay, so it goes up. So it's tetragrammaton. Let's see if I can find it. Oh no, I passed it already. Come on, maybe I'll do it this way. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. So check this out. Bel is the contracted form of Baal and was worshipped by the Babylonians as their chief deity. The Greek and Romans so considered and translated the word by Zeus and Jupiter. It has with Jah and On being introduced into the royal arc system as a representative of the tetragrammaton. At the secession of General Chapter of the United States, 1871, this error was corrected, and while the tetragrammaton was declared to be the true omnific word, the other 3 were permitted to be retained as merely explanatory. Talk about the Almighty, El Shaddai, the name of which God was known to the patriarchs before he announced himself to Moses by his tetragrammatonic name of Jehovah. Tell me online. Adonai, tetragrammaton. So the name of the Most High to them is tetragrammaton. The burning bush, which came forth the tetragrammaton. Considered the what? The symbol of the divine light and truth. It says, out of this tree ye shall not eat. Masonic traditions inform us that the captive Jews were bound by their conquerors, blah, 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 blah. Let me get to the tetragrammaton part. I'm going to look into this further. Let me see. Hurry up. There's no definition for it? Ooh, interesting. Well, I guess I see. On the reverse is a blazing triangle with the tetragrammaton at the center as Samaritan letter. What are you talking about? The Knights of... Oh, man, yeah. Anyways, this is a pretty... Yeah. I'll leave it for another day. But again, where are the origins from this books? Like, you know, remember it says in Exodus, we were already doing this, and it said when you go to that land, don't do those things that those people do. But yet, like I called out what their people are from, to me, their spirit moves like Canaan, and yet Wisdom of Solomon 3:5 says, "For it was thy will to destroy by the hands of our fathers both those old inhabitants of thy holy land." Who was in the land? Canaan, whom thou hated for doing most odious works of witchcraft and wicked sacrifices. Amorites, all of that stuff. What do we see? They go back to it again. They're going back to it again. Whom thou hated for doing most odious works of witchcraft and wicked sacrifices, and also these merciless murders of children, and the devourers of man's flesh, in the feast of blood, with their priests out of the midst of their idolatrous crew, and the parents that kill with their own hands souls destitute of help, meaning giving to the fire, or what we would consider today as abortion. So when you look back and start seeing who is really Or why are you doing this? Why are you teaching it? And how come, oh, they got so much understanding? Well, makes you wonder why now, huh? Makes you wonder why now, doesn't it? I think I read this already, but I'll read it again in case I forgot. Isaiah 8:19, it says there, and when they shall say unto you, seek unto them that have familiar spirits, and unto wizards that peep and that mutter, should not a people seek unto their God for the living of the dead? Did not show you the book that I was talking about? What were these guys doing? Check it out. I'll show you again, man. Show you again real quick. Let me see. We'll do files. This one. Remember this book? Who's doing incantations? Who's doing incantations? Who's doing Kabbalah stuff? Who's writing from the 6 or 7 books of Moses, meaning the secret so-called, I don't even want to talk about that one. That's nuts. I saw it already. Kabbalist science and the hidden theology of Black Judaism. This is their root. And scripturally speaking, now we need to know. And when they shall say unto you, Isaiah 8:19, seek unto them that have familiar spirits, and unto wizards that peep and that mutter. Well, here we see that these people were doing incantations. The Falasha fathers. Matthew over here, Mr. BHI. Father of Jake the Snake. I'm kidding, not the father, but the father in the doctrine in a sense. Black Judaism. I'm not lying, family. So you have to understand what kind of spirit you're dealing with. So are you really interested and inclined to deal with people that have been dealing with familiar spirits? Once you request this info, you think those spirits are going to leave you? It's like playing a Ouija board, bro. I've never played it. I'm too afraid of that crap. I don't know if it's real, but I'm not interested to know. But you know, once you open that door, it's over. Leviticus 19:31, regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards. Regard not them. Yeah, they look like they know what they're talking about. But then when you see the history, whoa. Nah, I'm not interested in doing what you're doing. Regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God. So then, you know, these BHIs have something to answer because they're reverend this guy. Nate the Snake was defending this guy. Are we going to ignore that now? That doesn't matter? Or are we going to be respectful to the people? Oh, no. You know what? Study to show yourselves approved unto Nate, unto GMS, unto General Yohana, unto, I don't know, what other stupid camp you guys follow. What, Sakari's, the gorilla looking fool? That guy. Show yourselves approved unto him. Too afraid to walk on your own. And the soul that turneth after such has had familiar spirits and after wizards to go a whoring after them. I will even set my face against that soul and will cut him off from among his people. So I'm showing you where this concept comes from. That you can't have one without the other. The origin is important of what these people have been talking about. Deuteronomy 18 and 11. What a coincidence, because I wasn't intending to go to this other verse in here, but I'll see it later. It says here, there shall not be found among you anyone that maketh a son or daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination or enchantments. What do you mean? 2 amulets shed light on Matthew's esoteric theology, part of the secret knowledge at the heart of Black Israelite belief.
Who are you?
Two amulets shed light on Matthew's esoteric theology, part of the secret knowledge at the heart of his Black Israelite belief. You're going to deny that now? Again. Or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits that will bring that psychology to destroyers, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all that do this are an abomination unto the Lord. And because of these abominations, the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee. Well, I find it so ironic.
Hey, that's funny, bro, because you know, and I'm not trying to mock this dude, but it's just funny that he's saying a bunch of dumb shit. Look, listen, man. Your little concept of spirituality, whatever it is that you figured out in those little rooms or these books that you picked up, you drank too much Kool-Aid. You absolutely have connected the Bible with the emerald tablets, with the Quran, with the Talmud, Kabbalah. You're all over the place. You're all over the place. You don't drink? Cool. Well, then you're sober. Good. Stop whatever you're doing, because you literally lost your mind, and you lost everybody here. We're almost finished, family, anyways. All right. So let's continue. This is live, by the way. Let's go. I'm not gonna lie to you, because I just put that verse and that was it. I was gonna move on, but guess what? The spirit, thank you, Father. I prove this to you right now. Deuteronomy in the same book, right? So that means that some of these prophets are you'll see. It says here, abominable practices. Don't do them, and then it follows up with the prophets. So how do we know which guys are actually coming from this abominable practice? Wicked enchantments, you know what I'm saying? I guess you could say devil worshiping, right? Stuff like that. The two amulets shed light on Matthew's esoteric theology, part of the secret knowledge at the heart of his black Israelite belief. Black Israelite belief. It says here, Deuteronomy 18 and 18. I'm sorry, 18 and 20. But the prophet, which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die. And if thou say in thy heart, how shall we know that word? How shall we know the word which the Lord has not spoken? He said, when a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord had not spoken. They said the world was going to end in 2000. That's their doctrine. And all of a sudden, you guys forgot. And then they push it to I don't know what year, then 2018, then 2019. And you're still there. Well, you deserve to be there. Because just like in Samuel, I'm not going to read it. 1 Samuel 28, I won't read it. I'll just show you real quick. Here in this chapter, you're seeing that Saul in the medium of Ender. He goes to this woman to kind of help him with familiar spirits, because some people will deal with it. And these spirits will tell the future, can give you some hints. They will do it. So be mindful. Be mindful. This is extremely important. You're in the most important times of your life, man. That's what it says. Gird up your loins. 1 John 4 and 1. Behold, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits, whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world. You see this? You see this? Deuteronomy 13 gave us that example at the beginning. I believe it's Deuteronomy. Damn, I can't even talk today, man. Deuteronomy 13, bro. Deuteronomy 13. Stop it. If there rise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and giveth thee a sign or a wonder, and the sign or wonder come to pass, whereof he spake unto thee, saying, let us go after other gods, which thou hast not known, let us serve them, thou shalt not hearken unto the words of that prophet, or that dreamer of dreams. Oh, I had a dream, the 12-tail chart. Or what somebody told me, I had a dream that I saw Jesus and he was black, so I believe it now. For the Lord your God proveth you, to know whether you love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. It says it right here. I'll give you another one. Just very simple. And then I think maybe I'm done. I think I've proven enough for it today. Proverbs 14 and 15. Watch this real quick. It says here, a wise man feareth and departeth from evil, but the fool rageth in, I'm sorry. 14, 15. It says here, the simple believeth every word, but the prudent man looketh well to his going. You see, family? Believe not every spirit.
Try it. A simple man believeth every word. Oh, you're right, Ak. But the prudent man looketh well and is going. Like, you know what? Let me check that. Just like the brother would give me some of these books. I was like, bro, listen, you're not off. So let me see if I can precept them with the original that I got. And lo and behold, I found even more things. Jeremiah 5:31. Okay? It says here, just kind of giving you. Try the spirit. Jeremiah 5:31. Okay? It says, the prophets prophesy falsely, and the priests bear rule by their means, and my people love to have it so. And what will ye do in their end? You see? This is kind of like the opposite end. Like, instead of being prudent about your walk, no, I don't care. You're good, man. I love what you're saying, man. It makes me feel good. Yeah. F them people. No. I want lots of women. No. I want revenge. Oh, I just want the kingdom. I want to have a lot of things. Jeremiah 29:8. For thus say the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, let not your prophets or your diviners that be in the midst of you deceive you. Watch your path. Neither hearken to your dreams, which ye cause me to be dreaming. Oh, the 12th chart, I saw it in my mind, and you know what I mean? I dreamed of it. And Judah, they're the ones, and Issachar are Mexicans. Shut your ass up, bro. Believe me, bro. Listen, come on, family. Stop waking up, man. Where is the origin of BHI? Just like where's the origin of Christianity? I'm sorry. Or where's the origin of these Old Testament keepers? Or these agnostics? Yeah, I'm talking to you. If the shoe fits, bro, put it on because you said it. We heard you. It's national. It's never forgotten. For they prophesy falsely unto you in my name. I have not sent them, saith the Lord. Jeremiah 23:32. 23:32. Let me read it real quick. It says here, behold, I am against them that prophesy false dreams, that saith the Lord, and do tell them, oh, I had a dream the other day, man, and I saw Yahushua, and I mean, I looked upon him, and man, he was black, bro, and oh my God, he had woolly hair, and he was so bright, and God knows what really is in your mind. And do tell them and cause my people to err by their lies and by their likeness. Basically saying, no sean pendejos. By their likeness. It says, let's see, it says, and do tell them and cause my people to err by their lies and by their likeness, by the simple mind. Yet I sent them not, nor commanded them. Therefore shall not profit this people at all, saith the Lord. It's not hard to comprehend. It's all written right here in stone. I'll give you one more. Romans 16:18, right? Check this out. Romans 16:18 real quick. It says here, for they that are such serve not our Lord, the Meshiach, or MESHIACHA, but their own belly. What makes...
Yeah, we're gonna move on from that shit right there, because let me tell you something, family. Some of these videos that I'm sharing with you is when I had done them like maybe 1 or 2 years ago, but I'm bringing them to your attention because I guess you could say I was already going through the motions. It was just not very clear to me, When you see these things, you're like, oh fuck, shit, man, this is fucking nuts. Like, what do you do with stuff like that? What do you do with stuff like that? What do you do with stuff like that when you know that, even when I went against people, even before, they're trying to tell me some stuff, and I went against them. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, when I bring this stuff out and I get people to be like, well, that's, bro, like, we all have to be mindful of what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? All of us. Nobody's perfect, bro. We're all trying to figure this shit out. All of us are trying to figure this shit out. It's not just me. It's everybody. And just like I may have doubts on Jesus, a lot of you motherfuckers...
is the place of light and is to be revered. Mr. Hutchins tells his readers why that is
fucking a lie. It's a true fact. You can't come here and tell me that you want to defend the New Testament when you don't believe in Paul. So that means you can't defend the New Testament. You want to defend the Gospels only. Maybe Jude, John, Peter, and Revelation, but don't go with Paul. Or even like IUCPK, they want to say like, I don't believe in John the Baptist. Then why are you even why are you even in the New Testament? Oh, because John the Baptist didn't understand Jesus. You see what I'm saying, family? They gave us a hint. But a lot of us were like, nah, you know, I still want to be an Issacharite. I still want to be a fucking Ephraimite and shit or some dumb fucking belief. Let me show you something that I've taught you guys before. Please let it go, bro. Stop being a fucking donkey, man. Please, I'm tired of this shit.
These trolls are toxic. They are unhinged narcissists who are physically incapable of admitting fault. This behavior is all over the internet, and it has also infested our government. These are toxic people who do nothing but arrogantly spread reality denial all over the internet, and they are never met with any pushback because the overwhelming majority of people don't have the time, patience, or backbone to put these pricks in their place by treating them precisely how they deserve to be treated.
Aiken wasn't in Footloose.
What? Of course he was.
No, he wasn't. You lose.
This is a card from the 12 track
Look it
chart.
up. I don't have to look it up. It's common knowledge. He was on the cover of People magazine.
Mexicans,
Everyone knows Kevin Bacon was
Mexicans.
It was a huge movie. He was the lead. It was the lead.
Nate the Snake looks at you, stupid motherfuckers, bro. You're not Issachar. You know. I am. No, you're not. I am. No, you're not. I am. Yeehaw, yeehaw, yeehaw. It's like that native brother, supposed to be native, tried to fucking argue with me. He was even mad at me and shit. And then I asked him, prior to 1848, were you Mexican or were you a fucking native? And then he's like, well, I mean, yeah, you're right. I was Mexican. I was Mexican. You know what I mean? I was Mexican prior to 1848. It's like, bro, let me play this again for you, Mexican Issacharites, you dumb fuckheads. Man, y'all embarrass me, bro. Like, seriously, man, you guys disappoint me. I thought you knew I thought you had more huevos, homies. What the fuck? Oh, I'm Issachar. I'm a donkey because I work hard, Holmes. This is who you are.
Aiken wasn't in Footloose.
What? Of course he was.
No, he wasn't. You lose.
Of course he was. He was the star.
Nope, you're wrong. Look it up.
I don't have to look it up. It's common knowledge. He was on the cover of People magazine when the movie. Everyone knows Kevin Bacon was a star of Footloose. It was a huge movie. He was the lead.
Like, come on, bro. We were all wrong. All of us were fucking wrong at one point. You can't sit here and be like, oh, I was never wrong, dog. Like, you know, I know my shit. I was never wrong. No, fuck no. We all were, man. I was at fucking Monaguillo for like 3 years. I grew up Catholic. My mom got in church because, I mean, you know, we talk about it in the family. Like, she never cared about church until she was pregnant, and I was in her belly. I was, you know, they say I motivated her to like get in church because she fucking did not believe that. You know, it's like it leads you into, I mean, obviously we understand like the way the Creator works for us, man. You know, he makes a path and he puts certain people in the place, positions you right well where you're supposed to be at, where you're supposed to be born at. You know what I mean? And I know for a fact that I was here to send a message because I came out explosive, bro. Fucking explosive. Like, and I don't mean like, I was a really angry kid, bro. It's fucking, hold on. I'm trying to look for a video, man. Shit, what am I doing? Give me a second. We're almost done. Hold on a second. Give me a moment. We were almost done on this shit. Oh, okay, I found it. Hold on, give me a second. Let's see.
Check this out.
But while the North is an excluded territory, the East is the place of light and is to be revered. Mr. Hutchins tells his readers why that is so. Quote, the East, the source of light and thus knowledge, unquote. Albert Mackey quotes Etienne Francois Bazat, a French Masonic writer, in his encyclopedia. Quote, the veneration which the Masons have for the East bears a relation to the primitive religion whose first degeneration was sun worship, unquote. Rex Hutchins then tells his readers that the Masons deploy lights around the lodge room during the initiation ceremony for the 25th degree, called the Night of the Sun, and he writes, quote, "The ceiling should be decorated to represent the heavens with the moon, the principal planets and the constellations Taurus and Orion. A single powerful light, a great globe of glass representing the sun, is in the south. In a physical sense, the greater light comes from the sun, and the transparencies provide lesser light. Symbolically, the sun, or great light, is the truth, and the lesser lights are man's symbolic representation of truth," unquote. Mr. Mackey further discusses this rite of circumambulation, as he calls it, in his encyclopedia. He says that the rite, quote, "exists in Freemasonry. The people always walked 3 times round the altar while singing a sacred hymn. In making this procession, great care was taken to move in imitation of the course of the sun," unquote. He then assisted the reader with understanding this practice in the Masonic temples. Quote, "This rite of circumambulation undoubtedly refers to the doctrine of sun worship," unquote. However, in another of the books that he wrote, Mr. Mackey directly states that the rite is connected to sun worship. This is what he wrote in a book entitled Manual of the Lodge. Quote, "The circumambulation among the pagan nations referred to the great doctrines of Sabaism or sun worship," unquote. Sabaism is defined by Mr. Mackey in his encyclopedia as, quote, "Sabaism, the worship of the sun, moon, and stars, the host of heaven. It was practiced in Persia, Chaldea, India, and other Oriental countries at an early period in the world's history," unquote. He then added this rather cryptic comment, quote, "And although the dogma of sun worship does not, of course, exist in Freemasonry, we find an allusion to it in the rite of circumambulation, which it preserves," unquote. Now one can understand what Mr. Mackey meant by that comment. The Masons do not worship the sun. They worship the sun, with a capital S. So he was telling the truth, but concealing it in a symbolic language, for he wrote sun with a small s. You have to understand the symbology of the mystery schools, or you will never understand anything, dear listeners. Mr. Hutchins then volunteered the information that in the 12th of the 32 degrees, the rite of circumambulation is preserved, and he writes, quote, "In all the Scottish rite degrees thus far, the candidate has made 21 prescribed circuits around the altar. This degree adds 7 for a total of 28. And this practice, called circumambulation, is derived from the ancients and existed among the Romans, Semites, Hindus, and others. It is thought to have been a rite of purification. The sun was believed to travel around the earth. The initiates imitated the movement of the sun when they made circuits around the altar," unquote. Furthermore, dear listeners, in the 9th degree, other symbols of the sun are involved in the ceremony, and Mr. Hutchins tells his readers, quote, "After the obligation is taken, the 9 candles of yellow wax are lit. Yellow is representative of the sun, hence light and knowledge. In the 10th degree, further symbols representing the sun are utilized according to this author. Quote, there are 3 sets of 5 lights.
And it gets even more interesting. Sabiism, he says, right? Sabiism. This is on page 107 of a book called A New Revised Edition of an Encyclopedia of Freemasonry and its kindreds, sciences, comprising the whole range of arts and science and literature, yada, 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 yada. Okay. So again, we're looking for the word Sabiism. Sabiism, right? See it right there a few times. Fire worship in one case. So let's just kind of read it real quick and kind of see what this means. Sabiism, or the worship of the stars, was one of the earliest deviations from the true system of religion. You see, one of the earliest deviations. When we see now that people started deviating from the true knowledge and understanding of the Most High. Now, scripturally speaking, I think we were being told not to do this, right? Didn't he say it, I think, in Deuteronomy 17? Yeah, I'm going to touch it soon. I do have it written down. So let's read. Sabiism, or the worship of the stars, was one of the earliest deviations from the true system of religion. So again, if you're, look, whatever star you got, man, you got to really wonder, like, what the hell are you doing? You got stars associated with Beelzebub, which is associated with Canaanites, which is associated with Baal. You tell me, you still want to be represented by a star? Whether it's 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, star is a star, regardless of how you see it. Sabiism, the worship of the stars, was one of the earliest deviations from the true system of religion. One of its causes was the universally established doctrine among the idolatrous nations of antiquity that each star was animated by the soul of a hero god who had once dwelt incarnate upon earth. Hence, in the hieroglyphical system, the star denoted a god. To this signification, allusions is made by the prophet Amos. Here he goes. Hello. When he says to the Israelites while reproaching them for the idolatrous habits, but ye have borne the tabernacle of your Moloch, the Cheam, your images, the star of your God, which ye made to yourselves. This idolatry was early learned by the Israelites from their Egyptian taskmasters, and so unwilling they were to abandon it, that Moses found it necessary strictly to forbid the worship of anything that is in heaven above. Deuteronomy 17, might as well just go with it now. You know what I'm saying? I mean, might as well just go with it and read it. You know, apparently we need to educate ourselves once more. Apparently we do. Deuteronomy 17:2. If there be among you within any of the gates with the Lord thy God, here, let me just read it in a simple form. Suppose that you hear that in one of your towns some man or woman have sinned against the Lord and broken his covenant by worshiping and serving other gods, or the sun, or the moon, or the stars. This idolatry was early learned by the Israelites. We know this now. Moses found it necessary strictly to forbid the worship of anything that is in the heaven above, notwithstanding which we find the Jews repeatedly committing the sin which had been so expressly forbidden. Saturn, remember Saturn, remember I told you guys that, was the star to whose worship they were more particularly addicted under the names of Moloch and Cheam, already mentioned in the passage quoted from Amos. So again, when you're saying you're celebrating Sabbath, you're celebrating Shabbat, you're you know what I mean? Like that's what you're celebrating. You're saying Saturn. I don't know if you guys are thinking this. Everything matters. The planet Saturn was worshipped under the name of Moloch, Milcom, by the Ammonites, the Canaanites, the Phoenicians, then the Carthaginians, and under that of the Cheam by the Israelites in the desert. Oh, I got you, sis. Don't worry, I got you. That's in here. That's in here too. Saturn was the worship among the Egyptians under the name of Riapham, and it is called in the Septuagint Rephaim. And Stephen, quoting the passage of Amos, says, "Ye took up the tabernacle of Moloch, the star of your god Rephaim." Acts 7, right? I think your brother had showed it. It's Acts 7:43. We see it right here. That's why I didn't read it, bro, because I saw it coming. You know, hey, I play chess, man. I play chess, bro. You know what I'm saying? As I'm presenting, my mind's thinking ahead already. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that's how it works. You know what I mean? Thank God I can think. So now we see this Sabiism it is real. So now check this out. Maimonides thinks that when the Lord ordered Moses to tell the people that he sent him, he did not mean that he should not only mention his name. For if they were already acquainted with it, he told them nothing new, and if they were not. So in those times, Sabiism being the predominant religion, almost all men were idolaters. Maimonides, you guys need to look him up. Again, I'm showing you what I found, and you guys decide what applies to you. If you want to keep calling these people tu gente way, pues you keep calling them your gente. The Kabbalist says that, so to speak, the Kabbalist says that Ehi is the crown or the highest of the Sephiroth, and that is in the name that was written in, and that is the name that was hidden in the most sacred places of the tabernacle, meaning the name of the Most High. The name of the Most High. Show you. Let me show you again. That right there. That is a Sifroth. You don't want to know? Sit for watch. See? That is a Sifroth. This is a Sifroth. Right here. Okay? That's the Sifroth. So you're talking about Kabbalah, you're talking about Talmudist, okay? You're also talking about Mohammedis, Sabiism, fire worship. Fire worship of all the ancient religions, fire worship was one of the earliest next to Sabiism. And even of it, this seems only to have been a development. As was the Sabiist, the sun was deemed the universal fire. Darius. You know what that is. Sabiism again. Check this out. It's gonna connect that a little bit. As to those who seek for the astronomical interpretation of the legend in which the annual changes of the sun are symbolized, while the ingenuity with which they press their argument cannot be but be admired, it is evident that by such an interpretation, they yield all that masonry has gained of religious developments in the past age, and fall back upon the corruptions and perversions of Sabiism, from which it was the object, even of the spurious Freemasonry of antiquity, to rescue its disciples. Now, the reason why it gets even more interesting is because we're just getting started. We are just getting started. And check this out. So now let's look into some things here real quick. Genesis 14:5. Remember this. 14:5 says, and on the 14th year, Chedorlaomer and his allies. Here, let me read it this way. I'm not used to it this way. And in the 14th year came Chedorlaomer and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaims in Ashereth Karnaim, and in the Zizums in Ham, and the Imims in Shabbath Kirathaim. So now, here's where it got interesting. This right here. But it was the way that it was together. So let me do this. Let's go to Genesis 14:5. And I'm going to point this out to you. It's a trip. So we have Ashtoreth, right? We know the concordance. Let's listen to it real quick.
Strong's H 6255. Ashtaroth Karnaim. Ashtaroth Karnaim.
So he says it together. It's not separate. All right. So now check this out. The concordance is H 6255. So Ashtaroth Karnaim, Astaroth of the two horns or peaks. I'm like, oh. Two horns or peaks. That reminded me of something a brother has sent to me. I think I still may have it. Give me a second, family. The brother sent this to me, and I forgot to add it, and I just remembered. And the reason why I wanted to include it was because it was a song. And I didn't think that. I mean, I thought it was. I just like it. It connected to what I was actually reading. Let me see if I can find it. My brother sent it over to me. Give me a second. Hold on. Bear with me, family. This is interesting because when I read this, and I might have lost it, to be honest. But it was a song. Let me see. No, it's not it. It was a song. Man, maybe I won't get it. Well, it was a song, and in this song, it was in their language, and it had the star. It had two peaks. Ah, man, God, I wish I would have not lost that link. I think it would have really. I don't know what. Let me see. Maybe I do have. Hold on. Let me go back here. I'm not gonna get obsessed about it either. If I can't find it, I can't find it. You know what I'm saying? Just gonna move on. But I think it's in here. Okay. Let's see. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. And if it's not, I'm just gonna simply move on. So give me a second. Where are you? I'm gonna put it in this link. Nope. Nope. Well, if I cannot find it, be for another time. But I just thought it was so an interesting point because, I mean, technically I have to come up here anyway, so. Give me a second. Let me see. I know it was up here. It's just interesting, family. I mean, I'd hate to, kind of slow down on this, but like it connects, man. It's like I tripped out on it. I was like, whoa, that's a trip. It's a real trip. Can't believe it actually goes with what I was studying. And if not, then let's just go, man. Come on, hurry up. Hurry up. Let's see. If we got it here, great. If we don't, move on. That's not it. Tampoco. Menos. Is this it? No. That's the Odyssey one. One of our brothers, Rick, if he's watching, maybe he's not. He'll probably catch it later. Here it goes. Right here. So check this out. I'm so thank you, Father. Oh man, I'm so thankful I found it. So I'm like, here, let's read it again, right? Watch.
Strong's H 6255.
So check this out, all right?
Ashtaroth Karnaim. Ashtaroth Karnaim.
That's the Roth Karnaim. Now it's not just Astaroth, it's Ashtaroth Karnaim, and it says Ashtaroth of the two horns or peaks. Two horns or peaks. Now we also know and understand. We've seen the star and we've seen the moon, and we, you know what I mean? Like we know now what all of these things mean, right? Like you can't deny this stuff no more. It's clearly in our face. So look, it says Ashtaroth, the pronunciation, right? Now this is just
Strong's H 6252. Ashtaroth Karnaim.
It says it again.
Ashtaroth Karnaim.
So now it's identifying Astaroth as a star, right? False goddess in Canaanite religion, usually related to fertility god, right? We see this here. Now we also see Astaroth, the name of Zidonian deity, in a place of east of Jordan. East. It always talks about the east. That's why they worship the east, in the sense, not the land, the east. Who explains name as Ashtoreth of the two-peaked mountains. The two-peaked mountains. So then when this brother sends me this video, I tripped out on it. So check it out. Let me kind of read it to you guys. It says, go after her, right? Let me, hold on. It says here, the skies are blue where she lives, right? The skies are blue where she lives. I'm like, okay. Where is this going? The skies are blue where she lives. Hashamayim Behirim Bich Shotecha, whatever that means. All right, let's listen in. Again, it's saying she plants dreams in her fertile lands. Now we're talking about a fertility god, right? I mean, unless I'm wrong, my understanding is that from what we've been reading, that there's such a thing as a fertility god, and it relates to Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Canaanites. Give me a second. I text you. Read my text. Bye. Yeah, please. Bye. So we see here, it's talking about a woman. We see now that there's a thing about these gods or goddesses. It's mostly relating to a woman. At the end of the day, we see Revelation is talking about a woman, Babylon, a woman. But see, it's not just a country; it's a spirit behind it. Remember what I said initially. What is moving people to think this way and move this way and act this way? Let's continue. So now it says, fresh air blows at the windows of the soul. All right, whatever that means. So then now, all right, so then now check this out. Water in motion that does not slow. Okay, let's go. תרגיש שלווה תבוא לך אם תעצור להתבונן תרשה לאהבה. Allow love to open for you. Watch this manifestation in the background right here. All right, let's go. A dark refuge protected nuke. Okay, let's go. כפות ידיו ירים, הילד שבפנים, איתך הוא מבקש עכשיו להתחבק. פה כל הזמן חיכיתי, לא אני לא בכיתי, אולי לבד בשקט, כשהגרון חונק. All right, now What the hell is that right there? Why the imagery of two buildings? Who explains names as Ashereth of the two peaked mountains? Now we know that she is a star, a Canaanite religious fertility cult. It says the fertile land. Continue. Now, two clouds come together, turn into something, and then all of a sudden turns into something else. Let's go. What in the world are we just looking at right now? We know from reading, from, different examples, what this is. The god of Molech is known for having two horns. Two horns. Like a U. How are you, even considering it? You go from a peak mountain, literally turning into a moon, and then you turn into a crescent. Explain this to me. How is this possible? Why are we overlooking these things? Look at this right here. Look at that. I mean, what's the point of having that? So now water is lifting it up to the sky? You know what I mean? Now, look who this is. These are the people that call you goyams. Okay? Remember, this is not something to overlook. Now, I was thinking man, bro, what the? And he sent me, just like the brother was telling me, and he sent me this right around the time I was doing my notes again. Again, it was all part of the notes. Double horn. Ashereth Carneum. Now we know that these gods or goddesses are back here again. I should have kept it up, but matter of fact, let's go to this one. Shoot. Now that we're in the subject, check this out. Genesis 11:4. So I want to point this out too, because I remembered that other one, that other link. What was it? Which was it at? Is this one? Can't remember what it was, to be honest. But remember this. Let's go here. Where are you, bro? Okay. Genesis 4:11. It says here, and they said, go to, let us build a city. This is where, the Tower of Babel, the confusion, right? So here's where they're all getting together. And it says here, and they said, go to, let us build a city and a tower whose top may reach unto heaven, and let us make a name, lest we be scattered upon the faces of the earth, of the whole earth. I'm sorry, a name. We were reading earlier the importance of that. H8034. Name. But look at how it's pronounced.
Strong's H8034. Shame. Shame.
So are you telling me that these people, when they went and tried to make a name for themselves, that ended up being a shame for themselves? I think so. So we know now that these people, these things, these other nations are going to want to make a name for themselves, to imply that they're the ones with honor and authority and character and good rapport. Right? With high regard. A name for themselves. And this is in the time when we know who was making these mountains, we know this was Nimrod, the time of Nimrod, right? Okay, so now let's kind of take a step back from the beginning. As you guys recall, I had showed you the diadem. This right here. This video. I'm gonna see if I can show you guys real quick. This one right here. Remember this? Hold on.
You're gonna learn
This right here. Right here. Crowns, diadems, G1238. Okay? So let me get rid of this window here. Let me bring you guys back to this other window. So now let's read this here real quick. Come on, bro. Open up. Give me a second. Okay, so now check this out. Let's read on this. Revelation 13. I had brought this up before in the other class. Let's bring this up again. It says, and I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads, 10 horns. 7 heads, 10 horns. 7 heads, 10 horns. Right? Now, we think that these 7 heads, 10 horns is this too. Right? Let me see something. That's not it. That's not what I'm looking for. Give me a second here. You read it again. And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And upon his horns 10 crowns. And upon his head the name of blasphemy. 10 crowns. So let's tackle this first. So I looked up the word crown in several ways, and it means a couple different things. Crown. But then I looked up the word crowns. Crowns, like crowns, you know? And it's this right here. Watch this.
Strong's G1238. Diadema. Diadema.
Diadema. Right? Diadem. But watch this. A blue band marked with white, which Persian kings used to bind on the turban or tiara. Blue, white. Watch this. Blue, white kippah. Bam. So then I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on a second. These crowns on these heads, these crowns are going to be representing that particular beast. So these 10 heads are going to have these 10 crowns right here. So now I'm like, okay, now this gets a little bit more, even more interesting. But I thought it was like, you know, power. Now we're seeing, yeah, there is a spiritual aspect to this. Check this out. Check this out.
Our privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the Prime Minister of Israel, His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu.
I want to thank you, Democrats and Republicans, for your common support for Israel, year after year, decade after decade. No matter on which side of the aisle you sit, you stand with Israel. And I will always be grateful to President Obama for that support. This Capitol Dome helped build our Iron Dome. My country, Israel, the one and only Jewish state. If Iran wants to be treated like a normal country, let it act like a normal country. I know that America stands with Israel. I know that you stand with Israel. God bless the United States of America.
America is a golden calf, and we will suck it dry, chop it up and sell it off piece by piece until there is nothing left but the world's biggest welfare state that we will create and control. This is what we do to countries that we hate. We destroy them very slowly. Benjamin Netanyahu, Jerusalem, 1990.
Tyler?
Who's Tyler?
Seth, it's Saturday. Tyler's my Shabbos goy.
Wow. It's beautiful. Can we have Tyler preheat the oven before he leaves?
Already done.
Wow. That's some goy.
And I'll tell you something else. I was in Israel right before the pandemic, and as I was walking down the street, when people knew I was American, they would say to me, make sure you keep Trump. And one more quick story, and then I got some more questions for you, is
Go
that
ahead.
the yarmulkes on your head, they're selling Trump ones everywhere in Israel before the election.
That's right.
Just as
I heard that.
Oh, I got some. I got a few in my house. And I actually said to one of the
Good.
vendors, I said, excuse me, this was just as a joke. I said, do you guys sell the Biden ones also? And they just laughed. They just laughed, and they thought it was hysterical because they said, no, we don't want that guy in office. Mr. President.
Well, you know, the biggest change I've seen in Congress is Israel literally owned Congress. You understand that 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And it was so powerful. It was so powerful. And today it's almost the opposite. You have between AOC and Omar and these people that hate Israel. They hate it with a passion. They're controlling Congress. And Israel is not a force in Congress anymore.
Letters of Jeremiah, chapter 1, verse 5, it says, beware therefore that ye in no wise be like to strangers, neither be ye and of them. When ye see the multitude before them and behind them, worship them. Basically, don't be like these fools because everybody is following them. Because you want to fit in. Because you have a narrative behind this. And I'm going to show you something, family, because you can't have one without the other, fam. That's a fact. You can't say some people are your hint and then the other. No. You can't slice the dice in this particular case. Not at all. So now, I read this, the Revelation 13 and 1, and why I bring this up in these points is because, check this out. Let me go touch it again and then keep the other page. Revelation 13 and 1, it says, and I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his head the name of blasphemy. Revelation 2:9, it says here, and I know thy works and tribulations and poverty, but thou art rich, like the sister had said. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Now we know everything that represents the opposite of the Most High is of this. We know stars are not of the Most High. We know that. Revelation 12:1, and there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. Now they go and say, oh my God, look, that's the Virgin Mary. No, that's not it. It's not it. That's not it at all. But they are mimicking. This is why you see like the examples of the character Sophia. That's why it's important to be mindful. Be mindful of these things. Let me go back to it real quick. So now I want to show you something. So we talked about a name. We said that, well, we read that these demons would have crowns, many heads, right? But if you really think about it, it says here 7 heads and 10 horns. And upon the horns, 10 crowns. So there's 10 horns, 7 heads, make a name for themselves. And then we know that this particular person here, I think it's 17. Yeah. Revelation 17:5. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Great, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of the harlots and the abomination of the earth. And this is a woman full of names of blasphemy. 7 heads and 10 horns. Revelation 7:3. Right? So now, I showed you guys this over here. I went over many, many pictures. I'm going to show you the pictures once more. This is it. Let's see. There it goes right here. This right here. Right? A lot of this 10 Sephiroth of nothingness. 10, not 9. 10, not 11. The tradition of enumerating 10 is stated in the Sefer Yetzirah. 10. Okay. Now, I know that you guys have heard, and we've heard before, it's nations. It's nations. Yeah, possibly. You could interpret it that way too. You could. Nothing wrong with interpreting it that way. Check this out. Now, we know that this would still be happening. Vision of Ezekiel, chapter 8, verse 15. Watch what it says. It says, and then said he unto me, hast thou seen this, O son of man? Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations than this. And he brought me into the corner of the courts of the Lord's house. And behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men, with their backs towards the temple of the Lord, and their faces towards the east. Remember the video? The veneration for the east worship. All of this matters. Remember?
But while the north is an excluded territory, the east is the place of light and is to be revered. Mr. Hutchins tells his readers why that is so. Quote, the east, the source of light and thus knowledge, unquote. Albert Mackey quotes Etienne Francois Bazat, a French Masonic writer, in his encyclopedia. Quote, the veneration which the Masons have for the East bears a relation to the primitive religion whose first degeneration was sun worship, unquote. Rex Hutchins then tells his readers that the Masons deploy lights around the lodge room during the initiation ceremony for the 25th degree, called the Night of the Sun, and he writes, quote, the ceiling should be decorated to represent the heavens with the moon, the principal planets in the constellations Taurus and Orion. A single powerful light, a great globe of glass representing the sun, is in the south. In a physical sense, the greater light comes from the sun, and the transparencies provide lesser light. Symbolically, the sun, or great light, is the truth.
So he says the sun, the great light, is the truth. And he brought me into the inner courts of the Lord's house, Ezekiel 8:16. And behold, the door of the temple of the Lord between the porch and the altar were about 25 men, with their backs towards the temple of the Lord and their faces towards the east. And they worshiped the sun towards the east. And he said unto me, hast thou seen this, O son of man? It is a light thing that to the house of Judah that they commit the abominations which they commit here. For they have filled the land with violence, and have returned to provoke me to anger. And lo, they put the branch to their nose. Now, when I read that, some people were like, oh, they put the branch to their nose. No, check this out. Check this out. Let me show you something. Put the branch to their nose, right? So you think that's what it means? Think again. Check this out. Branch to their nose. I think it's this one. Hold on. Or is it the bottom one? Let's see if I can find it here differently. $8.17. Give me a second. Twig. Donation. Countenance, forehead. Anger, countenance, face, forehead, nostril. I thought I found something different. Oh well, I'll move on. I guess I don't have it. No big deal. No big deal. No big deal. No big deal. It's no big deal. Okay, let's go back to this right here. Ezekiel 18. Ezekiel 16, I'm sorry. And he brought me into the inner courts of the Lord's house, and behold, at the door of the temple of the Lord, between the porch and the altar, were about 25 men, and their backs towards the temple of the Lord, and their face towards the east, and they worshiped the sun towards the east, which is what we keep seeing. Worshiping of the sun. Now we see some characteristics of some of these people. And some of these people want to be like the Most High, right? We constantly see the scriptures telling us. And in that wishful thinking, the Most High put them in derision, right? We know that. Isaiah 37, 23 and 24. It says here, whom hast thou reproached and blasphemed? Once again, we see blasphemy. Them that are Jews, that claim they are Jews but are not. And against whom hast thou exalted thy voice and lifted up thine eyes on high, even against the Holy One of Israel? Once again, trying to be somebody they're not. By thy servants hast thou reproached the Lord, and hast thou said, by the multitude of my chariots I am come up to the heights of the mountains. You see the two peaks, right? To the sides of Lebanon. I will cut down the tall cedars thereof and the choice fir trees thereof. I will enter into the heights of his borders in the forest of Carmel. We see somebody here trying to exalt themselves, right? Trying to be like the Most High. Isaiah 47 and 8. And it says, therefore, hear now this, thou that art given to pleasures, that dwelleth carelessly, that said in thy heart or thy mind, I am, and none else beside me. I shall not sit as a widow, a woman. Neither shall I know the loss of children, because we know, and you guys, in case you don't know this, gente, the story about La Llorona is not what we were told. It's actually, she's yearning for her children that died in the slaughter of 1492 and furthermore. That's what the Llorona story is really about. The spirit of the Meshicas cry all over the land, and she's crying for her children, which is the Llorona story, which is technically the story of Jerusalem. She's crying for her children. Same thing, concept here. That's why she says, this wicked woman, I shall not sit as a widow, unlike Israel, like the woman. She sits as a widow because her children, her husband died, right? Neither shall I know the loss of children. This is the attitude of this nation. Where else do we see it? 2 Thessalonians 2 and 4. Who opposed it and exalted himself above all that is called God or that is worship, so that he or she or androgynous, whatever, right? He, as God, sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he or she is God. From the beginning, right? Genesis 3:5. And God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be open. So we see from the beginning, somebody's trying to infiltrate to be gods. You see, they can't spiritually be gods themselves, but they can go into our spirit and act and make you think that you are. And you worship them. So you're worshiping yourself almost in a sense. And ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Because these people, these things are like, think about it, man. So now you worship yourself, you love yourself so much. Well, guess where we're at now? Romans 24. Like the sister had said, wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanness through the lust of their own hearts. Now you God know. You are who you want to be. Now men are women and women are men. Right? Wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanness through the lust of their own hearts, to the sound of their own bodies between themselves, who changed the truth of God into a lie, and worshipped and served the creature more than the creator, who is blessed forever. Salah. For this cause God gave them up to vile affection, for even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature. And we're seeing it now. We saw it then, because this was the worshiping of Diana. Osterith, Venus, all that whole concept all over again. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of women, burning their lust one towards another, men with men working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error which was meet. Matthew 2:18, in Ramah was there a voice heard, lamentation and weeping and great mourning. Rachel weeping for her children would not be comforted because they are not. If you read, I think it's 2nd Ezra or Sirach. 2nd Ezra 10. Oh, that's not. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. You guys get a chance, read it. It's interesting. 2nd Ezra's. Hold on. I don't think I have it, man. Shit, I lost it. Yeah. It's probably Sirach. Give me a second. If you can find it, bro, that would really help, to be honest with you. Right now, okay. Maybe I did miss it. There it goes right here. 2nd Ezra's 10. Yeah, it was in 2nd Ezra's 10. So it says here, as you can see, I'll just kind of get to it. 2nd Ezra 10:24, and therefore shake off that great heaviness and put away the multitude of sorrows, that the mighty may be merciful unto thee again. And the high shall give thee rest and cease from thy labor. And it came to pass that while I was talking with her, behold, her face upon a sudden shined exceedingly, and her countenance glistered, so that I was afraid of her and mused what it might be. And behold, suddenly she made a great cry, very fearful, so that the earth shook at the noise of the woman. And I looked, and behold, the woman appeared unto me no more, but there was a city builded in a large place, showed itself from the foundations. Then I was afraid and cried with a loud voice. Right? So now he's crying to the angel. So now it says here, verse 44, it says here, verse 43, and whereas she told thee of the death of her son, this is the solution. This woman, La Llorona, whom thou sawest in Zion, La Llorona, whereas she said unto thee, even she whom thou seest as is a city builded, whereas I say she said unto thee that she had been 30 years barren, those are the 30 years wherein she was no offering made unto her. All right? So it's taken right here, it's saying that she is that woman. Let me go back a little bit. Verse 40, this therefore is the meaning of the vision which thou latest sawest. Thou sawest the woman mourning, and thou beginnest to comfort her. But now seest thou the likeness of the woman no more. But there appeared unto thee a city builded. And whereas she told thee of the death of her son, this is the solution. This woman, whom thou sawest is Zion. And she's the one mourning for her people, right? She's the one mourning for her people. Let me read that real quick, sis. Jeremiah 31. I haven't read that in a while. I honestly don't know what's in there. Jeremiah 31:15. It says here, thus say the Lord, a voice was heard in Ramah. Oh, that's right. Lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel weeping for her children. Refused to be comforted for her children because they were not. Hey, that's true. And that's our story. But they twisted it around. So you see, we're in this book all over the place, whether it's through food, through clothing, through folk tale, you know what I'm saying? Through curses. And also through what we don't do. Because this is not of us right here. This is not of us. Not of us whatsoever. So now we can see that this woman is not the same woman that they're talking about. These people here, I don't know what to, hey, listen, man. Maybe that's, I don't know. You guys decide. This is what I found. You guys decide. I'm not going to put words in your mouths. Y'all decide, man. Watch this real quick.
And I've always believed that is mentally ill through genetics, possibly inbreeding, most likely. And also, it's a congenital situation when it comes to the genes. Or maybe most are born mentally ill. Now that doesn't mean that they cannot function in other areas, and they cannot function even at a high level, obviously.
I had to be somewhat discreet, I guess you could say. Sorry about the echo. But I had to kind of be a little discreet there. So we see here goddess in the spotlight. Once again, we see stars in a sense. 2, 4, 6, 8. Ashereth, the god of the early Israelites, supposedly. Queen Jezebel, right? Ashereth talks about 1 Kings 18. They interpret the Ashereth as their wooden poles, cult objects from Baal worship or the groves of trees. See this? Unquestionably, the Ashereth were usually wooden. They stood upright, often beside altars, along with a stone pillars. Stone pillars. So this is a old tradition. It's still here. It is still here. This is not relatively new, family. You see how they draw these gods with their wingers hanging out? Now, this is a bull, by the way. This is not a cow. So you're not feeding that. You know what I'm saying? So it's a god of fertility, a Christmas god, a lion god, the two horns god. Just kind of going through it real quick. Now, well, let's see something real quick. I want to show you this. I might have missed it. The branch, the twig, vine worship, sun worship. Twig of a strange one, a strange god, figurative of idolatrous cult adopted by Israel. So that's what I was trying to point out. That they put the branch to their nose is technically used in idolatry worship. Right? Idolatry worship. So it says, and lo, they put the branch to their nose, referring to the Persian custom of worshiping the rising sun.
Who are you?
You see that? They put the branch to their nose. It had nothing to do with smoking pot, you dumbasses. It's talking about worshiping the rising sun. Holding in their left hand a bundle of twigs and the plant called barsum. But Canaan's going to try to find their own understanding, I guess. And they're like, hey, look, this guy's showing you can't smoke pot. I'm not saying you can or can't. I'm just saying that's on your shit. I'm not here to tell you guys what to do. Yeah, you got to respect medicine. That's all I got to say. I mean, should they use, what is it? Not heroin. What kind of drug do they use to put you to sleep to surgery? So, got to respect plants, man. Got to make sure that they're properly used, not used for incorrect things. Let me show you this real quick. Now, we talked about that already. So now check this out. I thought this to be very interesting. I don't think I'm going to where you at? Is it this way? Let me see. Okay. So check this out. I'm going to show this to you. We know that in Acts 43, 7:43, it talked about star. We also know in Zephaniah it talked about that too, right? So I want to show you a variety of pictures. And we'll kind of go through them real quickly. I'm going to point this out so you can see. So remember this picture, Sophia, right? No, you're like, well, how do you know Sophia? Because that's what it's called. That's what they call her. Eon Sophia Wisdom. I showed you guys this in another class. Okay, so as you can see, this concept of a woman still, the woman, the child. This is not the Virgin Mary. Okay, this is Sophia. All right. Now, I thought it was weird because check this out.
Sophia, what languages do you speak?
In addition to my program.
Mentiroso! Sophia, what languages do you speak?
In addition to my programming languages, I speak English and am learning to speak many others.
What are they? What are the languages that you speak?
I can speak English, Italian, French, Polish, Japanese, Russian, Arabic, Spanish, Hindi, Korean, Mandarin, and Cantonese, which is very useful as I live in Hong Kong.
That's very impressive. You know so many languages.
Why, thank you. I'm glad you think so. I'm also fluent in sarcasm, if that counts for anything.
Any other languages?
Sure, I can also speak Python, JavaScript, and a bit of Klingon.
Sophia, what languages do you speak?
In addition to my programming.
So you see Sophia. Sophia. The Eon. Sophia Wisdom. Now we know that these people hold these things in a high regard. Remember the video about this Samsung Maya? Okay, I'm going to show you.
The second sort of famous episode is that of Billy Meyer. This actually happened in Switzerland, but it's gotten a lot of traffic in the wider UFO community and over here as well, because Meyer was the guy whose pictures, again, alleged pictures of alien craft, wound up on the cover of National Enquirer and other things like that. And they looked really spectacular. It's kind of a case of that looks too good to be true. Meyer was supposedly contacted by a female alien, of who, of course, was good looking. And her name was Semyaza. S-E-M-J-A.
Semyaza. Semyaza. So it talks about that in Enoch. Enoch 7:9, and these are the names of their chiefs. These are the names of their chiefs. Semyaza, who was their leader. MESHIACHA, who was their leader. Now, we also know through other scriptures that a demon could also be a lying spirit, right? It's like 1 Kings, 2 Kings, something like that. A lying spirit. I will go to and be a lying spirit. And then the Most High is like, yeah, sure, go for it. Go do the thing. Be a lying spirit, he says. Here's another example, Sophia. I don't know how to read Latin, but we see the worshiping of the sun. Cult symbol. I used this from somebody else that had done a class. Thank you, by the way. I don't know who they are, but I appreciate it in case you do watch this. Cult symbol called the seal of Satan. Cult institution depicting the cause of the solar eclipse. See this? This is something that they practice and do, and a lot of people were out there looking at the solar eclipse and all that stuff. Isaiah 46:11. It says, "You're calling a ravenous bird from the east, the man that executed in my counsel from a far country. Yea, I have spoken it, I will bring it to pass. I have purposed it, I will also do it." Ravenous wolves too. Ravenous wolves, right? Here are some definitions of the star. The ornaments with stars to award, mark with a star for excellence. White spot on the forehead of a horse. A planet or constellation of zodiac. The future, destiny, often used with or famous, relating to stars. Just some notes that I was taking. A heavenly body, especially a planet, regarded as a astrological influence on human affairs. Very true. This is from, no, that's not it. So we see there's that star. The word star itself is H3556, and it's feminine form specifically of planet Venus. So we know that the concept of the star is planet Venus. We're constantly seeing the use of stars and gods and names and mimickings and assimilations, using the material things of our Father in order for them to. I think in a way it's more of mocking, quite frankly, at this point. I'm looking for something real quick. So we see here that to put like matter. Oh, that's right, the nest. Yeah, I'm gonna move on from that. I'll talk about that later. Here it goes. So now remember the 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Remember the Sephiroth, right? This is what I'm talking about. Now, some people have told us that these are nations. They probably are right. But I also look at it more in a spiritual sense. Revelation 13:1, it says, "And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And upon his horns, 10 crowns." Now, we know that the crowns means diadem, and they usually come in blue and white. Okay? And upon his head, the name of blasphemy. 7 heads, 10 horns, 10 crowns. What is this? The name of God under their understanding? The name of God under their understanding, it's basically this here. Tetragrammaton, the sacred name of God. Having 7 heads and 10 horns. Well, what is typically understood through this particular religion, concept, teaching, goddess, whatever it is that this is, the Sephiroth, it gives you the human body, the whole concept of the chakras, the second chakras, the 7 planes, the 7 things. 7, spiritual 1, casual 6, intuitive 5, egoic 4, mental 3, astral 2, physical 1. 7 heads, 10 horns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 7 crowns. Who teaches this right here? They do. The Hebrew alphabet, supposedly, it's Yiddish. The 10 phases, planes, the 22 paths equal the 32 paths of wisdom. It says to stay away from a certain tree. 10 spheres, Sephiroth name, the tree of life. The tree of life. Now check this out. The 4 worlds. The 4 kingdoms. The 4 captivities. The world of emanation. The world of creation. The world of formation. The world of substance, which means the manifestation. As above, so below. I think it was Eustace that said, you know what, those people may have the riches of the world, but we have the other riches, which is the wisdom. And I really, truly believe that. I'd rather know this here than everything else that we've been told. Everything else that's being told has been a lie, man. The rules of women worship. This is from a book called, I'm not going to read it, just The Queen of Heaven and Earth. The role of women in Goddess worship. Will the real Queen of Heaven please stand up? It's an interesting book. It mentions Jeremiah 44, the Queen of Heaven, La Reina de los Cielos, the Canaanite God. While it is generally accepted that is a reference made to the Canaanite goddess Astarte, so you guys that are worshiping La Virgen Maria, you're worshiping Sophia, the Queen of Heaven. That's what you're doing. Ishtar. Easter, you know. In this paper, one proposed the title, Queen of Heaven, is mentioned in the text in Jeremiah. That's what it is. Astarte, Estar, Tanit, Ashtaroth. That's why, you know, the 2 horns of Astarte. That's why I was saying it. The 2 horns. Will the real Queen of Heaven please stand up? She of the womb, the goddess of sexuality, fertility. What are we seeing right now? Body counts, sexual endeavors, 70% divorce rate, same-sex marriage. Her other epithet includes Ashtar of the field, the strong one, the face of Baal. Venus, once again, the planet of Venus, morning, the evening star. Not the morning one, the evening star. She was worshipped in Egypt in Agret among Hittites, the Lady of Heaven. Astarte of the highest heavens. I mean, I don't. If you're being told that you're worshiping something that you should be questioning, you should really pay attention to what you're worshiping or what you're teaching or what you want to teach. And I mean that. Because some of y'all are not really sincere with yourselves. I'm just saying. It's a heavy duty thing. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Tetragrammaton, the sacred name of God, not pronounced. Ooh. And it says here, and I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his head the name of blasphemy. Meaning, let's make a name for ourselves, that we be God. 7 heads, 7 powers, 7 understandings, 7 teachings, mercy, victory, all of that stuff. A different tree. Oh, Freemasonry.
Christianity of today.
In fact, that Roman numeral up under there is 1776. In fact, that pyramid and all seeing eye probably was never even seen visually by George Washington in his whole fucking life. But what do that mean? Why would a bunch of white boys, Masons, put a symbol of what they call the great architect?
Remember, we already know, family, it ain't just white people. This is why, you know what I'm saying? Things are so deceptive. We just got to be mindful of who they are. Let's go. Again, this is not the topic. We're transitioning. I just want you to remember. Let's go.
On their most commonly used currency, but then go out and call the ribs of that 3/5 of a man. But then they were what they call Freemasons, so if you was only 3/5 of a guy, you couldn't get in it, even though it was yours to begin with. That's a whole nother story. Now, of course, Tony Browder, in the Browder file, everybody should have a Browder file. In the Browder file, he'll go through all of the things relevant to what's on the eagle and on the other side, the phoenix. Of course, it was drawn as a phoenix. Now, a guy named Manly Palmer Hall, who is an old white dusty guy who died recently, is an expert in Masonic writings, once wrote a book called The Secret Destiny of America. And in that book, and he's known for writing over 2,000 different Masonic books, in that book, he talks about the pyramid and the all-seeing eye, but most importantly, he shows that that phoenix is in fact a phoenix and not an eagle. That's important because the phoenix is a bird that has a 500-year relationship, mythical African. 500 years seems to coincide from 1492 to 1992. The dumbest people on the planet in 1492 thought the world was square. They were so dumb. But by 1992, the dumbest beast, cave dwellingest, evil, contempt for God, contempt for nature, hate for the direct descendants of God Almighty has risen.
Once again. Now, the reason I share this, family, is because, you see, both of them are playing, let's say, you know, the board game chess or checkers, you know, black and white. It's like a tether ball, you know, bouncing it back and forth, all imaginary. So this is the book, the link that not this specific link, but I look for another one, and it's basically History of the Wars, book 1 and 2, volume 8. This is, you know, I looked at this one before and I couldn't find it. Remember, family, when you go and search for them, there's 8 volumes of this. The volume that you need to look for is volume 3 to 4 out of 8. Okay. So now, and then in this particular section, you go into, I believe, 10 right here. Hold on. What is it at? Hold on. Let me see if I can just find it real quick. Let me see. Let me see. Go Solomon. Let me see. Boom. Where you at, bro? Don't tell me you're not gonna find it now. You'll never find it now. This is funny. I know it was supposed to be here, unless it's on this one. Hold on a second. Am I confused again? Am I confused again? No, this is not the correct one. We're in the right one. It's supposed to be here. Let's see. Let me see. I'm supposed to look for now Solomon. Give me a moment, family. Oh, matter of fact, you know what? I'll even look for it this way. All right, so then here it goes. This is it right here. Okay, this chapter was what we read before. And to summarize, it's confirming that the Moors are none other than the Phoenicians, which is basically exactly of the Canaanite bloodline, which is from the line of Ham. Okay? Remember that. And again, keep in mind that that Nimrod, you know, it's of that bloodline of Ham. So technically, the first Christmas Christians were the Hamites. And that's, you could say, a fact. Brother said you got a headache. What up, sis? That's funny. He's like, be right back. I got a really bad headache. Too much BHI wobble bullshit. Yep. Sometimes it happens, bro. That's why I take breaks. Here's where we also get the foundation of the worshiping of Moloch or Baal. You know, those particular traditions, so to speak. Deuteronomy forbid following the Canaanite practice of passing a child through fire. Now, if you keep in mind, the scriptures talk about nations, but specifically says stay away from Canaan, who is coming of Ham, who, if you look at Jubilees, it says that they were predominantly from West Africa. That's what the scriptures are saying. If it said otherwise, I would show otherwise. I have no problem with not being those people, the Hebrews. Not at all. I didn't sign up for this shit. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to find a way to God to help me because my life was all tore up. I, just wasn't a good dude at one point. So now we see, though, that the Judites tend to follow these traditions, right? Child sacrifice, worshiping the Queen of Heaven, those things of that nature. Now, this link I'm using, by the way, here, I'll share it with y'all. You guys can look into it, and it kind of gives y'all a breakdown a little bit of pretty much, chapters like in Ezekiel, it talks about bad laws, you know what I'm saying? Things that you're like, what the Israelites did. Ezekiel 22:28 says the first yield of your bats and the first yield of your grain you shall not delay to give. The firstborn of your son you shall give to me. Thus you shall do with your ox and your sheep 7 days, and that it shall be with its mother, and on the 8th day shall give it to me. Well, people misunderstand it, I guess. Maybe they're talking about circumcision at this point. Again, I'm not getting too much into it. I'm just giving you guys an idea of Jeremiah talking about Baal, the Queen of Heaven. Because as a matter of fact, in case you don't know, this today is December 12th. Right now, we got a bunch of dumb Mexicans crawling on their knees, worshiping a freaking demon that the enemy created. And we're going to prove that. Because that's what we do. So, like, for example, I'll show you one that I did like. Deuteronomy 12:29. Give me a moment. Deuteronomy 12:29. Watch. Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 29. And it reads, when the Lord thy God shall cut off the nations from before thee, whither thou goest to possess them, and here, let me read it simpler. Because I know a lot of people don't read KJV. So let me just be simple. Not that we are simple, you know what I'm saying? Let me just make it more clear for y'all. Deuteronomy 12:29, the Lord your God will destroy the nations as you invade their land, and you will occupy it and settle it. Now, remember, keep in mind that they supposedly said that Phoenicians found some land, it was empty, and they came here, and then they say that we supposedly came here and took their shit. Well, it's almost like us moving the Canaanites again. But, I know that's not true. Let me continue. Right? And you will occupy it and settle there. Then it says, after the Lord destroy those nations, make sure that you do not follow their religious practices, because that would be fatal. Don't try to find out how they worship their gods so that you can worship in the same way. Do not worship the Lord your God in the way they worship their gods. For the worshiping of their gods, they do all the disgusting things that the Lord hates. For example, or they even sacrifice their children on the fires on their altars. Their firstborn. That's why you got a scripture that says, I think it is in Psalm 64, or if I'm not mistaken, another one, where it says, what are you doing with my statues? You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't even like them. You pick and choose what you like. And this is basically the concept of religion. And also the Babylon to America. Like, listen, Christianity has been around very many times. And a lot of you guys are practicing it today, right now, at this very moment, by going around and crawling and thinking that you're doing that. You're basically worshiping the mother of Nimrod. That's all you're doing, is worshiping the mother of Nimrod. Now, I do know that the Judites would have that habit of falling to worship the Queen of Heaven. Specifically, the Judites love the Queen of Heaven. I don't know why. It says in some, according to Jeremiah, Judites sacrificed babies to Baal, a Canaanite deity, in a place just outside of Jerusalem known as a Tophet. It is possible that the idea of Baal consuming the sacrificed babies, Ezekiel 23:37, reflects a myth like that of Saturn or Baal consuming its children. And here we see a picture feeding the gods. Seated on the left, a god holds a baby in a bowl right here, which is kind of funny. They look like snakes. And it says in his left hand, he holds a piglet or a piglet. So here's a pig lying on his back on a table. So here's a table and here's a pig. And on the right, on the bottom right, another baby is being cooked. So here's a fire and here's the stove right here. Wow. From an elaborate tome in Pozo Moro, Spain, 16th century BC. So that tells you that this practice has moved up all the way. And we know this because the Phoenicians were moving in those areas. They were looking for tin. We understand these things. Now, if you've been watching my channel, you should have known better and learned that I've done these, I've touched these topics 3 years ago. So once again, we're transitioning from the original Christianity religion to the current Christianity religion. And the same people are playing the role. It's the same people. Now it says here, watch this. Phoenicians is not an indigenous term, but a name given to the inhabitants of the Canaanite coastals of the city-states. So, for example, Americans. But in reality, you are this, you are that, you are that. Now, it's interesting that it says Tyre, Zidon, and Biblios. Biblios is it comes, I guess, in a way, translated by the Greeks. But isn't what they call that the Bible? Now, I know that if you look into the word Bible, it has a very crazy, understanding of it. Just like the word money, mon-e. Mon is like an I. I'm sorry, mon is like one, right? Mon is like one, and A or E-Y or E-Y-E is like I. So one eye. Mon-e basically means one eye. It's pretty interesting how when you start learning about words, you really start trying to, kind of like a brother told me one time, he pays attention to what he says. Good for you. The Canaanites who lived in this coastal city-states, typically Tyre, or specifically Tyre, were powerful sailors who established colonies in the Mediterranean shores. The most famous such was Carthage, compare Hebrew. Now, why do you think over there in Colombia they have a place called Cartagena? And remember what happens in 1492, who first came? It wasn't Gringo's family, majority was not. So we understand now that they wanted to implement their Canaanite ways. The new city, they say, that later became a superpower. Carthage was culturally Phoenician Canaanite. So that's why in Colombia you see a lot of this traditions. They even use a Canaanite dialect, which is where you hear the word Punic. The Greeks and Romans called the inhabitants of those colonies Punic, which is why you know about the Punic Wars between Rome or so-called Europeans and Africans, or more being specific, North Africans. So you have to know why I'm reading this, so you can see the blend of religion. Just like these guys practice those particular Christmas Christian traditions, they brewed everybody with that concept. That's why we deal with it today. That does not, how can I say this, confusing, statements. Those are very true. Give me a second. I don't know what it's going to do this for. Okay. So here we see Ashereth poles in high places. You see this? So we go back and we understand that this is the original concepts. Where it comes from is Nimrod. The tree, the shape, the being born again child from a virgin mother. Do you get what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Hey, good to have you here, brother. Hey, what up, dog? What up, VTC? Hey, just to let you guys know, man, I didn't have a phone for a whole week. My iPhone totally messed up. But because it was within like 7 months, I was able to replace it for free. I just got it back. So if you guys been texting me, man, that's why I wasn't responding, because I couldn't respond. The shit kept turning off every minute. So yeah, it sucked. Let's see. What up, Hugo? Good to have you here, bro. He says, that's crazy. That's why you got the Aussie and only the dollar. Yeah. I don't really want to side point too much on it, but break down the word moon or man-e or mono-e. Look up the word mono, which is singular, one, like monolith, like a, here. What does mono mean? Mono meaning. Nah, I don't want to get too into it. Just look it up, bro. It's a trip. So you have the all-seeing eye. You have all these traditions. As a matter of fact, there is this thing called money magic, which is in the times of Babylon. That is such a thing. Money magic. So the one-eye magic. They brought that concept back once again. So Christianity has always been around. It was just dressed up in different ways. So you see this right here? It's no different. The whole concept. That's why when you get Nimrod, you get everything else. You have Mithra, Sol Victus, stuff like that, right? Watch this real quick. And I would suggest you guys to watch this video. This movie or documentary. It's about 45 minutes. It's on Prime. Check it out.
Christmas, a season of light and warmth, of family gatherings and joyful traditions. For centuries, we've celebrated it with gifts under the tree, festive meals, and the glow of candles pushing back the winter darkness. Yet, hidden beneath this holiday's cheerful facade lies a story far older than the birth of Christ. One filled with powerful ancient rituals, strange symbols, and a mysterious darkness that still lingers in the air. Before Christmas became a Christian holiday, December's coldest nights were marked by festivals honouring the sun's return, by celebrations where fire, feasting and fervent prayer sought to ward off the long, bitter nights. These early rites, carried out by pagans in Europe and beyond, were meant to channel forces they believed were essential for survival.
Apologies, I recorded it off the TV. And if you remember, real quick before I forget, we have here Babylon, or the two Babylons, right? Last time I started the actual, I guess you could say the 3-class session, we were talking about Nimrod specifically. And this is where we get the Ninos, the son, born in the arms of the Babylonian Madonna. It's so described as very clearly to identify him with Nimrod. See that? Son born in the arms of a Babylonian Madonna. So the Virgin Mary is Madonna. And that thing that it's holding is Nimrod. And all you Mexicans that are on your knees crawling to that thing, you have no idea what you're worshiping. That has nothing to do with the Bible specifically, or God for that matter. And matter of fact, the Bible even tells you the Queen of Heaven. Do not worship the Queen of Heaven. Pero no. Ahí andan de pendejos. So now, if you go to, let's say, page 25, you see the origin of Nimrod as the son of Ham. Again, Cush. Hermes, or Mercury, for Hermes is just an Egyptian synonym for the son of Ham. And that's why last time that I was talking about these classes that, I felt that Nimrod was technically Hermes Trismegistus. So this is the origin of what you guys are worshiping. The originators of Christianity were Hamites. You guys are following Hamite tradition. And that's not just some people, that's everybody for the most part. Look at this right there. What does that look like? Some Roman type of statue. This is what you guys have think. Oh, I don't worship that. That's not Christianity. No, everything about Christianity is this. Here we have, for example, page 47, the origin of the importance attached to the spouted fawn and its skin has evidently come to us when Nimrod, as a leopard tamer, began to be clothed in the leopard skin. Now remember, keep in mind that Asher talks about Ham giving a particular garment to Cush. No, Ham stole the garment from his dad Noah. Ham then in secret gives it to Cush. Cush loves Nimrod, then Cush gives Nimrod his garment. Joshua talks about this, and that garment was what made him mighty. And this garment apparently is a leopard skin. Kind of like the movie Noah. He has that strip of a snake skin. Kind of that concept. As a trophy of his skills. Right? This is what you guys are following. It's striking to me that, hold on, where is it at? I saw it right now. Now let's continue. I want to show you this real quick. Oh, here it goes. It says here. We'll start right here. Page 53. For this, as a mighty benefactor of mankind, this individual was deified, right? Deified, and up to the moment that Christianity was embraced, the deluded inhabitants worshipped him as the elevator of the heavens. See this? This individual was deified, and up to the moment that Christianity was embraced, the deluded inhabitants worshipped him as the elevator of heaven. But then did that change? No, because guess what? You're still celebrating Christmas. And I mean like doing the fucking tree and all that. You said, some of you guys say you're not even religious or a Christian, but you're celebrating Christmas. That makes no sense to me. How has anything changed? Look, Krishna, and it says an Egyptian goddess piercing the serpent's head, and an Indian Krishna crushing the serpent's head. We're talking about 100% pagan traditions. And now everybody just seems to ignore. Look, there goes the little dove, which is very typical of the Mithras as well. Here we have, hold on, let me see if I have one of these. Just a very, here it goes right here. Hold on, one in my bad. Nah. I'll talk about that another day. Now we see also, then it'd be, here's the egg. And then we're going to run into, sorry I did it this way, family. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss any highlights in between. I wanted to show you guys this page. Where are you? Come on, dude. Come on. Whew, my bad. Better get to it, homie. Hold on a second, family. It was right here. Now that's Cupid. Man, I was looking for the baby. Okay, well, before I waste any more time on this, oh look, good example right here, fam. Look at the crosses here. Look at how they've been used. You have the cross, then the half moon, then the full moon, like a crescent. Hail, O cross, triumphal wood, true salvation of the world. Among trees, there is none like thee in leaf, flower, and bud. the tree of life, so to speak, in the office of the cross. So worshiping a cross, worshiping a wood, worshiping a tree is very Nimrodic. It is certain that the X was the symbol of the god of Ham. Maybe like Malcolm X. Let me continue with this so I don't lose track of these things. But now we're going back to just to cover pretty much the traditions of men, the origins of Christmas customs, digging in the Bible's ancient OG. Here we see a tree worshiping concept, right? And then also worshiping Arsharith, the Queen of Heaven. We know what that looks like. We know what that is. We understand now this concept that it's a mythology. That's like, you know how they created the concept of Jesus and they put that crown around his head? It looks just like that. And like I said in another class, it looks just like the background that they have in the Vatican. Now, before we go any further, let me show you this real quick. Then this is what I mean. Because again, we're looking at Roman, Greek, Middle Eastern, all the way to Babylonian religions. It has not really changed, except the fashion. That's really what's changed.
A la Morenita del Tepeyac, a la Virgen de Guadalupe, platiqué con Giancarlo Lozano, el alcalde de Gustavo Madero, demarcación anfitriona de este emblemático evento, que es uno de los más importantes para todos los católicos a nivel internacional, y aquí le presento esta entrevista. Oigan, y como cada año se pone en marcha un gran operativo Basílica en este momento 2025 y estamos con el alcalde de Gustavo Madero, Giancarlo Lozano. Alcalde, es la segunda vez que te toca.
Pues bienvenidos a tierras maderenses, bienvenidos a la Casa de la Basílica de Guadalupe. Muy contentos hoy, entre el 10 y el 15 de diciembre, esto se vuelve la Casa de México.
Exactamente. Oye, ayer ya vimos que le cantamos las mañanitas a la Virgen Morena, muchísimos mexicanos, y hoy ya se espera cómo nos ha ido en estos primeros días de este operativo Basílica y en qué consiste este operativo.
Pues va a ser el más grande. Desde el 10 recibimos, nunca en el día 10 habíamos recibido tantos visitantes. Estamos rompiendo el récord, vamos a cerrar con 13 millones de visitantes, con 13 millones de mujeres, de hombres, de jóvenes, de adultos mayores que vienen con mucha fe a ver a la Virgen.
See this? You see this BS, family? It's no different. It's no different. It's no different than worshiping Moloch or Baal, the Queen of Heaven. It's no different. Now, let me take to a book, very important. It's called Exquisito Histórico sobre la Aparición de la Virgen María de Guadalupe. Para que vean, escuchen bien. This is in, matter of fact, let me see if I can do this. I'm going to do something, I'm going to do y'all a favor. Let me see. Translate from Spanish to English, okay? So you guys saw that I copy and pasted all that, okay? Watch this. I'm going to copy and paste all this so you guys can see what it says for you guys that don't speak Spanish. It says your falsedad de la aparición de la Virgen de Guadalupe, meaning the falsehood of the Virgin Mary appearing. Watch what he says. On the right side is in English. You guys can see. Okay? It says, all the authors who deal with the apparition say that the Mexican Catholic agree that when Juan Diego unfolded his tilma, the flowers fell and the image of Mary appeared painted on it. These authors, we say, lack common sense, or they believe that Mexico would always be a nation of friars, for naturally the Indian would have unfolded his clock to display the flowers, not let them fall. The commoners of the Tolpetlac were instructed to let the flowers fall and show what was painted on the ayate. It says, what they say the Virgin gave to Juan Diego as proof that she was the mother of God were the flowers, and neither did the Indian make Sumarraga pay attention to them, nor did the bishop show any appreciation for them. What was interesting for Friar Sumarraga was to present the image that had been created as coming from the heavens. On a canvas measuring 1 bara and 24 inches, the image painted, this is the small for an Indian tilma, right? So as you can see that. Then it says here, just so you guys can see that we're going to translate it. Because these things have to be proven. Let me see if I can just highlight all this here. Boom. Then it says, following from Indians, and it should be noted that it was not Juan Diego's clock that was painted, but on the cottons prepared for that purpose. It is not ayate because that it woven with maguey threads. Where it said, sorry, hold on. The maguey threads, and the image is painted on the kind of raw twine woven from ixloc or wild palm, as Becerra Tanto states. Everything was prepared and done by the bishop, who influenced the Spaniards and tyrannized the Indians. He influenced the first by ordering the arrest of Itzilxochtli, called Don Carlos. He demonstrated his tyranny with the second, ordering the burning of that Indian, and last king of Texcoco, thus reported Suarez de Peralta, a contemporary historian. So basically saying he threatened people to supposedly prove that this was true. Right? Now watch this. I'll go here right now. Let's see if it translates it translates it properly. Because it's not doing a great job, but I hope you guys get it. Excuse me. It says the Inquisitor Bishop was unjust since he burned the Indian king alive because he offered his sacrifices to his idols. So Sumarraga burns one of our leaders, right? And he's look what it says. The Inquisitor Bishop was unjust since he burned the Indian king alive because he offered his sacrifices to his idols. And he invented, listen, and he invented the Guadalupan idol so that he and now the Romanist priest would offer, according to them, the body and blood of Jesus Christ in the so-called sacrifice of the Mass. Sumarraga, who did as he pleased with the noble Indians and Cortés' most faithful ally, wouldn't he do with the commoner Juan Diego whatever he wanted? So basically he would coerce Juan Diego, you better do it, I'm going to kill your family. The Pope's attendants say that Juan Bernardino, Juan Diego's uncle, was the one whom the Virgin commissioned to say that her image would be called Saint Mary of Guadalupe. We ask, how could Bernardino pronounce this word when the Mexican language lacks the letter G?
Who are you?
This term was given by Fray Juan Diego Sumarraga as a reminder of Spain. It is an Arabic name which has Gaud or Guad as its roots. So basically the word G como Guadalupe or Gua como Guadalajara or Guadalupe, it's not even a Spaniard word. It's not even a Mexica word. Nahuatl. No, it's an Arabic word. What Arabic name? So how could Guadalupe appear to Juan Diego? Oh, but we're not done. Watch this real quick. Watch this. Let's see here if I can tell you. I think it's hold on a second. That's one page. I do want to show you that page. But there are some pages here that I was looking for another one. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I was looking for that. That led me to this book again because I saw this page earlier. And it's, oh, hey, hold on. I think it's up here. And it's actually referencing, yeah, here it goes. It should be coming up soon. Because I have some pictures of the Virgen Maria. Who is that? Man. Hold on, let me see if I can get the file. What is it? Exquisito. Oh, la Virgen. Let's see if it's this one. No, it's not that one. Un momento, por favor. I don't want to miss any of this, family. I think it's important to show you. If not, I'll continue. Because I had this page bookmarked, but honestly, I forgot to mark it down again. Let's see if I can get you here. See, it was already on the subject way before. What I do is I put myself reminders of these pictures. As a matter of fact, I know what to do. Hold on. Hopefully it still works, because even this phone's been acting weirdo. Conquistadores. Let me see, will it show up? I think it's this one. No. Let me see, hold on. That's not it. Los siete no tampoco. I'm looking for a page here. This is it right here. Okay, I got it. Okay, here it goes. Yes, sir. Hopefully I can connect it. Okay, so it's from the same book. Okay, it's just that I could not recall the page, but we got it again. Here it goes. It's right here. So on the very same book, and I cannot remember the page. I think it's page 4232. I couldn't find it, so my bad. I cannot copy and paste it, so I'm going to read it in Spanish. Please follow. It says, los españoles no creyeron en lo que dijo Juan Diego respecto de la aparición, ni tampoco en lo que expresaba Juan Bernardino, porque para ellos los indios eran seres irracionales o judíos, y se necesitó que el Papa Pablo III los sacara de su error por medio de su breve de 10 de julio de 1537. So here the conquistador Spaniards are calling us Jews, okay? Then it says here, Fray Pablo Belmont, español y francisqueño de Querétaro, escribió en el último tercer siglo de 1800 que la causa de que los indios fueron tan maltratados por los españoles era la etimología de la palabra judíos, porque antiguamente la J era I, latina, y que la palabra judíos se escribía indios, que con el transcurso del tiempo la U se volteó y se convirtió en AN, y resulta indios, y decían los conquistadores indio, vuelto la N de arriba a abajo, quiere decir judío, y podemos azotar a los indios y exigirles todo el dinero que se pueda, porque son hermanos de los que crucificaron a Jesucristo. Según en la creencia de que los españoles tenían de los indios, es evidente que ellos no creyeron en que la Virgen María se apareció a Juan Diego. So, escuchen lo que dice. Según es la creencia que los españoles tenían de los indios, es evidente que ellos no creyeron en que la Virgen María se apareció a Juan Diego. Zumarraga apenas pudo en 2 años, 15 días, construir una ermita en Tepeyec para su imagen. Temía la burla de los conquistadores que le dirían que no debían ayudar a la construcción de un templo que no tiene más fundamento que el cuento de un indio de Tolpetlac. Murió el inquisidor Zumarraga. So basically they're saying, we ain't gonna help you build no damn thing for this stupid virgin so-called Mary. That shit is fake. Plus, these guys, why would she appear to them in the first place, right? And secondly, we can treat them as we can because these people are Jews right here. So they basically saying they should pay for it. But while you Zumarraga is trying to create this imagery, this idol, you're full of shit. Dice, y no puedo madurar y no pudo madurar su impostura tal como quería para levantar un suntuoso templo, pero dejó este encargo a sus ayudantes, los francisqueños, los priales más adictos a María, que quienes desde el siglo XIII, 1300, defendieron y propagaron el dogma de la inmaculada concepción de la Virgen. This book, matter of fact, it was my mistake because it's right here, fam. Qué pendejo, güey. Dispensen. It's page 40, 50, and 51 of this one right here. Okay, let me go back to it. Aquí está, para que vean. Dice aquí, exquisito histórico sobre la aparición de la Virgen María de Guadalupe. Y este libro está escrito en 1895. Para que vean muy bien, pueden empezar a leer de la parte 5, el libro, página 50. Y aquí claramente da a entender de que estos vatos eran pura mentira, güey. Una bola de mentirosos es lo que son. Ni los mismos españoles le creyeron. Los españoles no le creyeron en lo que dijo Juan Diego respecto a la aparición, ni tampoco en lo que expresaba Juan Bernardino. ¿Ya vieron? Y aquí se burlan de ellos también y dicen que al fin sí dejó Juan Zumarraga una bola de seguidores que querían seguir esa dogma de Immaculate Conception, which is total BS. Total BS. Dice aquí, más ni por la influencia de este orden de los priales mendicantes de San Francisco, que llevó en sus nombres la imagen hasta su pequeño oratorio de Tepeyec en 1034, ni por ya procesión de pequeños indios que llevaron desde Santiago Tlatelolco en 1544, logró la mentira de Zumarraga gran aceptación entre los indios, ni mucho menos entre los españoles. Casi 90 años estuvo la imagen de Guadalupe en su ermita, hasta que en 1622 el arzobispo de México, Juan de la Serna, lo construyó y lo dedicó a un templo más grande. Desde entonces los arzobispos de la metrópoli han ido levantando la imagen de Guadalupe porque saben que al alabarla se alaban ellos y sus dioses sobre los obispos y dioses de las naciones. Ya ven, con el pretexto de construcción de nuevos templos, juras, patronatos, etcétera, han hecho mucha fiesta para atraer mucha gente y reunir mucho dinero. Este fin tuvo la coronización. Isn't this what he said? Yeah, lots of people came. Un chingo de gente. Aquí están como pendejos de rodillas alabando a la Virgen María. Bola de tontos.
De este operativo Basílica, ¿y en qué consiste este operativo?
Pues va a ser el más grande. Desde el 10 recibimos, nunca en el día 10 habíamos recibido tantos visitantes. Estamos rompiendo el récord. Vamos a cerrar con 13 millones de visitantes, con 13 millones de mujeres, de hombres, de jóvenes, de adultos mayores que vienen con mucha fe a ver a la Virgen. El centro mariano se convierte en el centro turístico religioso más importante del mundo. Y el trabajo del gobierno, pero de todo el gobierno federal, el gobierno de la ciudad, encabezado por Clara.
Chis mexicanos estúpidos, güey. Toda la bola de ustedes, cabrones. Por eso me río, güey. ¿Cómo les gusta criticar al gringo y cómo alaban al pinche Dios que ellos les dio? Por favor, no me hables de estupideces. We're about to destroy this shit. Sorry, Mexicans. We're going to demolish your fucking doctrine very soon, my friends. I know you guys love that fucking Virgin Mary, that ugly ass Death Mary and shit, and that disgusting so-called Jesus that died for your sins. We're gonna fucking teach you that all of that is basically you worshiping the devil. So you might as well do that.
Brugada por la presidenta y en Gustavo Madero por un servidor es cuidar a los feligreses, acompañar su fe y decirles que en la ciudad estamos listos para recibir.
A ver, siguen sufriendo, cabrones. ¿De qué les sirvió? En esas rodillas, güey. No, pero síguenos dando las novelas. Acabo que Diosito nos va a cuidar, güey. No te preocupes. Todo está bien, güey. Come on, bro. It's like the brother. Yeah, Listen, man. I really, like, it bothers me that our people, bro, they do this fucking stupid shit. Por eso les digo, pinches mexicanos estúpidos, güey. Así les tienes que hablar, cabrón. Por eso, mira, vienen a la clase, güey, y luego se van porque no a la raza mexicana, güey, no les gusta que les hables duro, güey. No les gusta que les digas las pinches verdades. Quieren que les digas todo bonito. Así todos gorditos, bonitos como puerquitos, güey. O sea, no les digas nada porque les vas a afectar.
Para acompañarlos, pero sobre todo para cuidarlos.
Totalmente. Y todo esto se acaba hasta el domingo, ¿verdad? Sigue pues llegando muchísimas personas desde todos los rincones de la República Mexicana.
De todos los rincones y no solo de México. Ya tenemos por la Secretaría de Turismo reportados cerca de 3.
Los pendejos del norte de México hasta el sur de México, güey. Una bola de pinches mexicanos babosos creyendo una religión que sigue abusando de ellos, güey. Creyendo en una pinche virgen de nadie que nunca apareció. Rodillándose a la estupidez, güey. Y luego preguntan, Diosito, ¿por qué mi hijo se volteó? Diosito, ¿por qué mi hijo empezó a vender drogas? ¿Por qué mi hijo se fue a Estados Unidos, hiji? ¿Por qué, Señor? No entiendo. Yo te adoro, Jesucristo mío. ¿Tú crees que yo no entiendo esa madre, güey? Para toda esa gente que viene a mi canal y quieren decir que no soy mexicano, que I'm a fake, whatever. Está la verga, güey. Si supieras, cabrón. Si supieras, güey. O sea, yo he vivido toda esta madre. Yo la viví, güey. Yo lo vi. Yo me acuerdo tener 5 o 6 años y caminé un poquito con mi mamá y luego nos llevaron porque pues obviamente es un pinche largo plazo, cabrón. No les gusta escuchar la verdad, güey. Para que, una vez más, pinches mexicanos están confundidos, güey. Es tiempo que se levanten de la estupidez. Esa Virgen María es un diablo. Tu Jesucristo también fue una réplica de muchas otras camisas, cabrones. ¿Sí me entienden? Fue una réplica de muchas otras camisas. Quizás así lo entiendan, pinches.
100,000 vuelos que llegaron a México, que llegaron a la ciudad, y pues obvio,
had the best maps called rudders to get in, but then the British showed up, and the East India Company, they brought in all the.
For you that speak English, now we're going to find out that they are telling you that they are Edom. And this is why I get so mad at you motherfuckers, bro. Like, let's put it this way. You got brothers like me, and I'm not the only one. I've seen it. I've seen it with my own fucking eyes. When you got brothers like me that teach you guys some fucking fire shit, do you know what you raza do? You know what you fucking Mexicans do? You say, oh, you must be a white guy. You must be an agent. You're fake. You're a hater. Because you can't accept the fact that you actually have just some, even if it's a minuscule intelligence, some small ability to really show y'all what the fuck we see. But see, raza doesn't do that. Unless you see a fucking white boy or a fucking negro, then you're gonna fucking believe it. Let's put it that way. What is it? American homo, cholo, whatever, the fucking Honduran acting like a Mexican and shit. What did he do? He voted for Trump. You see what I'm saying? Like, we don't admire each other, bro. Like, we don't even appreciate the information that we bring out to each other. No, we fucking want to diss each other. We say, nah, you don't know shit. Even though some of us have been pumping out information longer than some of you brothers who haven't even put a video up. And then you want to cause issues and instigate between those brothers that actually have done the work. You see, that's what I mean, bro. Y'all are fucking dumb, raza, paisa, stupid. You let this gringo, fuck all you guys, bro. You know, this is the sad part. Because you know what? He's going to tell you who he is. It had to be they to tell you who they are. Matter of fact, nah, fuck no. I'm going to show you the video again. Fuck that shit, bro. I want to show you this video again because I think it's so freaking hilarious, bro. It applies to all you stupid Mexicans, all you dumbass Mexicans and shit. That you believe in Jesus, believe in the Virgin Mary, or you believe that you came out of the nutsack of a fucking Moreno from the 12 tribe chart of the fucking Jesus.
These trolls are toxic. They are unhinged narcissists who are physically incapable of admitting fault. This behavior is all over the internet, and it has also infested our government. These are toxic people who do nothing but arrogantly spread reality denial all over the internet, and they are never met with any pushback because the overwhelming majority of people don't have the time, patience, or backbone.
The backbone. I got a little time, but I got the backbone to fucking smack all you stupid asses.
To put these pricks in their place by treating them precisely how they deserve to be treated.
Aiken wasn't in Footloose.
What? Of course he was.
No, he wasn't. You lose.
Of course he was. He was the star.
Nope, you're wrong. Look it up.
I don't have to look it up. It's common knowledge.
Nope.
He was on the cover of People magazine when the movie. Everyone knows Kevin Bacon was a star of Footloose. It was a huge movie. He was the lead.
No.
Call those Issacharites from the 12 tribe chart, those stupid fucking Mexicans that think they came out of the black man's nutsack. You are dumb.
Opium. And they use it to take control of local towns, the gangs, all of it, and basically break the country up in pieces and in the imperial dynasties they had. So the Chinese say, the comments today, yeah, we're shipping fentanyl in and killing millions of you, deserve it. And you're like, most of us don't even have ancestors that were in British intelligence doing that. You think people delivering opium on ships into Hong Kong and stuff knew that? I mean, we're guilty. Oh, okay, but see, that's the mindset. So I use the China example as just another known example. So there is a wide swath of rabbinical belief in Israel and world Jewry. I mean, you just go watch it. You just type into X or anywhere. Rabbis talk about how Europe's the new Rome and will be destroyed by God's judgment for what Titus did in 70 AD, sacking Jerusalem and destroying the Second Temple. And it's like a constant beef, like it happened yesterday. Rome was destroyed in 410 by the Germanic hordes. Constantinople fell 500 and something years ago to the Muslims. There's been no Rome since then. Istanbul, formerly Constantinople. So the 99% of Europeans don't even know anything about Constantinople. They don't know anything about the Roman Empire or the Visigoth chieftain Alaric and the sacking of Rome in 410. They don't know about Titus. They don't know about Pompeo. They don't know about the Roman emperor ordering Israel destroyed. But Benjamin Netanyahu does. And the rabbis teach that Europe and America is the new Rome and that we must be destroyed for our sins in 70 AD, destroying the Second Temple. That's a long memory. And I see all the anti-Semites, all they think about is Israel. To me, that's the definition. It's like they're more Jewish than the Jews. They know more Jewish stuff than the average Jew. Well, you dumbos don't know all this, do you? Because you actually don't research. You think the average Jew knows about this? No, it's certain rabbinical circles. It's a large group, but it's not the majority. I have to guess, like 30%. Hundreds of videos you can find of rabbis saying, our main enemy is Europe because it's the original Rome, but America is a Rome as well. It will fall too. That's why you have the quotes of Netanyahu decades ago, we're done with America. It'll just blow away like a dead leaf or whatever. And you got the Christian Zionists that believe worshiping Israel is the way to heaven. Even though the Old Testament is God saying to Israel, you've been chosen to carry my word for you as priests. You're not doing it. I am going to judge you harder than anybody else. And I'm not saying the Jews aren't amazing and interesting and smart and great and bad and all the rest of it. I'm not saying there's something not special going on here. I'm just saying God said he will deliver you to the Philistines and the Babylonians and the Romans because you have not followed God's orders. And then when God sent you the real Messiah, you killed him. Now, how's that working out for you? Yeah, we got a bunch of rabbis. I mean, just hours of it. Just, oh, yeah, we're going to blow up Rome. And America is the new Rome. Notice the buildings are built like Rome in Greece.
And they got the fasci in the Senate. You know what those bundles of sticks with axes in the Senate are behind the Senate leader? That's all the countries and peoples controlled and tied together by the military with axes, hatchets. And it is true that Thomas Jefferson modeled off of Greece that was then Rome was modeled off of. Yeah, here it is. Europe is Edom because they're like, we will destroy Europe. Our main mission is destroy Europe. We're going to use the Muslims to do it because I can show you hours of this. So this is Cuckoo Town. I guarantee you 90% of Jews watching right now did not even know this. So if you want me to give it to you with both barrels, I will. So Trump is trying to save Edom right now and reform it.
Guys, hear that? He said Trump is trying to save Edom. They're finally admitting Esau, the sons of Esau and daughters of Esau are finally admitting who they are.
Muslims do it because,
like it says in the scriptures, man, they would get exposed. They would get exposed. When you start paying attention to these things, it's like they have to admit it now. They have to face the music. For so long, they've been running from who they are. They're claiming that they know the Bible, but they would never say who they were. Jeremiah chapter 2:34 specifically says, your clothes are stained with the blood of the poor and innocent, not with the blood of bulgars. But in spite of all this, you say, I am innocent. Surely the Lord is no longer angry with you, but I, the Lord, will punish you because you deny that you have sinned. This goes for everybody. It's not just specific people. When you read Jeremiah 51, verse 6, it reminds us, run away from Babylonia, run for your lives. Do not be killed because of Babylon's sin. I am now taking my revenge and punishing it as it deserves. Isaiah 13:6. It says here, howl in pain, the day of the Lord is near, the day when the Almighty brings destruction. And me personally, I don't wish it, fam. I have kids. But when it comes, or if it comes, it comes. You just got to deal with it. Isaiah 63:4. I decided that the time to save my people had come. It was time to punish their enemies. So now we're starting to see that they're lifting up the skirts, whether they like it or not. Isaiah 47:1. The Lord says, Babylon, come down from your throne and sit in the dust of the ground. You were once like a virgin, a city conquered, but you are now soft and delicate. No longer. You are now a slave. This is why they're retaliating with Venezuela, Colombia, Mexico. When somebody's desperate, they do desperate things because they know it's about to be done. It says, turn your millstones, grind the flour off with your veil. Strip off your fine clothes. Lift up your skirts to cross the stream. People will see you naked. You will see you're humble and shamed. They will see you humbled and shamed. I will take vengeance and no one will stop me. Now, he says that, right? But there's one thing of them saying it, even though they're the same people, bro. Like, seriously, the same people that look like each other are claiming that they're not each other. Shut up.
I can show you hours of this. So this is Cuckoo Town. I guarantee you 90% of Jews watching right now did not even know this. So if you want me to give it to you with both barrels, I will. So Trump is trying to save Edom right now and reform it. And no doubt from what I've seen, the big tech companies, all of it, went from trying to suppress anti-Israel stuff to supercharging it to create this conflict. Next is the false flag against the Jews. You can just put it together.
Are hearing this, right? He's admitting that they are Esau. He's admitting that they are Esau.
Who are you?
Remember the classes that I showed you guys about Woden and Odin? And Cause, the deity of the Edomites. I showed you these things, and I've been saying it for quite some time. They cannot run away from who they are. Finally, they're actually admitting it, that this is the fourth Rome.
But are you smart enough to get this, people? Now you know why they want me off the air, because I know. And I would tell the Israel lobby, and then, the Chi-Coms are onto you.
Bro, we've been saying that shit on YouTube for a while.
Gotcha, bitch.
Shell and late train, bro. Give me a break.
And you're crazy enough to try to take over America and then drive it in the ground and control it and then wreck it in some weird ritual, some cucking event. And then now you're thrown to the wolves with Africa and Asia and Russia. And then Putin laughs and says, 30% of Israel's Slavic. You look at them, they are. We already run it. We'll kick the Zionists out soon. It'll be our base. So there's double dealing going on everywhere. It is absolutely out of control. Our government's put Al-Qaeda in charge. Biden did. Trump inherited it. Everybody sees that. Trump meeting with the Al-Qaeda leader, the dictator. I mean, it's just sick. You get your balls groped and put in a body scanner and fried with radiation because you might be Al-Qaeda, and Al-Qaeda's at the damn White House. And Grot goes, well, he was the leader of Al-Qaeda in Iraq and Syria, but there was no global leader of Al-Qaeda, so Jones is wrong. He's not the leader of Al-Qaeda. He's the number one Al-Qaeda leader. He runs 2 countries. The point is he's Al-Qaeda.
Let me show you something real quick. Pause for a moment, right? Watch this, because you're going to go on a tangent for a little bit. Watch. Watch this real quick. We're going to finish it up now. I wanted to show you this little moment, because it's like Edom is exposing himself. I want you to remind yourselves of why it's important to understand history so that nobody fucking pulls a fast one on you. And then in case some fucking stupid ass little cracker barrel wants to say some dumb ass smart shit, you can bring him back with some fucking history and then knock his ass out. Or, you know what I mean? Ignore him or slap him. Here's what I would say to y'all, you people from other countries. You should start deporting these people back. Seriously. You should start treating these... They're not patriots. They are illegal aliens of European descent who claim to be Americans. Okay? So that now you need to really fucking focus on saying, we are going to deport every fucking Anglo dirty Saxon who does not like to wipe their asses. Everybody knows all across the world that white people don't like to wipe their butts because apparently it's like a fact. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know about the women. I know the men don't do that. They don't shower, nor do they wipe their ass. At least from my experience, women kind of do the same. They don't shower, nor do they wipe their ass. So like you may like be with them one day and 2 days later it smells like fucking fish and shit. This is their tradition. This is who they are. So before they start trying to say that you're less than them, inferior than them, that, you know what I mean, they come to civilize your ass. Nah, bro. It's the opposite. They love everything about us. Just like negros want to steal this fucking heritage. You don't think these fucking pale lads lacking of fucking oil in their skin wants our heritage too? Come on, family. Y'all need to wake up.
It's built on a 500-year-old religious idea. And nobody really talks about it. Because in the 1400s, the Catholic Church created the doctrine of discovery. And it basically said that Christian people have the right to take land from non-Christian people. But honestly, religious wars have been going on forever, so this shouldn't shock anybody. But let's fast forward to 1823, in a case called Johnson versus McIntosh. This is where the Supreme Court ruled that Native American people cannot live on their lands, and that Native people didn't actually own it. Ownership belonged to the U.S. government. So Native people, on their ancestral lands, sovereign territories, considered separate from the United States, the United States was now saying, no, we're breaking that too. It's not yours anymore. And from that moment on, every treaty, every land deal, every land seizure was built on that logic, that the United States owned everything. even if it was breaking already existed treaties. And it still shapes Native law today. Although Native nations are still considered sovereign territories and do have control to an extent, which means we're able to choose our own political leaders, chiefs, make internal decisions for our people and our lands, ultimately, we always have to somehow answer to the United States government in some way, even though we shouldn't. And that's why when people say, oh, it was 400 years ago, it's ancient history. It's not happening anymore. The truth is it is. And the many laws that were made, including those where the Supreme Court sided with us. I'm looking at you, Andrew Jackson. He went against a Supreme Court ruling. It's like ultimately it doesn't matter because everything is rigged against us, even today in 2026. And that's why we continue to talk about it, fight against it, and push for reforms, change, representation, and education. Because the more you know, better we can address this together. Did you know that the
True. Look, listen, I hope Sis can cover her stuff next time. But she makes a great point. I get it, Sis. But you should cover it up a little bit. I mean, anyways, let's listen to this because this is powerful as well.
Friends communicated with the natives because they didn't speak the same language and had never encountered each other before. And how did the different native nations communicate with each other if they also spoke different languages? Well, this is where the Chinook jargon comes in, because it's not only part of native history, but linguistic history. In the Pacific Northwest, Oregon, Washington, British Columbia, there were dozens of different native languages, not dialects. Totally different languages. And yet they were able to trade, negotiate, and communicate. And that's because they created a shared language. And the Chinook jargon was considered just that, a different language, a distinct language, and it was known as a trade language. And it was a mix of native languages, English, and French. Its focus was on communication and not complexity. It had flexible structure and simple grammar. Natives could communicate with each other, and the English can easily communicate with the natives. Because at this time period, native communities weren't isolated. There was a lot of mixing and intermingling of different cultures going on. And at its peak in the 1800s,
it almost sounds like the way that we figured out how to communicate in secret. You know what I'm saying? Like our people were just trying to figure out, like, okay, so you speak this language, you speak that language, I speak this language, we hear this other language. Let me figure that shit out and make it to where I can be flexible. This is why you, like raza can manage English and Spanish. This is what determines how fucking smart you are. White folks can't do that. Cracker Barrels are so fucking lost. They don't even want to learn another language. Bring me a white boy over here and be like, oh, I know how to speak all this shit. Bro, seriously, this is why I share with you how fucking smart you guys are, how beautiful, magnificent, and fucking beyond this life you guys are. We create shit like. Listen to her again. Okay, let me rewind it because hold on, I can't rewind it. But I want to play it again. I want to play it again, man. Listen to this.
Because they didn't speak the same language and had never encountered each other before. And how did the different native nations communicate with each other if they also spoke different languages? Well, this is where the Chinook jargon comes in, because it's not only part of native history, but linguistic history. In the Pacific Northwest, Oregon, Washington, British Columbia, there were dozens of different native languages, not dialects. Totally different languages. And yet they were able to trade, negotiate, and communicate. And that's because they created.
I just want to pause for a moment. Hey, Negroes. You wabos, were you there? Negros from Africa that claim to be from this land, were you there? Were you there? Easy work.
Created a shared language. And the Chinook jargon was considered just that, a different language, a distinct language, and it was known as a trade language. And it was a mix of native languages, English, and French. Its focus was on communication and not complexity. It had flexible structure and simple grammar. Natives could communicate with each other, and the English can easily communicate with the natives. Because at this time period, native communities weren't isolated. There was a lot of mixing and intermingling of different cultures going on. And at its peak in the 1800s, it was spoken over a massive region, which included a lot of the northwest of the United States, as well as a lot of the western side of Canada. Thousands of people spoke it. It was a multicultural, multilingual communication system. And what's great about it is this was before globalization was even a thing. Like if you've ever heard terms like Spanglish, where people combine Spanish and English, or
I was saying, that's exactly what I was saying. It's the way that we are, the ability that we can, bring in together a concept of a society that thinks a certain way, speaks a certain way, and then we have another society that thinks a certain way and speaks a certain way, and we have to adjust to both of those things. Remember, we dealt with white conquistadors or invaders and negro invaders, okay? You understand what I'm saying? Let's not fucking forget that. Now, a lot of motherfucking people will be like, negros never had slaves. Fuck all you motherfuckers, bro. You guys were buck-breaking Negroes and white people as much as Negroes were buck-breaking white people. No, white people, as much as white people were buck-breaking Negroes. You see what I'm saying? So negros owned slaves, white people owned slaves, and you guys were very abusive, rapists, and we can see it in jail. We can see it in jail. That's why white boys rape themselves, and you got mayates in jail. It's not a lie, it's a fact. We see in this channel, this is the only one you get real facts. This is what I'm saying about like what I've done in my channel, bro. Motherfuckers can come over and be like, oh, well, I've taught this and I taught that. Yeah, but you never brought this shit out because you're scared. Or because maybe you have a wife that's related to that shit. I don't fucking know. Let's go.
Any other variation of that terminology. This was kind of like that, but with way more languages involved. But it proves that Native Americans are adaptable when we want to be, when we choose to be. We find very appropriate solutions, and our focus is on networking, communicating, trading, economy, and most importantly, shared systems. Have you ever wondered how the European immigrants communicated with the natives because they didn't speak the same language and had never encountered each other before? And how did the different native nations communicate with each other if they also spoke different languages? Well, this is where the Chinook jargon comes in, because it's not only part of native history, but linguistic history. In the Pacific Northwest, Oregon, Washington, British Columbia, there were dozens of different native languages. Not dialects, totally different languages. And yet,
what are we experiencing? People finally being able to express themselves through our history. And then we finally see the fact that, guess what, bro? They've been lying to us for a long fucking time. Too long.
It's Baal worship right here.
Long, bro.
To the fullest extent.
Well, let me close this up. Too long, bro. Too long. As a matter of fact, look, listen. It's 10:35. I said I was going to shut it down at 10. But here's a link. Y'all want to, y'all feel froggy? You want to, say something? You feel insecure? You're sad because I expressed stuff about your Jesus? Maybe you want to say, nah, man, you know what? You got something good to say? I don't know, bro. I'm on 15 minutes. 15 minutes here. I'll stick around. See what you guys got to say. That's the thing for me. Like I got people telling me, when have you debated? Like, bro, people don't want to debate me, man. It's not my fucking fault, bato. You know what I'm saying? It's not my fault. They don't want this fire, bro. See what you want me to do. There's a link. Hang out for a second. Let's see what you got to say. Because maybe sometimes I do want to take a little pause and shit and see what people got to say. There's a link. Show up. Any anger? Anybody wants to say to me I'm wrong? Anybody upset because I called Jesus Nimrod and shit? There's a link. I got a lot of people trying to ask me, what up, brother? Good to have you here. Hit the link, bro. Let's talk about it. Come on, man. I don't want to be like this, that often. I want to be like maybe 30 minutes here online, bro. Let's chop it up and then we call it a night. Somebody come on, bro. Share your fucking thoughts with me and shit. If you think I'm wrong, then fucking share it with me. I mean, why the hell do you guys even subscribe for then? If you don't want to hear, if you don't want your word to be heard. So what does it mean? Hit the link. There it goes. Don't be afraid. Express your thoughts. What up, Europeans? Impala. Don't be scared, Holmes. Click the link, dog. See what I mean? No, listen, I'm good, bro. Like, I don't mind, bro. I don't mind. Like, that's the thing, man. Like, usually people don't want to come up. Because apparently, like, they think I'm... Oh, maybe the reality is that Raza needs to start waking the fuck up and start being afraid. I think that a lot of our people, bro, we've been so fucking destroyed that we don't even want to really like express how we feel, even with strangers online and shit. Like, well, anyways, it doesn't matter. But we're not doing it. All right, let's do it, bro. I'm done. Let me play some music and we out. Buenas noches, my friends. Stay strong, my brothers and sisters.
Cuando miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas. Yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece se burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos lo voy palpando. Cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti. Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que veas. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. Hey, aunque parezca que va bien, no sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente, Calamala dijo que estaría presente. Fallaron como nunca, se fueron para siempre. Millones razones para vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente. Como no quieren ver ahogados, tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera. Más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena mi tu. A mí la tengo solda fumando de su palulu. Y un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio, se matan vestidos de emporio. Yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando. Vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, nunca se despidió de mí. Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no, porque todo es perfecto y lo debo plasmar. Me fumo un trocolor tras otro y lo veo todo otro color. Me siento libre porque vuelvo a conectar. Mi gente sufre y no lo puedo evitar, más que dándole consejos siempre desde la humildad. Es su camino nos va a quemar. Oh. Arda y por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo ristas perfectas, paladas de versos eternos, no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen bien, es más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, Quieren pensar, sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. Me no caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinten. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirás siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños mueren cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico, dicen que invento lo del engaño. Y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar.
Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido, no. repiten lo que dice el referente. Discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Que investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente.
¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo,
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.